Hello, hello! Starting off the second review day for Desert Haven. Now, we have a few people we did not get to yesterday. So for primary reviews, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So just 10 that didn't get their primary review. And a lot of secondary reviews. So we have several of these to look through. You know, we'll take a gander. We'll cross-compare the old and the new. And then hopefully we can get everybody feeling pretty good about the condition of their snaps here. Hey, thank you for the Prime sub, Casey. Much appreciated. All right, so before we get started, the first thing we need to do is revisit the challenge description here. So this week's challenge is Desert Haven. It says dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. So you need to decorate for the wonders of the desert. You need to dress for the wonders of the desert. Your setting and your outfit need to channel the wonders of the desert. That's the opening of the theme there. Golden dunes, cactus flowers, and blue skies. Now, some builds might not have all of these things or any of them. Personally, I always try to include what the challenge states, but it's not a mandatory thing. You can still get votes. Main thing is you want to make a desert haven. You know, that's the main thing. And then it closes with whether it's sunset, midnight, or noon, there's beauty in the swirling sands. So that's another thing the challenge mentions is swirling sands. Oh, we got a little hype train coming in. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So, yeah, it mentions cactus flowers, golden dunes, blue skies, swirling sands. You know, if you have all four of those, that's great. But you don't have to have all four of them. Just, you know, it's a good safe play to do so. All right, so first up today, we have Queen. Our first review of the day. Now, this is not a secondary review, just their opening review. Oh, you know what? First, actually, we need to do Lisa H. Because they actually submitted on time, but their snap got updated. So they were pushed to the beginning of today's stream. So we're going to do Lisa H first. Let's see. So we got 1, 2, 3. And it looks like you submitted a night version yesterday. This is what pushed you out of the queue. And FYI, Lisa, just for future reference... definitely check the rules because that's what pushed you out of the queue is posting during the stream. That's why it's mentioned in the rules. Also mentioned in the rules is that you're only supposed to submit 3 photos. You know, I was here till midnight yesterday. We had so many reviews. I can't, it's going to be a lot longer of a process if everyone's submitting 4, 5, and 6 photos or their whole photo gallery. So the limit is 3. So you submitted 4, you know, I'll let that slide this week. My moderator did comment and asked you to, you know, choose 3, and I don't think you got, maybe you weren't on your device yet. But yeah, for future reference, just, you know, the whole process will be smoother for you if you check out the rules. Make sure you don't go over the 3 submissions. And then you'll also understand, like, the order queue and how that works so you can avoid being pushed out of the queue in the future. All right. But yeah, we'll take a look at all 3 or all 4 this week. But yeah, moving forward, just make sure you keep it, you know, 3 snaps or less. You got to choose your 3 favorites. So you got 3 here in the daytime and then 1 at night. Okay. So I see swirling sands. I see cactus blooms. This one we don't have villagers. This one we don't have villagers. You have villagers in this one here. The lighting is also a little tricky here. It looks like you're using the midday lighting. You know, we discussed quite a bit how good the sunset time of day works for a scene like this. So when it comes to lighting, Lisa, this is the biggest and most important thing you need to consider when you're trying to make your snap beautiful. As we've discussed, snaps are getting more competitive. You know, there's more and more people figuring out how to make beautiful snaps. There's more and more people turning to snaps because they've completed everything else in the game. And the longer the game stays out, the more people will do this. And to compound that issue further, Gameloft has reduced the bracket size for 4K. So it's getting very difficult to get 4K. And anyone can do the theme. You know, anyone can place agrabah walls and cactuses and sand dunes and fountains. You know, that's the easy part. And just about everyone can get close to the avatar and, like, have some good features. But not everybody is going to be able to make a snap very beautiful. Not everybody is going to be able to make snaps that compare to snaps like this or many of the other snaps we see. There's a lot of very strong dream snaps out there. So how do you be competitive? How do you contend with the other 4K snaps to keep your spot in 4K and not get pushed out, or to claim a spot in 4K if you haven't been there before? Well, you got to be more beautiful than your competitor. That's the breakdown of it. You know, when the voter sees your dream snap against another dream snap, most likely both of those snaps are going to be on theme, especially if you're later in the challenge and you're pushing for 4K. You're very likely to pop up against other good photos at that point. So how do you beat them? Well, lighting is a big part of that. And one of the main things I use is the sunset time of day. And there's a lot of people here in my community that have, you know, that have fully committed to using this all the time. This is how this same scene looks with daytime lighting, right? It's completely different. The beauty factor has been completely nerfed. Now, if you move the sun around, you can get better lighting. Like, you know, this is all right. You want your shadow, the shadow of your avatar, going behind your avatar. You want the light hitting your avatar, and you want the light hitting the front of your scene. But the beauty level you get with the sunset time of day, like, look at how rich the colors became. Look at how good the saturation is. And this is with no adjustments. This is with no saturation slider, no highlight slider, nothing. This is just the natural lighting. You can make this even more beautiful from there by adjusting focus, you know, kicking up saturation a tiny bit, you know, elevating things like highlight if you wanted to. There are all kinds of things to elevate the beauty level of your snap. But it starts with lighting. Now, that doesn't mean you always have to use sunset. So, for example, you know, if you're in the midday lighting here, you're going to need to choose a midday lighting level where the sun is hitting your build. So we don't want to do this, right? Everything's covered in shadow. All the colors are nerfed. It's not going to stand out as good in voting. But here for midday, this isn't too bad, but it doesn't have the beauty factor of a sunset shot like this. And again, I mean a sunset shot with the sun in... Okay, it's going to start thunderstorming. Great. There we go. The sun actually in the back of the photo. So we're not talking about capturing a sunset like this, which you can do if you're very good with the camera tool. But we're talking about using the sunset like this, like a giant spotlight. So if you're not at the sunset time of day, like maybe you're midday like this, you can still get a good beauty factor, you know, adjusting your saturation. You'll have to play with things a bit more to have the same. And it's not just about what's beautiful to everybody. It's more or less what comes down to, it's the average voters, you know. The average voter, if you look at Dreamsnap results regularly like I do, you know, every week with every challenge, when I get my results, I share my Dreamsnap online on Facebook, and then I get tons of comments of people sharing their snaps and their results. I get more people sharing their snaps and their results in Discord and on stream. So I consistently can see what is performing well on average. There are always outliers. There's always going to be snaps that don't have these things that still get 4K. Maybe they have a really cool concept. They got the right voters. Maybe they popped up against random selfies. You know, but we're talking about averages here. We're talking about what is the safest thing to give the voters to have a good shot at 4K. And when it comes down to that, they love to eat up well-lit, well-saturated shots. Especially shots where you have like this good light reflective property coming off of the domes here. Like the sun is setting, this golden light is bouncing off the agrabah walls. You know, we have the fireflies, we have the aurora, we have all these beauty factors. And if you don't have all these things, that's fine, but you still want to use that sunset time of day if you can. If you're not using the sunset time of day, again, you're going to want to bump up your saturation. You're going to want to, you know, fiddle with your settings to try to get more color into the photo, because you're going to be competing with shots like this. Like, these are the shots that are consistently getting 4K, and that's your competition. So you got to keep that in mind when it comes to getting 4K. So if this were to pop up against the right things, it could, anyone that does the theme, Like, if you just do the theme, you can get 4K because you might pop up against random selfies. You might pop up against quest photos. So any Dreamsnap submission that just does the theme, not only can it get 4K, it can land in the top 5. We've seen it. We've seen on multiple occasions. I have some of those pictures saved. Photos that had almost nothing in them that just did the theme wound up in the top 3 public snaps. That's happened a handful of times. So how does that happen? Well, they just pop up against snaps they're better than. You know, they won their votes. That's the only way to get there is winning your votes. So if you pop up against, you know, quest photos or selfies that have nothing to do with the theme, you're going to win the vote every time. But you can't rely on that, you know. You need to plan to be able to be competitive to beat the other good snaps if you want to stay in 4K and if you want to get 4K consistently. So the first thing I notice here is that we have the, you know, this one, it's the midday lighting, not sunset, and there's no light hitting your scene. So the sun seems to be off to the right because I can see a light shadow here from your fountain. If anything, it's like midday. It's like right above you and a little to the right because we can see the light on top of the domes here. And we can also see everything is lit at the top like the pool. But, you know, the sides of the walls, the sides of the cactus, none of it is lit. None of it has good lighting. Here it's a little bit better. Your sun is now off to the left a little bit. We can trace the shadow from this T set. But still a lot of shading on the walls. Here, a little better, kind of the same as this one, but with villagers. So this one is the best so far. And then the night one. So when you do a nighttime snap, there's certain ways you want to approach it to really make it work. Night can be a little bit trickier, and it's not as popular with voters. What makes night successful, and I've got a lot of 4K nighttime shots, there's just a certain way you want to approach night to be safe. Now, again, even a shot like this that doesn't have that many of those elements can still get 4K if it pops up against the right things. There's exceptions to every rule because of the voting system. You never know what you're going to pop up against. But what typically works well with a night shot is having really good lighting, even at night. Just because it's nighttime doesn't mean you want your shot to be dim and dark and dull. So if you look at this shot, this was for the Until Midnight transformation. We have starlight projectors on the side. There's light pulling in from these giant gazebos. We have the light from the moon. We have all this light from these firework features. We have light from the Cinderella Castle. And then we have the boosted character lighting on, you know, the avatar and the 2 characters. And you'll see that with pretty much all of my successful night shots, that's kind of the approach I take. You got to take advantage of the night. So the night makes everything darker, but because of that, anything that puts off light is going to be more of a spectacle at night. So you can create silhouettes with blue lights, like back here. You know, we use blue street lights to have a silhouette behind the superhero house. We have glowing items like the Ancient Vacuum, or this Inside Out item here, or the Time Cores, you know, the Incredible Spike, TV monitors, lightning, the Aurora, the moon. So there's a certain way to approach night shots and day shots. If you want to be competitive, that is. If you're aiming for 1500 or 1200, you don't have to do these things. So you have the Aurora, which puts off some light, and you've boosted your character lighting. And we have a little light here. But if you're going to do nighttime, you know, adding street lights into your... Because, like, let's look back here, for example. You know, you have this gateway. And there's, like, a little canopy here, but we can't really see anything in here. It's not giving us any beauty. What if you put streetlights back here and had a silhouette glow coming out of this archway? You know, what if you put streetlights behind the house and you had a beautiful glow around the house? What if you put starlight projectors or more glowing items around your cactus garden? You know, that's what you would need to do at night. You can't really just boost the character lighting and expect that to be enough to compete for 4K. The Aurora is pretty, but again, night is trickier. So if you're not adept at working with night, and you're also not consistently getting 4K, start with the sunset lighting. Start with this. This is a great place to start learning because it's a very consistent place. I use sunset lighting 90% of the time. If the theme calls for nighttime or something else, then I'll do that. But most of the time, if I'm outside, I'm going to be using the sun as a big projector. Now, there is a right way to do this. You can't just run off to a floating island and start building before you drop a single item, you want to go to the sunset time of day, and you want to line your sun up with your shot. That way the light is coming into your shot. This will not work if you're setting up your shot with the sun off to the right. Like, let's say this was going to be my sunset shot. That doesn't work here. My character is not lit. We have a lot of shadows, and that's because the sun is off to the right of the scene, right? You got to look at the sun like it's a giant photo spotlight. It's the best light in this entire game when it comes to dream snaps, and you'll get your best light quality at sunset. So I think that's the big thing we need to focus on with your snap here is your lighting. And unfortunately, you can't really just change that, you know, because of where, you know, depending on where you built this. If you go to sunset, the sun might be off to the right or off to the left or in the background of your shot. And having the sunset in the background of your shot can work as well, but that's just like nighttime. You need to play up, you're going to have a lot of shadows. You're going to need to play up different light elements to make the dream snap still appear beautiful with the sunset captured. That's a little bit more technical. That's why you should start with sunset lighting. Aside from that, you know, you always want to fill out the corners of your submissions. I like that you have the T set here filling out the bottom left corner, but the bottom right corner is empty. You know, more flowers or items there would be really nice. Out of the shots you have, this one's probably the best right now, but you know, I think this will have an uphill battle for 4K. You'd want to move this T set over a little bit, you know, have it fill out that bottom left-hand corner. Maybe get some flowers in this bottom right-hand corner. You can add the aurora to this just because it's daytime. Doesn't mean you can't, you know, do something fun and beautiful with the sky. But yeah, out of your current options, this one's the best because it has the best lighting and you have some villager presence. You have some foreground elements. It just needs a little bit more. But for your future snaps, and if you have time for this one, I would rebuild using the sunset lighting. But again, the sun must be behind the camera for that to actually be functional. Half God said, yo, yo, yo. That's my senpai impression. Love to see, man. Hey, what's up, Half God? Welcome back. Welcome back. Alrighty. Next up, we have Sunshone here. Good lighting, Sunshone. Good lighting. So one with the snake pose as well. Okay. So we got 2 shots with the walking stick and 1 with the snake. For the Raya set, I like the walking stick more, but I would definitely go with the one where you have a little bit of smile. Keep in mind, you know, expressive avatars are good. Seeing a smile makes the picture a bit more beautiful a lot of the times. Now, if you're making a stoic or serious character, you can, you know, if it has some kind of storytelling element, you don't have to do this. But most of the time, you know, you want to try to play up the avatar's beauty, and that's going to be a lot easier to do with a smile. If you were here yesterday, you know, there are some poses where the smile looks wonky or weird. You're going to want to avoid those. But you'll see in a lot of my snaps, you know, I'm playing up the avatar's beauty.
Notice me, senpai.
Hey,
Notice
hey!
me.
Thank you, Bobs. Much appreciated, Bobs. Bobs with big 500 bits here. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Very kind of you, my friend. Very kind. You want to play up the beauty of the avatar, and getting some expressive nature from them is very good. You'll see that I do that a lot in my snaps. There's usually a little bit of a grin or a smile. You know, a little angle of storytelling with the pose. So, yeah, out of your shots here, I think this one is the best. Now, another thing I recommend here, if you're going to use the tornado kind of close up here, I would try to get a little bit more of a firefly presence around it, even if you have to move this fountain back a little bit for that, because the, you know, these sand tornadoes have these little gold speckles, which are really pretty. Good beauty factor, but they're very mild. You can play those up better by getting some fireflies around the tornadoes. It's very cool. Now, I like the tents as well, but the areas in front of them are very empty here. And I also don't recommend just leaving a lot of your sand empty if it is a walkway. Like, you have a castle wall behind you. Why not have some sandstone path behind you leading up to that castle wall? That'll help you add more detail into your shot here. And then you can put things outside of this tent. You know, maybe a little crate, little basket, little jar. Like you have a table here with a lantern, but nothing kind of around the tent. Now, this tent, you did put rugs here. Like, let's do something similar with this one. Hey, thank you, thank you. Bobs with the dono as well. Much Much appreciated, my friend.
Thank you for being so committed to our dream snaps that you streamed for 8.5 hours yesterday. You're the real MVP.
Oh my god, dude. I can't believe how long we streamed yesterday. It's been a long time. Dude, my back was killing me after that. I usually don't, you know, because before that, I was on my computer. I made the member exclusive video for YouTube, and I wrote more of the script for the new Dreamsnap guide. So I had been, like, I spent over, like, 14 hours on my PC yesterday. It was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. So yeah, that was a long one. And thank you for the dono there, Bobs. That is very kind of you. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Goal number 161 today. We hit 160 consecutive goals yesterday, so that's huge. Ash said, I'm so tired. I've been dragging ass all day. Yeah, you can probably tell I'm pretty tired. Being up as late as I was last night really threw my schedule off a bit. Amanda says, do you have a preference on symmetrical or non-symmetrical shot? Or maybe it doesn't matter? It's really about beauty factor, Amanda. Now, subconsciously, humans are drawn to symmetry. They do like symmetry. Symmetry performs well on average, but you do not have to do symmetry. Plenty of shots get 4K that are not symmetrical. It really just comes down to beauty and what the average voter finds beautiful. Symmetrical shots are popular, though, so it is a good route to consider. But it's not something you have to do every week. You know, I do symmetrical shots here and there. It just depends on the build I'm making. But I wouldn't put too much stock into it, you know. Just focus on beauty. And if, you know, if symmetry plays into what you're doing, yeah, sure. It can go over very well. It can go over very well. So yeah, Sunshine, some more details in your build is the main thing you need. You know, details in front of this tent. Some sandstone path leading back in between the tents would be very nice. And then I see you're using the Agrabah wall, but you're using just the straight part of it. Why aren't you using the towers? You have the sunset lighting. The thing with the towers, look at how beautiful they are. So you have the walls. That means you own this whole set. Why not use some of these golden towers? Because when you have the sunset lighting, look at how beautiful they are with how they reflect this light. The light bounces off these golden domes. It's kind of a missed opportunity that when you built your wall, you only used one piece of the wall kit, and it's just the straight one. That's like the only one you used at all. So why not get some golden, you know, towers in here? Because those are going to have a great beauty factor. You know, add some diversity to your wall. Don't just use the same piece throughout your entire photo. Let's diversify it a little bit. Let's get a better beauty factor. So yeah, that's what you should focus on here. And then if you have the Aurora, that can be a really nice way to fill out more of your skyline. So in closing, getting some fireflies around the tornado here, getting some of those golden towers built into this wall, getting some details around these tents, and getting a nice garden stone path leading back towards the wall. Even if we don't get to see the whole path, like just seeing a little bit of it stick out behind you would be enough. It's going to be more detail. And you can add other things to these empty pockets like sandworms or, you know, just like random little odds and ends. You don't have to fill out this entire zone, but just getting a little bit of detail in here, voters tend to appreciate that. All right, next up. Sapphire. Okay, very pretty pose. Good beauty factor. I really like the spacing of the droids and of Mike here. Great foreground elements with the flowers here. The glass flowers, the pitcher plants, the birds of paradise. This all looks really good. I like the little spaceship here. We have the Tatooine house, but it's definitely not a Tatooine build because there's a lot of vegetation and plants. My favorite builds to see for the Tatooine direction are like more of a... I really like seeing people do the challenging build with Tatooine. Something like this I feel like is a lot easier to do with the Tatooine building, you know, in sense of getting votes, because this is what voters like. They just like pretty and colorful. But yesterday we saw some Tatooine builds that were incredible, where it actually felt like Tatooine. And as a Star Wars enthusiast, like, that's what I love to see. But the average voter will probably like this more, to be fair. They'll probably like stuff like this way more. But for me as a Star Wars fan, I know if I'm choosing between two Tatooine shots, I'm definitely going to lean towards the one without vegetation. But I can't speak for all the Star Wars fans, you know. it really just comes down to like each individual person. And the average voter is actually going to like your shot, I think, a lot. If I can find... I don't know if we still have them saved from yesterday. We had some really, really cool Tatooine scenes where they intentionally made sure not to have like a lot of green, a lot of vegetation, and they focused on playing up the elements of Tatooine, which I would be more inclined to vote for a photo like this because this is the hard thing to do. Like if you're going to use the Tatooine house, like building an actual Tatooine desert is not easy because we don't have the best items for it. I mean, sure, you can add flowers and cactuses and trees, but at that point, like, why not just do a different build, you know? But yeah, it is very beautiful. It is very beautiful. I think this will definitely get 4K. And the spacing of the villagers is very nice. BB-8 looks super cute behind the fruit baskets here. We got the new Fennec Fox. We got R2. I talked about how good Mike Wazowski is to use for, you know, any kind of Star Wars build. I think that's going to be really fun. The Corona Castle, a lot of people use that because it has like a sandstone kind of architecture to it. And a very beautiful pose. So I think the beauty factor here is incredibly strong. So this will very likely get 4K. But it's definitely not my favorite from the Tatooine shots for sure. But yeah, I definitely think this should do very well. I think this will, like I said, I would be super surprised if this didn't get 4K. And I get the idea of mixing Naboo in there, but at that point, you know, like I said, I think it's more of a challenge to make a beautiful Tatooine. It's not too difficult to make the picture pretty if you mix Naboo into it. But I can still respect it, you know. I like the concept. I like the way you layered the trees here. At the end of the day, what I'm getting at here is that it's not my favorite Tatooine concept. I saw Tatooine concepts yesterday that I was completely in love with, and I would much, you know, I doubt you're going to pop up against them much because there's not many of them. But I would most likely vote for those over this, but I think the average voter would actually choose this most of the time because it's going to have a really good beauty factor. But yeah, very, very pretty snap, very good pose, very good spacing of villagers, great detail, the nice little Agrabah carpet down here. The aurora is very nice. So you got your sky detail, and you got like the floating rocks over here. Loads of good detail and great aesthetics. But yeah, when it comes down to it, there's a more challenging approach you can take if you want to do Tatooine. But I understand not wanting to do that challenge. I get it, I get it. Alright, Bunny is next. But yeah, for this one, I don't think you need to change anything, by the way. Just keep it how it is. I think you're very safe with this submission. Unless you get a bunch of Star Wars nerds like me. And, you know, they prefer, like, the other, you know, the more Tatooine. But I doubt that's going to happen. Okay, so we got a Genie cosplay. Very interesting. Starting to have a lot of fun with these snaps because of your advice. Thank you for any input. Okay. So we have a little Agrabah Palace build. We have the Moroccan Fountain, Aladdin, Jafar, and you in the style of Genie. That's very cool. One thing I think you should be doing here for sure is using the sunset time of day. Where you are, it actually works perfectly. If I head over there right now, and you would have much better lighting. This is something we talk about like all the time. And you'll see most very talented players do this, you know. Most players that are consistent. I mean, look at this photo. This is the sunset time of day. This is exactly what I mean. This player knows what they're doing. They know how to build a good foreground. They know how to layer their photo. You know, you have foreground, midground, and background. They know how to make sure their sky is detailed. They know how to present their avatar. They know how to space out their companions. They know exactly what they're doing. And what time of day are they using? That's right. The same time of day I keep asking a lot of people to consider, sunset. But they're not putting the sun in the photo. So, you know, we also see that sunset lighting here, which is very pretty. But daytime, the midday lighting just has a really hard time comparing to the level of beauty you're going to get with the sunset lighting. So, in the shot we have here, It's a little rainy. Disregard the little swirling sands here. I was playing around with them earlier. But look at the lighting you can get in this spot. The sun's going to be right there. And you're going to get this lush, warm sandstone color. Like all along the sands here. You're going to get it on the Cave of Wonders. So with where you are, Bunny, I'm really surprised you're not using that. Like, look at all the shadow you're getting on your build. Like, you have all this shadow here, all this shade here. There's all this shadow hitting your Cave of Wonders. There's no light hitting your, really lighting up your build in the back. And also, I mentioned this yesterday, when you build with the wall pieces, you don't want these abrupt endings. I'm not sure why people do this. If you can hide it if you want to do that, but like there's no point to just having the wall end. There are end pieces for the wall they're made for the end, so you don't have to have this weird straight cutoff that looks like a laser beam went through it, Like you don't have to do this. There's pieces of the wall built for you to end the wall. So things like that I would definitely fix. Now it's kind of in the back, so hopefully it would be a little bit unnoticed if you didn't, but then we have it right here as well. So why are we using this piece right here where we just get this flat angle? Why aren't we using the piece, like I actually set this up right over here. Like, notice how we don't get a weird flat drop on this? It's because we're using the pieces of the wall, that are made to end the wall. And if you hit your right stick in, you can look for similar items. You don't even have to go back into your furniture. So if you're looking for a piece to end the wall, or if you're going to end the wall, you can always take, a piece like this, and you can face the wall end away. Now we can't see it, But if you wanted to do your wall to where it comes up to the Cave of Wonders here, you could just have it like this. And then you can build a wall back here that goes back and then goes around. But I would definitely try to like use the wall structure as intended. Like it's designed in a way to where you don't have to have these weird ridges, like these flat zones. That's going to make your snap feel more clean. It's going to make it feel more thought out. And yeah, that's not going to matter much if you pop up against random selfies, but that's the thing, when it comes to Dream Snaps, it's getting more competitive. Good snaps that deserve 4K are getting 1,500 now. Snaps that I would, in the past, have assumed, yeah, that's guaranteed. They're getting 1,500. They're getting 2,500. Because snaps are tougher. So when you pop up against those other good photos, these details and how much thought you put into your scene building is going to matter. You clearly put a lot of thought into your avatar presentation. I love the idea of cosplaying the genie and having, the Aladdin characters around. That's a really fun idea. I would love to see you take that same energy and apply it to the way you decorate as well. Because you're putting all this thought into how you present your avatar, but not much thought into how you present your walls. Put that energy into everything. Put that energy into the way you build your scene, the time of day you use, the way you construct your wall sets, the way you display your lighting, all of it. Just having a fun concept isn't enough anymore. It's not enough. It needs to be as beautiful as possible. And you really got to impress voters. Again, very cool concept, Bunny. Very cool, very cool. You're in the perfect place to do sunset, though. You're in the perfect place. If you switch this over to sunset, you're going to get way better lighting. Maybe you should drop the aurora behind the castle to get some nice color in your sky. You can also use fireflies. The foreground over here on the bottom right is completely empty. You do have some flowers on the bottom left, so good job there. But again, talented players, what you're up against to get 4K. Like, this is your competition. This is probably the best snap we've seen today. It might not be my favorite in terms of Tatooine builds, but in terms of beauty, we haven't seen anything this beautiful yet. Notice how well they filled out their corners. I talk about this so much. Yet, I see the same snaps over and over that just ignore it. I don't understand that, you know? Like, at this point, if you've been watching us do the reviews for a while, that should be drilled into your head, you know? Foreground is so important when it comes to beauty. Imagine this same photo without these flowers. Imagine this same photo without these fruit baskets or these glass flowers or these candles. Take all of this away. And this photo, the beauty here would be decreased by like 30%. It's the layering that makes it so good. It's just like in professional photography. If you're going to go out and take a picture of a beautiful space, you're usually going to have some kind of foreground elements in that photo. You're going to try to structure it that way. At its core, every Dreamsnap challenge is a photo challenge, right? So again, what I recommend for you, Bunny, is take the same energy you're putting into your concept here, which obviously you're putting thought into what you want to do, which is great. Apply that to how you're making your build as well. You know, don't just place items and say, all right, I did it. You know, I can get 4K. Maybe if you pop up against the right stuff, but you need to be competitive. You know, you need to be able to contend with other snaps. You might not need to be this good to get 4K, but you do need to be a little bit stronger than this. Again, concept is very good. Let's try sunset lighting instead. Let's develop the foreground. Do not keep your corners empty. You know, flowers, all kinds of fun things, baskets, fruits, crates, all kinds of tables with items on them. There's so much you can do for foreground. There's like limitless possibilities. And then let's fix these walls. You know, put some thought and time into how you're going to structure your little castle build. And make sure you don't leave areas exposed and empty. You know, getting some good detail in there is going to be nice. You got a great start to a snap here. You know, if you follow those metrics, if you build up your foreground, if you get better lighting, if you add more details, maybe if you decorate your sky a little bit with fireflies or the aurora, this would have a really good chance to get 4K even if you pop up against good shots, because you have a fun concept and you'll have beauty. That's what you need. You need both. Anerida is next. Wow, very pretty Anerida, very pretty. Great beauty factor here. I love the jasmine flower behind you. Also getting that Eternity Isle orb right behind you for this like blue magical swirl around the avatar. Very cool. Good storytelling angle with Aladdin here, the way he's looking at you with his hands open. Very fun. Jasmine here looking beautiful as always. And you built this in the meadow. Very cool. That way you could use the stairs leading to Aladdin's home. And great job with the castle walls here. Notice how there's no, you know, this is what I mean. This is the competition. This is what you're up against if you want 4K. Notice how none of these walls just abruptly end in a flat line. Notice how they're all structured and built properly. Little details like that are going to matter when you match up against photos like this. Because people are going to have to look at both and they're going to have to say, okay, which one put in more time? Which one put in more effort? Which one has more beauty? And they're going to go with the one that's the better choice 9 times out of 10. If it's a little kid that is like, oh my God, I like animals and this one has a fox, then yeah, you know, maybe it doesn't matter. But most of the time it does, you know. So beauty and theme are very important. Very good job on this Anerida. Pretty strong vignette border. But it does kind of tone down these lanterns up here. Makes them feel a bit more ethereal, which is fun. We got the fireflies through the sky, the aurora. And you're using the new sand path. Pretty fun that you made this in the meadow of all places, you know? A desert build in the meadow and plaza. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Good foreground elements, too. We have the cactus blooms, some ferns. You know, look at those corners. You know, Anerida knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. Look at how well these corners are filled out. You know? Look at that sunset lighting. Pretty much everything I've been talking about. You see it here. You see it for yourself. You know, you see why this works so well. It's so good for the beauty factor. Now, I don't know why, but it looks like you have vampire teeth. I'm not sure if that's just glitching. if that tooth is just like glitched out, but the vampire teeth feel is kind of weird, but it might just be the game bugging out. But it looks like you got vampire teeth. I don't know why. But yeah, very cool. And look at the silhouette plays here too. You know, putting these green lampposts behind the sand fountains to draw attention to them. Another good play. You can see the same thing over here on this side. Yeah, very nice narrative, very nice, beautiful scene. Very interesting to see it here in the meadow. The only thing I would love to see here, but I'm not sure where you could even put it, would be swirling sands. You have pretty much everything else, except, yeah, sand dunes and swirling sands. I like to add everything the challenge references, but you don't have to. You really don't. At the end of the day, you need to make a desert haven. Like, that's the goal. But if the challenge says golden dunes, cactus flowers, blue skies, and swirling sands, I'm gonna go out of my way to have all those things. And the swirling sands are very cool for this. They're very beautiful. There's some really fun things you can do with them. But like I said, I'm not sure where you would put them. You could stick them in the back in the plaza and have them kind of stretching out into the frame. Like, they can be really cool, but, you know, you definitely don't have to use them. They are pretty neat. All right. Varda is next. Very pretty. Great lighting here. Beautiful sunset lighting. Another fantastic snap. Wow, you've had some good ones. Yeah, great lighting, great saturation, great outfit. Love the glowing here with the necklace. Now, the earrings are... these feel a lot more like Native American inspired to me. The necklace I think you can get away with because it kind of gets buried in the woven shirt. And I know these earrings kind of match the necklace. But you have like the kind of Agrabah themed bottom. And the jasmine hair. I feel like there might be better earrings to use here. But I don't think you need to worry about it too much. They're still very pretty. They got a good color pattern for this. But there are other good options. Good timing on the shot, getting the water shooting up here. One thing I do think would look a little bit better is kind of staggering your lily pads a little bit so they feel a bit more natural. I think dropping them all in a straight row like this makes them feel a little forced. So I'll show you what I mean. I prefer seeing them a bit more scattered and natural. I think it makes them feel a bit more beautiful because then it's not just like a repetitive line of the same item over and over. Instead, you kind of mix them up a little bit, and I think that genuinely looks better. And that's what I see most people do with them, but I'm using the same ones in these fountains, and I just have them kind of staggered and spread out throughout the fountain, and because of that, it has a really great natural feel to it. And I honestly think that looks better because you don't tire of seeing like one after the other, after the other, after the other. The way you spread them out, you get to appreciate the water a little bit more because the water in these fountains is beautiful, but you're hiding a lot of it. The lilies are beautiful too, but you kind of want a balance of both. So I don't think you need quite that many lilies, and I wouldn't do them in a straight line because you'll get more beauty out of these fountains and out of these lilies if you're a bit more sparing with them. But I don't think that's going to matter much. The beauty factor on this is really good. I think that'll only matter if you come up against really good competitive snaps. And this will beat most of what you pop up against, I think. Good position for Aladdin and Jasmine. Oh, and speaking of Aladdin and Jasmine, for you guys using them, like for you, Bunny, I would consider attaching, unless you're using Magic Carpet for something, I would consider attaching Magic Carpet to Aladdin or Jasmine here. I actually, since I'm cosplaying Jasmine in my shot, you'll see I have carpet flying by over here on the right-hand side. And then we have Aladdin on the left-hand side to balance it. And I had another shot where, and I do have a tilt on this too. But I have another shot where carpet is kind of in the middle, catching really good light. But I didn't like that he's blocking my fountain. I do kind of like him here. But I prefer him, you know, balancing out the side. So if you are going to use Aladdin and Jasmine, carpet is great. You know, he just flies around, and then you can catch him in like a little, you know, little animation. He can look really good. But he's a character to consider if you're doing the Agrabah approach. So, you know, bringing carpet in can be a great play. So I would consider that as well. He might fly behind you, and I think that would be really cool for your shot. So if we go back to your shot here, you have Jasmine here, Aladdin here, and if you attach carpet to Aladdin, he's kind of just going to go around this area, and he'll likely go right behind you. And if you get a great shot of him, like, kind of sweeping in behind you, that would look really cool. You can always give it a try, and if you manage to capture it, that's great. And if you don't, you can just keep what you have. Great job with the silhouette lights back here. If you have the Aurora, I do think that would be really pretty to add to your sky. Just get even more of a beauty factor. A lot of strong snaps this week are using it. It's never really a bad thing to use if you're showing sky. You know, it's a beautiful feature. It just adds a great element of beauty. So I think it would be pretty strong here as well. All right. We get Lisa's. We have Autumn Sweater. So we have 3 options. Is nighttime too risky? I really vibe with the cozy desert nights kind of theme this week. We've already talked about that. Nighttime is not inherently risky. I've got a lot of nighttime shots that have gotten 4K. You just need to be adept with your camera tool if you want to guarantee you're going to do well with a night shot. And on top of that, you know, you want to really play up the strengths of doing night. So, you know, the fireflies are great. The torches are great. The Aurora is going to be very strong. I would rotate the Aurora so it comes across more of your sky, though. And sunset is good when the sun hits your scene, but the problem, you've switched to sunset, but with where you've built this you're not getting optimal sunlight. So I won't get into all that. We've already talked about it. You know, if you want to use sunset, you need the sun behind the camera. That's what this player's doing. That's what this player's doing. That's what this player's doing. Look at their shadow. You see how it goes straight back? So they're using the sunset time of day, and the sun is casting light directly into their scene. You can't just go to sunset and expect the same effect, which is kind of what we have here. That's why your walls don't have much color. You do have good beauty here. You know, the Aurora, the fireflies, they're very pretty. And the sun is off to the right. It is hitting this marketplace over here on the left-hand side, but it's not hitting any of this. All of this is in the dark. All of this is in the dark. So that's why, you know, I mean, at this point, I would probably just go with what you originally built for, which is night. And hopefully it'll work out. But when when it comes to using the best lighting in the game, when it comes to using the sunset time of day lighting, you have to build for that. You can't just change your time and have this lighting. You have to set your scene up in front of where the sun sets. That's how it works. There is no way, if you build your scene and you don't take that in consideration, there's no way to just toggle to sunset and have it work. Unless you were lucky enough without knowing it to actually build right in front of where the sun was going to set. But with where you are, that's not the case. The sun in the Glittering Dunes here, it sets off to the right from where you are. So the sun is way up here. That's why all of this is dark. All of this is dark. You get some great color and lighting on the left-hand side, and you do have some great sunlight hitting this tower in particular. And that is beautiful. You know, the fireflies are beautiful. You got good light hitting this tree. But you're going to be up against, you know, if you pop up against shots like this that are actually using sun shots to their full potential, it's going to be tough to outperform them because voters really love this. They love well-lit photos. They love vibrant photos. And a lot of people vote fast and they vote on small screens. And if two photos pop up next to each other and one has proper lighting and one does not, which one stands out more right away? So let's say hypothetically, I'm a fast voter. I just submit selfies every week. I don't care. And I'm just logging on to get my 50 moonstones. And then I'm going to dip out once I get those 50 moonstones from voting. I'm not going to enlarge photos. I don't even care about my own snap, so why would I care about yours, right? So I'm going to come in here, and I'm just going to click on the photo I think is better. So when I come in here, which photo is going to catch my attention and most likely capture my vote? This one. Look at the lighting. Look at the colors. This is competitive. This is a competitive snap. And not just this one, but many of the other ones we saw. So in your case, since you built for nighttime, I would stick with nighttime because unfortunately, unless you were to rebuild your entire scene, there's not much of a benefit of you switching to sunset here because it's still going to be pretty dark. You'll have some nice pretty color and light on the side. Now on the bright side, night is not inherently risky. Voters like bright and saturated and beautiful, but when you use nighttime, you just got to use it the right way. So when making a night photo, you need character lighting, you need highlight, you need saturation. You need to make sure you still have good color and vibrancy, just like with a day shot. So you got to play up the strengths of the nighttime. So using items that put off light or glow, like these orbs, RIP Vitalis lanterns, they don't work right anymore. The Well of Souls, lanterns back here, silhouettes on the tree line, glowing mushrooms, luminescent flowers. The moon itself is a great light source. We have all these different lighting elements. So night is not just like inherently bad. It's just more technical. Ultimately, you could just do a night shot that doesn't have all these elements and it might still do well if you pop up against shots you can beat. But again, it's getting more competitive. And in order for a night shot to be competitive, it needs to really play up the strength of night. And that strength would be that lighting elements are going to be way more prominent in a night scene. So things like the aurora, things that put off a glow, silhouette walls, monitors, lanterns, candles, the moon, buildings. All these things at night are going to play a huge role in your performance. So, all of these night shots we're looking at right now got 4K. So you can definitely do well with a night shot. This one was the Master of Disguise challenge, where we were supposed to hide our avatar. So I'm spying on Ursula, and I'm right here. And I used nighttime because it looked like bubbles. I wanted it to look like I was under the sea. But we still got a lot of beauty in the shot because we're using luminescent trees and blue street lights and the purple glowing witch cauldron and glowing coral and these glowing rocks here and these light blue lamps and these bubbles which give off this pink light. So we have all these different light elements to make sure this photo still pops. It's still nice and visible. And I have another very big recommendation for anybody here that wants to do night. There is one setting in particular that is incredibly useful at nighttime. And I'm going to show you what that is right now. So if you want a night shot to have, the same competitiveness of a day shot, you're still going to want color and you're still going to want light. So as you can see here going tonight, it's very dark right here. What we're going to use is highlight. Look at how much this transforms the entire scene. And that's boosted up to max there. So this is normal. This is with the highlight. Another thing you can do to make it even brighter is restrict the vignette. The vignette is on by default. You might not know that, but this is how the vignette always looks. We can actually lower it. This is default, but we can just take it back a little bit. Now we have this very bright and colorful scene. And from there, we can get more color by playing up saturation. That way, items we drop are still going to be colorful. But yeah, huge difference there. And then if you play with lighting elements on top of that, you know, like look at how good the aurora looks right now. Look at how thick the aurora is. It's way thicker and bolder than normal because we boosted highlight, we've adjusted saturation, and we haven't even touched light bloom yet. Like we could make that even brighter. But also look how bright the lights are on the building. Now if we made silhouettes as well and we added some glowing elements, we could really amplify the beauty factor of this snap. So night shots can be just as good, it's just more technical. That's why I recommend sunset so much for people that are very clearly not consistently getting 4K. You know, they're trying to be consistent about it. Maybe they get it every once in a while. Sunset is just the best place to start for most of your snaps. It's a great angle to approach from if you're trying to get your bearings. Yeah, I use it all the time still. But I also make, you know, night shots and midday shots. I make all kinds of shots. Most of the time I use sunset because it's just superior. But yeah, you can do night. You can do night. And again, with where you are, Autumn, I wouldn't really bother with the sunset because you got to be in the right place for that. You can't just change your slider and have it work. You got to build your scene around sunset for it to work. So what you can do here, first and foremost, you got these sand dunes in your corner. You need foreground elements. You can't just have sand down here. You need something in your corners. Again, look at the competitive snaps, right? You see how this one has like cactuses and ferns? This one, this is a masterfully crafted foreground. Look at the layering of the glass flowers, the pitcher plants, the birds of paradise, the clay jars, the fruits. You need to fill the corners of your scene. So smaller, shorter items in the front corners, and then medium items in the back, and then tall items behind that for your backdrop. I know you have sand dunes here, but they're not really doing you any favors. They have no beauty factor. The sand dune is good as like something in the back, you know, back left, back right, but not in the foreground. And lastly, I did see that you added some lily pads to your fountain here, which is great. Just don't be this heavy with them. I wouldn't completely fill up the fountain. The fountain is very beautiful on its own. So maybe use the singular lily pads. If you don't have the orange ones, just use the singular purple ones. Kind of scatter a few of them throughout. But I wouldn't fill up the entire pond. But yeah, I think you should go with the nighttime unless you feel like rebuilding the entire scene around sunset. Bob's Star Wars or Jasmine? Okay, so we got this one. And this one. It's okay if not. I don't want to start a trend, but I did retake this and add some characters and more pizzazz to my Star Wars build, if you wouldn't mind. It would keep it till 3 photos. Yeah, you're good if you want to add it to the post. Bob's, I'll take a look at it. I love the Star Wars one, but afraid mixing Tatooine and Naboo would make fans mad. I mean, the way I see it is, that's, you know, as a Star Wars fan myself, like, this isn't really the Tatooine kind of scene I would want to see. So, I don't know if it would make them mad, per se. I would still likely vote for it if it's better than the photo it's up against. But, if it popped up against a Tatooine photo like the ones we saw yesterday that felt like an authentic Tatooine, I respect the hustle for that. I respect how much harder it is to make that beautiful. So a voter like me would be more inclined to vote for an authentic Tatooine shot versus a beautified Tatooine shot, considering Tatooine is a hive of scum and villainy, and, you know, I freaking love Star Wars. The idea of actually seeing a realistic Tatooine build is really cool to me. So I would really respect them if they popped up. But again, that's only really going to matter if you pop up against another Tatooine shot, and they're pretty rare. So I don't think you need to worry about that too much if you want to go with this one. Even the Star Wars fans, I think they're going to ultimately vote for whichever one they like more between the two photos. Now, if you popped up against an authentic Tatooine shot, you know, I feel like yeah, you could lose the vote there from a Star Wars fan. You know, for me personally, like I said, I know how hard it is to build a good Tatooine scene, so I would be more inclined to vote for the person that tried, rather than beautifying it, you know, but I don't think it's going to matter that much. Jin, thank you for the 300, my friend. Much appreciated already. Almost halfway for the goal. Let's go, let's go. I'm such a Star Wars fan, I had multiple tattoos, but I'm trying to make it pretty for voters because I'm still salty about last week. I would add Wally and Eve and Flynn and Mike. I didn't think to add them until yesterday's stream. However, I've seen at least 5 versions of my Jasmine photo to the point that I thought I submitted for yesterday and obviously didn't. And saw one and thought, oh my god, did I submit? And had to check my photo. Whichever advice is appreciated, I tweak either one. Emotionally, I want to go with the Star Wars one, though, even if I change the outfit. All right, so this is the new one. Okay, very cool, very cool. Yeah, Mike's very fun here. Thanks so much from Tatooine made it to Naboo. I'm a huge fan, but I can't risk it. Yeah. Yeah, the characters are really fun. Do you have BB-8? I think BB-8's really cute. I'd probably try to use BB-8 here. Now for the Jasmine one. I don't know. I haven't seen any quite like this. Now, Jasmine, this outfit is very popular. And I think this pose, the B pose, is very popular. But if you change that, if you found a different way to pose, I mean, you have a lot of elements here that aren't in other shots. I wouldn't use the walls like this. Like, I wouldn't use the flat sections. I think this would look a lot better, you know, if the walls were sealed, even if it was further back. Plus, it was further back, you could put some fun things around it. But I always avoid flat walls. I think we talked about that on the Cozy Dream submission as well. I like the mix of the lilies and the pawns. I don't know. There's a lot of things with your Jasmine shot that's very different from the other ones I've seen. I think what's similar is the shot of Aladdin and Jasmine, like the pose. If you were to alter that, you would be different. Now this one's really fun. I like the sand swirl down here at the base. Yo, Harley, thank you for the resub, my friend. Thank you. And yeah, the odds of you popping up against other Naboo shots I don't think are too big. I do kind of like the smaller avatar here. Like, I kind of like that we're able to see more of your build. I know voters like a little closer, though. And I get the idea of wanting to add more color. But I think the garden stone is going to work perfectly here. If you want more color, instead of using the crystal stones, because this... I think this could still feel very Star Wars-esque, even with the plants. Kind of like, like this one, this is not the kind of Tatooine shot I would hope to see, but it works very well still, and it's very beautiful, and it has good color diversity, and I think this will definitely get 4K. I think for your additional color, I wouldn't rely on anything too whimsical, like the crystal pathway here, or this celestial fountain either, because while it is kind of a space vibe, I don't think it's the best for like an alien planet kind of vibe, because it doesn't really fit the rest of the architecture at all. So like the celestial pond and the crystals, I think they bring the photo down a little bit for the sake of adding even more color. You got plenty of color here. If you're going to add plants to your Naboo villa, you're going to have plenty of color, more than a lot of other Naboo shots. I think if you want to get more color in, instead of working up the crystal angle, have some fun flowers in the foreground. Glass flowers, birds of paradise, cactus blooms, pitcher plants. And then, I would either use rugs or garden stones. So, like, the Agrabah rugs work really good for a desert feel. And then also, if you have BB-8, I think BB-8 is going to be really good to use. And I would also consider Wally over Eve. Wally feels more like a droid. You know what I mean? Like, Eve is like a bit too polished and clean for Star Wars. She feels like hyper futuristic. Whereas the droids in Star Wars, you know, they're clankers. You know what I mean? So, like, I feel like Wally, you know, he feels a little bit more like a clanker. I would throw him in here. But yeah, I would likely tone down the whimsical colors a little bit. And I would play up some great desert blooms, cactus flowers, glass flowers especially. I think if you want to get more color in your scene, that would look way better. And then you can use garden stones for your path. You know, you'll still have that, you know, that good desert feel. But I feel like these kind of take away from the desert feel a little bit. And you'll have plenty of color. Don't forget about the aurora, too. You know, if you're going to be doing a space scene, using things like Naboo, the Naboo house, and also, you know, to be fair, I think you can kind of get away with this a bit because it doesn't really feel like Tatooine because you're not using the Tatooine house. You have the Tatooine merchant stall, but you're using the Naboo house and the desert palace. So since you don't have the Naboo building, or sorry, the Tatooine building, you have the Tatooine walls, but like, you don't even have, you know, you could use those, but you don't have to. I feel like, you know, the speedster here is like really the only, you know, like strong indication of Tatooine. And yeah, I like the addition of villagers, but I would definitely recommend Wally over Eve, and BB-8 is super cute. I would 100% include BB-8 if you can. Mike is great. Flynn is great. Kristoff would be great. So I would rethink Eve, and I would consider dropping the celestial and crystal elements. I don't think you need them for the beauty factor. If you add the aurora and some beautiful flowers, you're going to have an absolute banger of a beauty factor, I think. I think this is kind of a great example of, you know, like I mentioned, it's not my favorite approach to using Tatooine in Star Wars. As like a huge Star Wars nerd, you know, I really appreciate the people that took a risk and went the route of creating like an authentic Tatooine, because it's a big risk and they did it for the love of the game, you know, and I gotta respect that. So if I, as a Star Wars fan, come across snaps like that, I'm gonna be very inclined to vote for them, because I know they did it for the love of the game, because Tatooine is naturally ugly. You know, but I don't blame people for beautifying it, because we all know what the average voter is like. You know, we know exactly what they like. They like colorful, they like bright, they like vibrant, they like lush, and none of those things really explain Tatooine or describe Tatooine except for bright. So it's tough. So I gotta respect the hustle if I see like an authentic Tatooine build, so I'm gonna like those more. But this is a great way to use the Star Wars stuff and make it very beautiful. They're not playing up celestial elements. They're not playing up crystal elements. They're making it feel very sci-fi. They're making it feel very Star Wars. Even though it doesn't feel like an authentic Star Wars location, this has a great Star Wars feel to it. And I think that's because it's avoiding like the celestial decor. It's avoiding the crystal stuff. There are crystals in Star Wars, you know, like the Kyber crystals, but you don't really see much of those. You know, they're in the lore and they're in lightsabers, but they're like more in the ground, and there's like crystal planets you go to get them. So it's a little bit different, but I would, you know, if you want to do Star Wars plus beauty, I would lean more into something like this. Don't forget about beauty elements like the spirit fire. You know, like that's going to be a really cool thing to add in. There's the R2 projectors. And then, yeah, just beautiful flowers. You know, play up beautiful flowers and plants instead of playing up like crystals and time cores and celestial stuff. I think that's going to be a good play because it's going to appeal to both sides. I think if you take that route, you're going to somewhat appease Star Wars voters, and you're going to appease people that aren't familiar with Star Wars. I think that's why this one is very safe. You know, like I mentioned, it's not my cup of tea for a Tatooine build, but I would be really shocked if this didn't get 4K. Because the structure of the scene is really good, and even though it doesn't feel like Tatooine, even as a Star Wars fan, I would still vote for this because it feels authentic. But even if you've never seen Star Wars, you're still probably likely to vote for this because it's very pretty. And everything in the scene kind of makes sense. My concern is that the crystals and the time cores and the celestial stuff here, they feel a bit gimmicky with the space, if that makes sense. Because, like, the Naboo house is, like, so well detailed, and it's got, like, these little wires. It feels very structured. It doesn't feel fantasy. It feels sci-fi. This feels fantasy, and this feels fantasy. Does that make sense? I think that's a good way to break it down. It's like fantasy versus sci-fi. They're both very beautiful, but I wouldn't mix the two because I think I think they conflict. I think they conflict a little bit. And I think if you went full sci-fi, you can play up beautiful sci-fi elements like crazy plants and crazy villagers and crazy companions. And you can still get a very strong beauty factor there. Also, don't forget about the Aurora. That's going to be, you know, that's perfect for sci-fi. Perfect for fantasy, too. It works great for both. That's one of those, like, you know, I think angles that'll work in either way. But I think that's what this one did that's so successful. You know, like there's the alien Eve plant over here, and then we have all these beautiful plants here and here. There's plants kind of bundled around, and then the Aurora and the fireflies, and that's where all the beauty element comes from. Also, I really like the Raya outfit without the cape. This outfit is awesome. The cape is cool, but I think it looks better without. Not to mention we can see your scene a little bit better without it too. All right. I mean, looking good so far, Bobs. I think my final thoughts is I do think this would be stronger if you full send sci-fi beauty and you depart from fantasy beauty mixed with sci-fi. I would full send the sci-fi element if you want to take this approach, but I think it can be an absolutely beautiful approach. So I think it can do quite well. Sabzi is next. Sammy said, I just had to throw together something real quick, last minute. I don't think I'll have time to make changes, but I still appreciate your thoughts. Okay. So, first off, Sabzi, you always want to avoid structuring your walls like this. There's no benefit to this. Jasmine's covering it anyway. Like, this does nothing for you. It just hurts the beauty factor. Because now this blue line just abruptly stops, and then it goes up, and then it starts again. And this breaks the immersion. It's like a perfectly laser cut out wall, which doesn't really make sense. You know, like, the walls have, like, little chips, and, you know, they look, like, hand-formed. There's, like, stones inside of them. Like, these are molded from stones. Like, the laser cut here is... I don't know why people do this so much. It won't matter if you pop up against random selfies, but you should always avoid setting your walls up this way. There's no benefit to that. You'll never, ever see that in any of my photos. I always make sure my walls are, like, lush and full whenever I actually utilize walls. Let me see if I have... I don't have any recently. Well, I did have walls in here, but they're in the back. They're kind of hard to see. Well, I have walls this week. It's just like these two, you know. Hey, Bobs, thank you, my friend, thank you. Well over halfway now. Let's go, let's go. Thank you so much, Bobs. 3,000 on the board. 2,000 left to go. Very nice, very nice. Apparently, I just don't submit photos with walls. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you know, we can see the aggro walls back here. You're never going to see, like, that abrupt, you know, sharp cutoff. And I don't understand why people are doing this. Like, I'm at a loss for words. This would look so much better if you just didn't have this piece here. Maybe you guys are seeing something I'm not. I don't know. I can't wrap my mind around it. I cannot figure it out. Like, if you want a gate there, you know, just build it on the edge of this tower. And, you know, she's covering it anyway. So, like, why have it there? I don't know. If you do have time, Sabzi, I do highly recommend adding the Aurora here if you can, just to give your sky a little bit more color and detail. And I also recommend filling your bottom corners, as always. You know, you don't want to leave the corners empty. You have, like, the pool coming down to the corner here, but, like, you have room here for plants. And the villagers can stand in the flowers. You know, like, you can get some cool flowers down here. I think that could go over well. This snap, ultimately, you know, it'll come down to what it pops up against. For a quick snap, you did pretty good, you know, for something you don't have a lot of time for. If you got to throw something together, this is pretty good. It could get 4K. There's a lot of good snaps out there this week, though, so it'll be an uphill battle. But, you know, if you pop up against the right things, it'll work out. It would be better without these weird wall pieces here. They only bring the snap down. There's no reason to put those there because you already had a complete wall behind them, and now you have gateways that lead to nowhere and these weird flat sections. If I were to, you know, if you have any time, if you want to do quick adjustments to this, there are some very easy things you can do, which would be get rid of these wall pieces, add the Aurora, and give yourself some foreground elements. Also, maybe consider putting a silhouette around your avatar since you're doing a very close-up shot of the avatar. You know, when they're in the middle of the photo, I think that's a very strong play. So, in a lot of my shots, you know, when I have the avatar right in the center and it's close-up like that, I usually put a little golden, you know, some kind of colored aurora around them, or sorry, silhouette around them. It's just pretty. It's a good way to highlight them. And, you know, you'll see that in a lot of my shots. You know, when my avatar is right in the center, I usually do something to highlight them. That's fun. Also, Joy looks absolutely insane in this photo, and I love it. But yeah, there's, you know, we have crystals on this one. And you don't have to, but I do think it's a good idea when you're in the middle. You know, when you're in the middle, it's a great way to highlight the avatar. I'm not doing that in my shot this week. This one, everything's already glowing around her, so there wasn't much of a point to it. And I don't always do it. Like in this one, I'm kind of in the middle, but I'm also in the woods, and I didn't want to break any of that up. But yeah, for my snap this week, I didn't take that approach because I'm not in the middle. And I also tilted my camera. I really want to see into this gateway, and I want to see into this gateway, and I want to see this pond. So I put a tilt on the camera, and I used the Pluto pose to slide myself over so we could see all these fun elements. And also, with the camera tilt, you're able to see more of the sand tornado on the left, which I thought was pretty fun. And we can see, like, the gold swirls kind of all around it. I think we do have... Yeah, here's a great example. Dree GG's kind of the same here. You know, she's nice and close to the avatar. Avatar's in the center. And we have this really cute little pink silhouette around the avatar. And this is very pretty. So yeah, if you have any time, Sabzi, I would get rid of these wall sections. And I would add a little silhouette around the avatar. And I would add the Aurora. And I would add some flowers down here at the base of the shot just to give your foreground some extra dimension. That is if you have time. If you don't, you know, you can always just see how it does. If it pops up against the right stuff, it could definitely get 4K. You have very good lighting. You have good villager presence, good avatar presence, a pretty pose, decent beauty factor. So this certainly could get 4K. Just depends, you know, on the competition, of course. A new one for Queen. Oh, yeah. I think I opened this one in the beginning, and then I did Lisa's, and I forgot to go back to it. My bad, Queen, my bad. All right. A fun shot with Jafar here. So, it's looking good so far, Queen, but there's definitely some things I would alter here and add. So, first off, I would adjust your focus so the backdrop isn't blurry, because you have some good features back here that would be better to see clearly. The Cave of Wonders in particular is very strong, because this challenge asked us to dress and decorate for the wonders of the desert, and that's literally the Cave of Wonders in the desert. So it's very good to highlight. If you adjust your focus to 2%, we'll see it much better. Your walls are very good. You don't have any of those weird flat gaps that I see a lot, so thank goodness for that. But there are some other things you can do to make this much stronger. Number one, your photo is very empty. You know, your pawns are empty. You have these really great fountains, but you know, you can put items in these. They're so pretty. Why not put some glowing lily pads in there? If you don't have these orange ones, you could do the pink ones from the landscaping menu. And then I would not have, you know, your foreground is also empty. You have a giant pile of sand in the foreground here, but you don't really need this here. You have enough sand in the back from the Cave of Wonders. You know, that can be your golden dunes. What you need really is more beauty elements, and this is not doing you any favors. So what if instead of this, we had like a beautiful flower bed with like glass flowers and cactus blooms? In particular, you would want to build it like this. This is how you build a foreground display. You put it right in the corner of your shot, and you layer different flowers together. You compact them together. Like, this is how you would want to set up a foreground display right here. So something like this in the corner of your shot would be very nice. The pose is fun with Jafar. But you also want to consider, look at the, you know, if you look at a lot of our strong players that are consistently doing well, or players that make high-end snaps like this, you notice how close they are to the camera and how far away you are. Like, this is your competition. Only 4% of players get 4K. 4 out of every 96. And that's it. 4 out of 96. This is most likely one of those 4. This is the quality of snap you have to contend with to be in that bracket. So, being, you know, not highlighting your avatar as well, I love the pose, but if you did this a little closer, we would be able to see your makeup better. We'd be able to see your character design better. We would get a more, you know, prominent look at this little blossoming romance here. And then also, notice how detailed this snap is. You know, they have open area just like you, but they put R2 and the Fennec Fox and BB-8 and Mike and this little alien doll and the Speedster and a table. Whereas you with your open space, you know, most of it's just open. And yeah, you got some carpets and pillows over here with candles. But nothing really on this side. I would try to do a bit more in this space, and I would also try to get a bit closer to the avatar. The main thing you need, though, is foreground and focus. I would adjust the focus so we highlight the Cave of Wonders better. And I would definitely try to do something in the foreground over here on the left and over here on the right. And add some pretty elements to your pool. You know, this is a beautiful fountain. You don't have to fill it up all the way. Just adding a couple little, you know, glowing lily pads in there is going to be really nice. Strength-wise, great lighting. You're using the sunset time of day. You built your walls properly. You know, we don't have any of those weird stops or gaps. So that's very nice. You got good beauty elements like the aurora. My big concern is, you know, we're not getting a good beauty element here. And it's also very open. And then you're also quite far away from the camera, whereas a lot of your competition, you know, a lot of these players that are consistently doing well, they're intentionally getting closer to the camera. You know, you see it a lot with snaps nowadays, especially strong snaps. But yeah, looking good, looking good. The concept is very fun, and I love the location, and you did a great job on the lighting. That's a huge part of the beauty element right there. So, as this is, it has a shot at 4K. You know, it has a very real shot at 4K. But there are a lot of really, really good snaps out there. So, you know, you want to try to take this to the next level if you can. All right. Beagle Mama, looks like you just submitted one. Jury duty yesterday. Missed on the stream. Can I submit? Hoping you see this. Take mercy on me. And we will still take a peek. Yeah, I'll take a look at it now. I was just about to switch over, Beagle Mama. I was just about to switch over to re-reviews, but we'll take a look at yours first. I had to throw this together late night and this afternoon, so much more rush than I'd like. I'm nervous. Should I change or pivot? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think you need to worry about changing or pivoting. I mean, if you really want to, there's a lot of different fun things you can do, but you have a great beauty factor here. The water with the lily pads behind you is very nice. You got the swirling sands, the aurora. I would make it a little bit more magical. Maybe a few more fireflies. Especially around the top here, just to get a little bit more of that cool desert magic. I like the Fennec Fox over here. I think he's really cute. I would also... I'm wondering if you should seal this off so we don't see outside. You know, maybe a house back here or something, but you might not be able to fit anything back there. And as far as the magical factor, you know, like this is kind of what I'm talking about. You know, you'll notice I have a much higher concentration of fireflies than you. And I'm using not only Aladdin, but also Magic Carpet. That'll help you have more balance. And then I would also recommend doing your foreground up a bit more. You can stop this fountain a little bit further back. And I think you should. That way you could have a more detailed, more lush foreground. Because you have these beautiful glass flowers coming in, but they're just kind of on the edge. I would bring them in more. So your foreground feels a bit more developed. Again, like, look at... If you take that Sunlit Plateau flower, it has the same bloom that the cactuses have. So this is the Sunlit Plateau flower right here in the bottom right. Now, the only reason you can see it so well in my photos is because I have a tilt. I tilted about, I don't know, 4 or 5 points to the left so that you could see more of this tornado and see this bloom very well. But it's, you know, just like that Star Wars snap, you know, this is a very similar foreground build to what we saw with that one I keep referencing. Oh, I think I moved it earlier. Oh, and I think I just closed it. God dang it. Oh, here it is. But yeah, you see how they have their flowers down here on this one? Like we had this nice little foreground display. It's kind of similar to that. So a bit more of a lush foreground like this can be such a good beauty factor, especially when the sun is hitting the glass flowers. So you have these flowers, then the tea set behind it, and then we have, you know, this hanging light, and then we have Aladdin and Magic Carpet. So if you want to cosplay Jasmine, I think that's wonderful. That's what I'm doing. But your scene might feel a little off balance because you're going to have you in the middle, Aladdin on the right, nothing on the left, except for the tiny Fennec Fox. But if you had Magic Carpet floating around, you could kind of capture him on the left. I also have my avatar a little bit further away than normal. just because I want to showcase how beautiful the scene is a bit more. You know, it's good to be close to the avatar, but I see a lot of people, I think, you know, getting really close every week. Sometimes a little bit more space from the avatar. You know, I still have the camera pushed up massively here, but I tried this a few different ways with her even closer, and it took away from the beauty factor because I was covering more of the fountain and I was covering these doorways. But yeah, I would try to get Aladdin doing a more animated pose, for one. You know, there's a lot of shots like this out there. That's my concern. But if you get Aladdin doing something a bit more fun, if you add magic carpet, if you build out your foreground a bit better, and you downsize this pawn so you can do so, I think you'll stand out because you won't be like the rest of them anymore. There's so many photos like that this week. And so many photos are kind of following this same kind of build. And a lot of people are, you know, they'll just depart entirely from the Agrabah idea because they want to be different. And that's why I put my money where my mouth is, and I tell people, look, if you want to be different, focus on beauty. Make your snap more beautiful, you know? Like, you don't have to depart from the idea entirely if you don't want to have your snap look like others. Just take it to the next level. You know, building out more of a beautiful foreground, including, you know, making sure your villagers are in some kind of movement, having magic carpet flying around in the back, putting a tilt on your shot. I have seen 100 different Agrabah shots, but I've seen 0 like this. Sure, I've seen some using the same fountain because I recommended it, but I've seen nobody using these night show lights in their gates. I've seen, because that's a great beauty factor. I haven't seen any with this tilt. I haven't seen any with this kind of foreground. You know, there's different, and none with these eyes. There's different things you can do for your snap to, you know, have it really, really stand out. And I don't think you need to scrap it and start over or do anything completely different. I think we should just build on what we have here, because I think this could be... It's already very likely for 4K, but there's a lot of competition that is going to match it. So let's build this so that it can beat it instead of match it. Set it up to where it's not like the others, it's better. And it's already close to that. You know, you're already close to that. It's already better than a lot of shots I've seen. But I think if you were to get a bit more creative with Aladdin, bring in magic carpet for balance, and do something a bit different with the foreground here, then I think you would be way better than a lot of the shots that are just like this. Looking really good so far, though. You know, like I said, as it is right now, still very, very strong chance for 4K. There's just a lot of other shots out there that are, like, somewhat similar, you know, where they have the avatar close up, and the you know, yours is better, I would say, than this one, because you have, like, the swirling sands, and, you know, I kind of like the avatar design more. But it's still similar in a lot of ways with, like, the character in the center of the shot. That's why I took my character out of the center, out of the tilt. You know, I did all these funky things to, like, even though the voters are going to be like, oh, another Agrabah shot, they're like, whoa, this one's different. This one's new, you know? So, yeah, I don't think you need to scrap this. This is looking really, really good. I think if you just play around with it a little bit, make some minor adjustments, get some more magical sparkles in the top with fireflies, maybe do something fun behind these gateways as well. Maybe add some kind of silhouette back here. Bring in magic carpet or Jafar. You know, you could have Aladdin one side, Jafar the other side. Do something neat with the foreground, and I think you're good to go. I think if you make those adjustments, you got nothing to worry about, because then you're going to stand out from the crowd, because you're going to have a variant of this photo that's better than most. All right. Of course I thanked Bob's. Not only that, but Bob's also gave us a $10 dono, like, right before that. So, to be fair, Bella, Bob sent the equivalent of 2,000 bits. So, it was more. It was more than the 1,000. Thank you for looking out for Bob's, though. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I would always hope you guys would tell me if I ever miss a dono or somebody supporting the content. You know, I definitely want to be able to say thank you. So, yeah, I don't mind you bringing it up. All right, guys, we have now officially finished our primary reviews. So, every single one of you guys that has gone through the trouble of submitting for a primary review this week, you have had one. It only took 9.5 hours. We streamed until midnight last night doing primary reviews. And then we had like another 10 to do today. These snap reviews are getting busy, bro. We're going to have to, I might have to start, I think on Fridays, I might start doing some of the reviews. So I might go live on Friday for like an hour or two and do Dreamsnap reviews and then play Pokopia. Just to put a dent in them before Friday, because bro, ain't no way me and Ashley gonna be able to stay up till midnight every Monday. I can't do that. I am an old man, so I gotta. My bedtime is 10.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Yo, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Let's see, who was that? Which one of you guys did that? Oh, Biko Mama, much appreciated. Miss Fox said midnight. I was gonna ask how long did you stream? Wow, yeah, dude, midnight. It was midnight when I finished. I was so hungry. It was so hot in my studio because my PC was running all day. I was so tired, but then I couldn't even sleep afterwards. Like, it just really threw me off because like I took a shower, which kind of woke me back up, and then I had dinner, and I was like laying in bed, and I was like so drowsy, but I kept tossing and turning. Bro, I slept horribly last night. Anything for Dreamsnaps, bro. But yeah, it was a long one, dude. I haven't streamed that long in ages. Took me back to the old days of streaming. Like back when I first started during the pandemic and I was live for like 8 hours a day. You know, it was the pandemic though. We didn't have anything to do. Yo, Vortex, thank you, my friend. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Alex coming in with a $2 super chat. Much appreciated, my friend. 37 hundo on the board now. We are 1,300 bits or $13 away from our goal for the day. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that. If we have 13 friends, send 100 bits right now. We'll be done. But no rush, guys. No rush. And also, you know, if we don't hit the goal, it's not the biggest deal. We're only on a 160 goal streak. That's a huge accomplishment. If the streak ends at 160, that's not a failure. That's huge. That's crazy. Streak's got to end at some point, I think. Poppy Diane said, wow, I'm in the UK, and I had to turn off around 2 a.m. Yeah. Samantha said it will be a failure. No, dude, no. We set a new record. 113 was the previous record, and we're at 160 now. So, like, you know. Yeah, but 169 is so close. Okay, all right. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I didn't think about that. 169 is pretty funny. But yeah, you know, we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's get into the re-reviews. So for this portion of the stream, what we do is we take a look at snaps we reviewed yesterday and some changes they incorporated, and then we kind of weigh them against each other. Sometimes the original is the better option. Sometimes, you know, the advice I give is not always implemented, you know, in alignment with what I'm envisioning. And other times, you know, we just try something else to see if it looks better, and it doesn't. So at the end of the day, you know, our goal is to, you know, help you choose the best option that gives you the highest likelihood of 4K out of what you have. So for Dreamer here, this is yesterday's, I believe. And today's, where is your sun, Dreamer? You can't just change the time of day to sunlight and have it work. We've already discussed this. The sun has to be behind the camera for that to work, Dreamer. And your shot looks very dark. The lighting is very warm and toasty and nice, but it doesn't work that way. You can't, you know, you got to build your scene with the sunset. You know this, Dreamer. You know this. So, you know, we've already been through this, and I have a lot of snaps to take a look at, so we're not going to spend much time on it. But for a sunset shot's lighting to work, the sun needs to be here, and your scene needs to be here. Think of the sun as a giant flashlight, right? It's pointed at your scene. If the flashlight is pointed to the left side of your scene like this, now your character is dark, your items are dark. It doesn't work that way. So yeah, you're gonna, you know, when we talk about using Sunset Dreamer, you have to have the sun in the right place for that. So you'd have to construct for that. You can't just change the time of day and expect good sunset lighting. So this is your better option. Again, if you want to use sunset, you're going to have to rebuild with the sunset in mind. Oh, God. I see Aladdin's shadow from his arm here. It looks like the sun is off to the right. I see shadow here. But yeah, it's way too dark. This is the better option. Yeah, I see the shade from the... You see where the chest shadow is? You see how this chest shadow is going to the left? That means the sun is on the right side of the screen. Yo, Fim, thank you, my friend. Fim Paytal coming in with the $10 dono. Let's go.
Last night was crazy. Great
Indeed.
Stream.
Indeed, it was. It was a long day. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. 4,700 on the board. Let's go. Let's go. Goal 161 is pretty much in the bag now. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Fim. Much appreciated. Very kind of you. Yeah, that was a long one. So, yeah, Dreamer, just go with your daytime shot. You know, when I bring up trying sunset, you know you got to build with the sun behind the scene. You can't get your re-review and then just change time of day and expect it to work. You gotta change the location of everything. So if you don't have time for that, just go with this. Just go with this one. You'll be better off. Just go with the first one. So keep in mind, you know, going with the sunset lighting requires you to have the sunlight hitting your scene. Otherwise, it's actually gonna make your scene worse. Jingle bells. I said my favorite feedback. You suggested add carpet. I had carpet and monkeys. And you suggested to add a little more detail on the right. I don't have more items. Yeah, let me open your first one here. There we go. I don't have more items there, but got a snake in a good position. I also added Jafar to the picture. I also moved Aladdin's house closer so the top is visible. You didn't suggest that exactly, but I did on my account. First is OG, and then the new snap. Yeah, I didn't suggest it because I couldn't even see it. I didn't even know you had Aladdin and Jasmine's house in this. I just see the wall. So, yeah, I think that's a good call. Yeah, your character covers it very well. And yeah, you don't have to add detail with items. You know, you can always add detail with companions, villagers. That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, definitely an improvement overall. It makes the photo feel a lot more full. So, you know, we had a good bit of opportunity to do more here. And, you know, I love the addition of Jafar. So, definitely a step in the right direction. I don't know if you can time this with the Mickey Cloud lined up with your head a bit more. You see how it comes out to the right of your head? I think it would be pretty cool if the Mickey Cloud was timed to where it was even around your head. You kind of have it centered in the photo, but I think it would look even better centered on you. That's if you want to do anything else with this, but that's a very minor thing. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Also, if you have the Aurora, I do think that would be very pretty to have in the sky. But optional. You could just go with the Mickey Cloud. I think the Aurora gives a better beauty factor, though. Yeah, good positive changes there, Jen. I like the way you filled it out. You know, companions work very well for that. Monkey, magic carpet over here on this side. So, from where we were yesterday. A bit more of a lively scene today. Miss Spock. We had this Naboo snap. Really like this one. Having the dual suns in Naboo is very cool. We talked about boosting the character lighting a bit. And we talked about, I love all the villagers except for Gaston. So you had it at 25, now it's at 50. Executed order 66 on Gaston. You're very welcome, and thank you, Jen. Goal is done. Let's go. One of these weekends, when I have the time, I have something called a Steam Deck, and I used to have it set up, and it's not set up right now, but it's this little streaming application, and I can map effects to these buttons, and I can trigger them whenever I want. And I want to get it set back up again like I used to have it set up. And I want to have some kind of special effect that plays when you guys hit the goal, just for a little celebration. It could be like confetti or something. I don't know. But I want to do something cute. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. I also like, Wally's moved around a bit. Wally looks like a little clanker, so I like him here. Bob's, thank you for the 69. Can't have a goal without the 69 on the board. Yeah, lighting is a bit better on the avatar here. Flynn looks good. Mike looks good. Very nice, very nice. Very fun Tatooine shot. I sincerely hope this does well. As we've discussed, it's up against a lot of really good beauty photos. There's a lot of beautiful desert shots. But I think these are so fun. And it's so challenging to make, like, an authentic Tatooine. So, I think this is really cool. I mean, of course, Tatooine doesn't have giant floating rocks, but you got to fill your sky somehow. Very nice, very nice. Good luck on this, Miss Spock. I hope it does well. Then we have these. Ooh, the lighting on that last one's really nice. I think this is yesterday's. First is the original, and then I have a couple of options. Your suggestion was to try to get more color in the sky. I was going to try to rotate the whole scene so the sun was in front, but it was a nightmare to try and set everything up. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that, Lunaris. I think this is a really good sunset shot. This is one of those examples of the technicalities behind a sunset shot. So you can do this, but this is really good. And I think it's the vignette that helped you. Because we talked about that as an option. Because it was actually Miss Spock's we saw, I think, right before yours, and she had a bit more color in her sky, but she has a stronger vignette. So I think in your original, you had the vignette off. So the sky is kind of this pale gray. But I don't think you should worry about, flipping the sun around. You can have a sunset in your scene. It's just tricky. It's more technical if you want to have the same beauty factor as, a shot that is taking advantage of the sunset lighting. So in order to match shots like that, you really got to make the most of your camera tool and your adjustments. You did a very good job with this. So, having the sun in the back means we're not going to have a lot of light hitting elements of the scene, but that's when you play up things like candles and different lighting elements and fireflies, which you did very well here. You boosted your character lighting so that the villagers and character are very noticeable. And now with this last one here, with the strength and vignette, the sky looks beautiful. And it looks like the light bloom might be even better adjusted here because the silhouette on the trees is really, really good. So yeah, very, very positive changes here. The only brightness you lose is on the edge with the vignette. That's all you're sacrificing. And it's worth the sacrifice because now you have color in your sky. The brightness in your sky prior, you're not really sacrificing color besides this gray. That's all you're sacrificing up here is this gray. Now on the bottom, thanks to the vignette, you're going to sacrifice some of this orange, but you have plenty of that in the shot. All this orange sand, you have more glass flowers over here. You don't need to rely on that as much. So in this one, there's going to be less color down here in the bottom, but this color up in the sky makes up for it so much. And to show you guys what I mean, because my camera's blocking it, I'm talking in particular about this. This is the original. Look at the sky here. Now look at it with the vignette. Look at that deep, rich blue fading into a purple, and it meets the crisp sun. You know, very beautiful. This is why I say sunset shots are very possible and something you can definitely do for 4K, but it's a lot more technical. You're going to need to really understand your camera tool if you want to pull something like this off. Well done, Lunaris. Well done. Good job. That's exactly what I was hoping to see. Next up, we have Crafty Joe. Suggestion was to sort the lighting and possibly change the pose. I changed the time of day, as when I originally set up my build, I wasn't going to do sunset and then changed, but did not reposition my build for the sunset. Yeah, that'll happen. And I also changed the pose to a standing one. Okay. So let's see the new one. Much better. Much better. Now, you know, of course, if you had the sun in front of this photo, that would be optimal. You know, you'd have optimal lighting. But if you don't build with that in mind, sunset is not going to do justice because, as we can see here, the sun is off to the right, and we're not getting good lighting in this photo. So midday is going to be better here. You know, you're actually going to, you know, your photo's going to pop more. You're going to have good lighting. You know, if we could take the sun and move it wherever we wanted it, then you could have the best of both worlds. But this is going to be the best with where you built, I think, because sunset with where you built just doesn't work because you're not getting any lighting. So this is much better. You know, your shadows are going back. Your characters are well lit. The walls are well lit. We got a nice deep blue sky. I don't know if you have the aurora, but that could be something very pretty to add in the back. And just don't forget, you know, when you go with midday lighting like this, you can still compete with sunset shots. You're just going to need to adjust your saturation. So let me show you what I mean. So this is the same shot I have at midday. You know, naturally at sunset it has way better saturation without me having to adjust anything. But if I go midday, I can come down here and I can boost my saturation to 0.4. And now we get a lot of color, a lot of rich color, almost as if we had the sunset. And that also strengthens the aurora if you have it. So, you know, sometimes for my day shots, I'll take the saturation all the way up to 0.5. But that doesn't work for sunset because it's too much saturation. Like, look at that. Now my skin looks orange, you know. So for a typical sunset shot, I'll only go 0.2, 0.3. But during midday lighting, I'll go up to 0.5. Not saying you have to go that high with it. You can go, you know, 0.3, 0.5, somewhere in there if you want to. If you want to get more color in it. But yeah, it's looking very good now. Lighting is a huge component when it comes to getting 4K. Very, very important to have good lighting. So sunset is not worth utilizing if you don't capture the sun actually setting in the shot, kind of like what we see here, and get some beauty out of it. Or unless you have the sun present, you know, in your scene or in front of your scene, casting light onto the scene like we see here. So those are the two ideal ways to use the sun. If you're not using the sun that way, midday is going to, you know, any midday time where light is hitting most of your scene is going to be optimal. For future snaps, Crafty, whenever you build, try to always go to sunset, even if you're not planning on using it. Build with the sun facing your scene, because you can still do midday or sunset at that point. That way, if you want to change, you'll have the ability to change. Poppy is next. Suggested adding in some sand swirls closer. This was as close as I can get them. Moving companion baths back and adding cactus flowers. I tried to get the same lighting as you suggested. First the original, other two are new. Okay. So new here. Very nice. Loving the changes. And then we have this one. I would avoid this one because of the clipping with carpet. Like, it looks like he's cutting Aladdin in half. That looks painful. Right at the wiener, too. I like Aladdin's placement here, but you would want to time carpet a little bit differently. You can let carpet fly around a little bit. Try to avoid... I think you can pause your companion in your pose, so you don't have to time it. And you can freeze all the villagers. The only thing that'll be moving around will be the carpet. So then you just wait for the carpet to be in the right place. The sandstorms being up closer look really good. This is kind of what I meant. You know, they kind of go out of frame here. Good sunset lighting. Yeah, beautiful build. I think this is definitely the one you're going to want to go with. But you're going to want to fix the You're going to want to fix the Aladdin pose here. Also, don't forget, you know, we talked about the cactus blooms, but glass flowers also look really good mixed in with them. So you could put glass flowers like on the edge of this in front of the rug, even if you had to move the rug back a little bit, but having a little glass flower here that breaks up the area between the sand and the cactuses, like if you have a glass flower here and a glass flower here, that would be really nice. But yeah, this is looking really good. Even if you submitted it here with the carpet cutting through Aladdin's wiener, I still think it would probably get 4K, but I would try to capture one where you pause everybody just like this and then let the carpet kind of fly around and then capture the carpet where he's not clipping into somebody. Carpet's a pain to work with sometimes. I mean, you could just go with this one. I love the monkey here. So this one looks really good too. If you don't want to do any more work, go with this one because everything's perfect in this one. But if you could get a shot with the whole gang and without carpet clipping, that would be great. But yeah, if you're all dream snapped out, just go with this one. But I do think this is the best layout for what you have here. Hope is next. All right. First off, fixing the snap took way too long, not to mention it went to save and submit. My internet decided not to connect. Then the game glitched and wouldn't submit. And after 20 tries and 2 hours later, I absolutely love the new snap. Thank you. Changes were the fountain, the pose, and try to add more cactus flowers, get closer to the camera. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Great beauty factor. The main thing we talked about yesterday, the problem is this fountain. It's a cool fountain, and it's Jasmine's fountain. So if you're doing a Jasmine, you know, cosplay or role here, of course, you may be inclined to use her fountain. But for composition purposes, it's not good because it's too tall. It doesn't have a good beauty factor, and the water looks like gray. You know, there's other fountains in the game that far exceed its beauty, and they also won't obstruct the scene. So now you've switched. We have a very beautiful fountain here, a fantastic pose. We've scooted you to the side so we can actually see the beautiful palace you've constructed. We got Aladdin on the left here. Great sand swirls. Beautiful shot of the moon. I can tell you did the quick transition. And if you guys want to know how to do this, by the way, this is a technique I've shown on this stream before. There is a fun little hack. And this works when you have the sun behind the camera like this. Hey, what's up, Mickey Cloud? Watch this. Watch this. If you guys want to know how this works. You basically go to night and then go back. And then you snap your photo right away. Now we got a freaking moon at sunset. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So you just got to, you know, you see how the moon appears for a split second? You just got to time it. You switch back and then snap. And if you get it just right, you get this very rich orange kind of saturation. And you get that moon as well. But for this one, I usually want to boost highlight because it's a little darker. But yeah, it's a really cool way to capture the moon in the daytime. Keto did this in the snap we reviewed yesterday. But yeah, it's just you toggle back and forth between night and sunset and then snap your photo right away. And you can capture the moon in your scene. So now you guys know. If you didn't know that, now you know. Fun little trick, fun little trick. Great job, Hope. Great job. Very, very good. Positive changes here. I'm loving what I'm seeing today. We went from this to this. Beautiful change. Great beauty factor here. The addition of the aurora, the fountain. I know you're probably tired of working on this. If you were going to do anything else, I would add some fireflies, but I think you're pretty good here. But yeah, you know, we had this snap from yesterday turning into this. This snap turning into this. We had this snap turn into this. And this one was already really beautiful, but we stretched that beauty further by getting some color back into the sky. So look at these changes, you guys. You know, this is cool. This is cool. This is why I like doing the reviews. Get some very awesome, awesome alterations here. Marie is next. So I think this is yesterday's. Unfortunately, I don't have the dream styles. Gotcha. Here are some of the outfit changes, or here are some of the changes that you asked me to make. Hopefully this is better. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, I think we talked about turning the camels in a little bit more. We talked about different poses. And we talked about replacing the jasmine fountain, kind of like we did with Hope's, where we had the jasmine fountain. Now we have this long fountain. So let's see how you did here. All right, so with the fountain, if you're going to use the lake, you're going to have to build it a little bit differently. So the trick with, you know, if you have a fountain like this, you can just add the fountain. But with the river kit, you never want to show the edge of the kit. So what you want to try to do, Marie, is make this a little bit smaller and then put a cactus bed around it, or bring it all the way down to the base of the shot. You could bring the water all the way down, or you could make it smaller. You also want to have the cactus beds go all the way around it and seal it off. Because you see how it just stops right here? That makes it feel like a movie set and not like a movie scene. So this is a prettier item to use for your pond as opposed to the jasmine fountain. And it does break up a lot of that white. But you're going to have to seal it if you're going to use the river kit. I can show you an example of that. So here's Belle B's Dreamsnap, right? She's kind of doing what you're doing here. Notice how the cactuses, the flower beds, they seal off the river kit. Now back here in front of the door, she can't put them there, so she put a red plant there, but it's very small, you know, you can't really tell. Now the other thing is when you fill in this river kit, you put these glowing lilies in your river kit pieces, but you're blocking them. So instead of putting them here, you should put them here. You know, we want to see the glowing lilies. Right now, we just see a tiny bit of one. These are buried behind Aladdin. These are buried behind you. So you want to put the glowing lilies here, and then maybe one right here in between you guys. There's a singular one you can use. That's going to be a little bit easier from the landscaping menu if you don't have the orange ones. But yeah, if you're going to use the river kit, you got to seal it. So again, an example of that would be this shot here, like how it's sealed. And you can also bring it all the way to the front like we see here too, if you want to. If you don't want it to come all the way up to the front, you're going to have to seal it with more cactus beds. Now, the easier option for you would just be to use this fountain if you have it. You might not have it. If you don't, then you're going to have to go through the trouble of sealing this off or bringing it all the way up. You could just bring it all the way up. But if you do bring it all the way up, Aladdin would have to be over here and Jasmine would have to be over here because they're not going to be able to be inside of it with you. Or you could do just one of them next to you, kind of like Belle did. That works too. But yeah, you want to avoid, you know, having this abrupt end to the kit. So that's why we mentioned yesterday sealing it off with cactus beds, which you did here, but only here. You would have to bring them all the way down and around. And you'd also have to bring them through the front of it. So you can do smaller river kit pieces if you have to, or you can bring the river kit all the way up. But you'll have to do one or the other if you want this to carry a good, strong beauty factor. You also want to adjust your camera angle. Notice how the camera goes way further to the right than it does to the left. Like, we can see this tower on the right, but we can't see the end tower on the left. Turn your camera to get it even, because you made an even castle, so let's get an even shot. A good way to know your shot is even, look for the lines at the base of your shot, like this rug. It should be a straight line. So if I go to my scene here, if I were to try to line up my shot, let me hide my avatar. Hide my companion. You're going to notice I have this black line from the path. You see that little black line right there at the bottom? If I line that up with the base of my shot and make it straightforward, now my shot is incredibly balanced. This pillar on the left starts exactly the same distance from the pillar on the right. The sandstorms are very even. The cactus blooms are very even. Everything is perfectly balanced. But if I took my shot like you did, which would be more like this, now my shot is not balanced. And you're not going to get the same, you know, people love balance. People love symmetry. So if you didn't have a symmetrical build, it wouldn't matter. But you do. You have camels on both sides. You have towers on both sides. You have villagers on both sides. So don't pan too far to the left or right. Get your shot lined up perfectly to where you have a straight line going back and everything is, you know, right where it should be. All right. But yeah, you're about halfway there with the new build, you know. Really, it's, you know, you're going to need to move these lilies around so we can see them. And if you're going to use the river kit here, you're really going to want to seal it off. You never want to have it abruptly in like this because it kind of breaks the immersion of the item. And yeah, just make sure you balance your shot because you have a very beautiful symmetrical build here. But if you tilt too far to the left or right, you're not going to get that symmetry. Dekai is next. You suggested I add lily pads to the water and add a necklace. You said to try with fireflies with the sand swirls, and could try a fox if I think they were good suggestions. So thank you. I also had Jasmine photobomb, so I left her there. Gave you 2 new shots. Okay. Very nice. Love the lilies. Let's see the... Oh, and there's the Fennec Fox. Very nice. Very cute. Oh, yeah, I like the little Jasmine photobomb. You know, she's very tiny back there, but with her blue outfit, she actually stands out well. Yeah, solid changes. You already had a very good snap here. But, you know, getting a little bit of detail into this pond, I think would be really helpful. And then the Fennec Fox down here is super cute. So, original versus new. So, we got more detail on the neck with the necklace. We got more detail in the pond. And now we got a little Fennec Fox walking up to you in the corner. Very cute, very cute. Love it. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Very solid adjustments. Very solid. Great job, Dekai. Great job. Heathen Dove is next. First is old, second is new. I did my best with the lighting. I'm traveling, so redo on my laptop, and screen specs are a bit different. I hope this is better. Thank you for the advice. Okay. So I think this was original. And we talked about, we want to fill the corners. You know, we talked about getting more detail down here. And then we also talked about filling out some of the open sand back here. So let's see the new one here. Very nice, very nice. More cactus blooms, more detail in the back. I do think the garden stones would have been really nice, though, that I recommended. Maybe you don't have them. The reason I think garden stones would have been good is because you do want a little bit of open space that's still detailed, if that makes sense. So that's why garden stones can be so handy in like a sandy area. You don't want your Dreamsnap to feel too crowded, but you want it to feel fully detailed. So using pathing elements like garden stones in some of these spots is a great way to add details while keeping the route open to these houses. That said, you know, the lighting is much stronger. The foreground is much stronger. Garden stones would be nice, but, you know, this is still a step in the right direction here. It's got a higher beauty element. It's got more detail. Hard to say how it'll do. It's very different from a lot of snaps out there. Like I mentioned, for whatever challenge we get next, you know, I would take into consideration, depending on how this does, what the example scenes are. Because I typically, you know, when I discuss examples, I'll discuss things that are going to be very popular with voters. So hopefully this will do well. Good swirling sands in the back. I think it's good you got another one in there. And the flowers here fill out the scene a lot more. And the foreground looks way better, as opposed to it being kind of empty. Just bringing those cactus blooms down makes a big difference here. Balances the photo very well. Overall, solid changes. Okay. Use just to make the avatar appearance pop more. I made eyeshadow darker and went more tan. Adding villagers in, adding lilies to the pool, and mixing the character lighting. I also changed the background items, swapped to sunset. I tried daytime brightness for the first mission, but I know sunset colors give more of a boost. I have 2 for review. Okay, so this is the original. And we have this one. And this one. Looks like you put Aladdin and Jasmine's house here. So sunset lighting, you know, it is the best lighting to use, but your scene has to already be set up for that. That's kind of the problem here. You're not getting the best sunset lighting here because you see your shadows, you see how they're going to the left. The sun is off to the left of your shot. It's not behind the camera. So if it were behind the camera, we would be getting really good lighting on these cobras. We are getting good lighting on the wall because it is off to the right here. But again, you know, when it comes to sunset lighting, you have to be built for that. So if you're using an item to push up your camera, like let's say this Vizier Alchemy table, the sun has to be directly behind that. So you can see my sun is here and my angle is here. So the sunlight is pointing directly at my shot. So for example, if I had those cobra walls in here, they're going to be getting a ton of light, as you can see. But for yours, they are this way. So as you can see, it's rather dark in comparison. So sunset lighting is very good, but your scene has to be constructed with the sun in front of it for you to get that optimal sunset lighting. Now, you still got good sunset lighting here. It's just not fully optimal because the sun is off into the right, not directly behind the angle of your shot. So if the sun was in front of where you're standing, like, you know, on this side of the camera, then you would have really good light on these cobras and really good light on everything. But you see how instead we have some dark pockets. Like we have a shadow cast here from this tower because the sun is off to the right here. And then we have light hitting the right side of the cobra, but not the inside and the left. So again, we see it hitting here. We get this beautiful gold light here, but not here. So unfortunately, you know, while sunset lighting is the best lighting to use, that's something you have to kind of address when you build your scene. Switching to sunset lighting once you've already constructed your scene without the position of the sun in mind often won't give you that optimal sunset lighting. So it's also going to lead to the side where the sun is, since it's on the right, not being that beautiful blue. See this beautiful blue on the left over here, like behind my camera? And this deep blue here? Notice how it fades into like a light blue that looks almost gray? That's because the sky is approaching the sun on that side. So look at the sky in my scene here, right? We have this very deep, well, let's get rid of the clouds. We have this very deep, very rich blue because we're on the opposite side from the sun. But now look at the sky where the sun is. Notice how it pales, it starts to fade. And over here we have the deep blue. So your sun in your shot is kind of here. It's off to the right. It's not directly facing your scene, unfortunately. So in your case, you know, unless you want to rebuild your entire scene, I would stick with daytime here because you're going to get a much better looking sky. But, you know, losing the color here, the sky being like this faded blue, and with the cobras not being lit up, you know, there are some beautiful sunset elements here. Like the wall is getting a lot of light, which is very nice. The right side of the avatar is getting a lot of light. the villagers, Iago, and these flowers, these are all getting a lot of light, but I don't know if it's worth the trade-off of your sky becoming dull. And, you know, it's still not exactly optimized sunset lighting because it has to be directly behind your camera angle. So I think your daytime lighting is actually better for the angle you're using. So when it comes to sunset lighting, Alex, I would just keep that in mind for your next snap. You know, whenever you build your next snap, even if you're not planning on using sunset lighting, or future snaps, if it's not next snap, who knows? Next snap might be a night theme or something. But when it comes to building your snap, I recommend always going to sunset to build your snap. Look at where the sun is, and then build with your shadow going behind you like this. And then even if you end up choosing not to use sunset, there's still daytime where the sun's in the exact same place, just a little higher. So that way, if you build here, if you build facing the sun like this, you'll have the best of both worlds. You'll be able to choose, do I want to do daytime or do I want to do sunset? And you'll have optimal lighting in both because the sun is going to be facing your shot directly in both scenarios. But it's all about where your camera angle is going to be. If your camera angle is here, it doesn't work the same because now my shadow goes left, it doesn't go behind me. And if I roll my time back, even in the daytime, the right side of my body is lit, the left side, not so much. Which is why it's optimal to use the sun as if it were a giant photo light, right? So that way you can have great daytime lighting and great sunset lighting. So before you build your snap, you know, set it up to where you're facing the sun because that way, even if you don't want to use sunset lighting, you'll be able to toggle back and you'll be able to switch between the two and make the best choice for you. Now, the rest of your changes, I think, are very strong. Like the Cobra pose, I don't like as much, but I think your selfie pose here with Aladdin and Jasmine is very nice. I would just do this with your original lighting. That way you can have a better looking sky. And, you know, just don't boost your character lighting. You don't need character lighting boosted when you're standing in direct sunlight. You're already very bright. Character lighting is something you should adjust when you're in the shade or when you're at night. You know, that's when you'll play with the character lighting, but it's not needed when the sun's hitting you this good. So I think in your case, I would go with this scene with Aladdin and Jasmine, with the Iago statue and everything. I would roll with this, but I would stick with the daytime lighting for this week. For future challenges, just be sure to set your scene up for optimal sunset lighting. And then if you don't want to use it, you can always switch to daytime. But this is not optimized for sunset because the sun, you know, our shadows are not going back into the scene. They're going left. And because of that, the items, you know, the sun is hitting this right side, but it's not hitting this left side at all. But yeah, strong additions. I like the pose. I like Aladdin and Jasmine here. I like the build. Let's just stick with the lighting that you actually plan for because, you know, you have to build around sunset lighting. It won't work just by changing the time. GG is next. Original. I changed a few things. Added a foreground with plants. Added a motif. Or rearranged the pillars a bit. If you think I should stick with the original, let me know. Okay. I like the new Aladdin pose. The original is fun, but the cloudy sky isn't my favorite here. I know the idea is maybe like Sandstorm. But I would do this. I do like the new one. I do like the new flowers. I kind of like the flowers you had here yesterday, though. These were really pretty. Like, you know, the challenge mentions cactus blooms, so I kind of like the cactus blooms more. I like elements of your new one, but I think yesterday's was stronger. I would say this one with the Aurora would be, you know, the best choice if you have the Aurora. The clear sky with the Aurora, with the with the silhouette around the avatar, but I would not sacrifice the cactus blooms because the challenge directly referenced them, and they're very pretty. You do have new blooms down here with the yellow ones, but the birds of paradise I also don't think are necessary because your fountains are really pretty. You know, I can understand adding the birds of paradise if you didn't have a beauty element here, but you do. You know, there's no need to hide these really pretty fountains. So I like this more with the lower flowers where we can see these really pretty fountains. See, I'm a bit more into the original. Also in the original, you timed it to where you got the water shooting up. Like, we get this beautiful streak of blue on both sides. But check out your new one. No water shooting up on the right. Very minimal water shooting up on the left. Like, look at the color difference with the blues, you know. That's another reason I think the Aurora would be great to add here, because you have this fun blue and green down here. So if we tied it up with the Aurora in the backdrop, it would be really nice. The new shots are pretty, but I think the beauty factor is stronger in the original. Okay, this is Alex's original scene here. The advice yesterday was to cut back on some of the elements that were making the image feel too busy. Crystals, New Year's lanterns, wish blossom flowers, butterflies, etc. Darken the hair. Add fireflies near the swirling sands. Add lotus blossoms to the pond. I had it shifted before. That's why I wouldn't let me put things in it. Oh, yeah. It's weird. When things are at like a 16-point turn, like it won't let you, it just glitches out when you try to put items in. It's stupid. You gotta like turn it and then put them in. And I have a secondary outfit option. I paired stuff down and readjusted the leftover elements and balanced things out and soften the character lighting. In particular, so the avatar looks more sun-kissed than overly bright. Looking forward to your thoughts, and thank you again for taking the time to review these. Of course. All right, so we got this one. Yeah, I like the darker hair. And we have this one. A very cool silhouette here. Yeah, darkening the hair, I think, looks a lot better. Personally, I think I would go with more of a natural color. Like, the dress is so pretty, and it's got, like, such a, like, you know, beautiful flow of color. If you went with, like, black or brown hair, I think it would make your character feel more balanced and, like, native to the area. Like, the purple is fun, but I don't know. I see a lot in Dreamsnaps with character design. I see most people wearing this dress or doing like a brunette look. And it seems to me that the hair colors that are more popular with voters on average are your more typical hair colors. You know, like brunette or blonde or black. Colorful hair sometimes, you know, does well, but for the most part, what I see a lot of players and voters and what I see from results is more natural hairstyles that feel kind of like they are native to the area in which the snap is taken. So when I was recommending a darker hair color, you know, the purple works, but I still think it would look better if you match the eyebrows. Like, you have the black brows here. I would do either brown brows and brown hair or just black hair. That way, you know, I think brown hair with this dress would be best. Maybe not black, but I would go brunette here, I think. If you want to stick with the purple, though, that's totally fine. Now, as far as the rest of the factors, very, very good here. I think dialing in some of the layers we had, like the wish blossoms and the butterflies and, you know, the crystals. It's a lot that we don't necessarily need because there's already a good beauty factor. Now, it does look like you didn't capture your aurora the same. Notice yesterday your aurora is very bold and thick, and it fills up the top section here. Now look at it today. It's very hollow. So I don't know if you move the aurora or maybe it's the timing of it because it likes to flow, but you might want to time this aurora scene better so you can get this level of beauty in the aurora. You want this. You know, don't lose that. So definitely try to recapture with that looking a bit better. And it's the same for this one. The aurora is empty compared to yesterday. So yesterday, very strong aurora. Today, very weak Aurora. You definitely want to fix that. The other changes are very good, though. I do love this outfit as well, but I just think it might be too much to go with like a pink purpley outfit and purple hair. I think, you know, like when I see this dress with like hazel eyes and like a brunette hair color, it just looks better. I feel, and it's the same for the pinkish purplish dress. That's a lot of pink and purple already. I don't think we need, you know, to do it with the hairstyle as well. The eyeshadow is fine. You can always play up the eyeshadow to match these colors. But now it's a bit too much because you have purple light, purple hair, you know, purple outfit. We don't need that much. Let's break it up a little bit. Let's try to make the look a bit more balanced, if that makes sense. You know, you don't want to lean entirely into one color for all your details. I think a good example of this would be if you look at my previous snaps. When I add fun colors to my hair, I add them to the accessories. Like with this hairstyle, I can change the color of these beads, and I can change the color of these lotus blooms. But the idea here was that I'm going with a Native American inspired look. And that means I'm going to have more of a tan avatar, and I'm going to have black hair like Pocahontas. If we're going with a Native Agrabah look, what color are the hairstyles of Aladdin and Jasmine? They're dark. They're black. So that's a great direction for that. You know, I'll do something fun and whimsical with the hair for like a fairy style build. But most of the time, you know, like I have a red kerchief, but I'm not going to have red hair here. And Ashley, don't even think about making a red hair comment, okay? And, you know, with this dress, we have this, like, kind of tealish, like, you know, green dress, but we're not going to go with, like, green hair. We're going to go with a natural hair color, and we're going to put the fun shades in the eyeshadow. That makes that eyeshadow stand out more. Now, if I made my hair light green or teal, this eyeshadow wouldn't stand out as much. It would just feel like another layer on top of all this same color. That's why going with a more balanced hair color, you know, when designing your outfit, once again here, black, but look at the eyeshadow. Look how it pops. Look at how much the eyes pop. If I had made this hair color the same, like purple here or this blue here, this eyeshadow wouldn't stand out nearly as much. But yeah, if you look through all my snaps, you know, I'm very rarely, like with this one, this is a good example. We have hair colors that are highlighting the pink dress, but just in the highlights. If my entire hairstyle was pink, this would look kind of silly. But since it's white with slight bursts of pink, it actually balances really well with the dress. And you'll notice that's kind of a common trend among all my dream snaps. When I do add color from an outfit to a hairstyle, it's just in highlights. It's not like the entire hair color itself. So I do think that that would add to the beauty factor, and it would make your character a bit more balanced here. So I would either go with a dark brown or a black. That way your eyeshadow is going to stand out more. And the face makeup here, the blue dot, is going to stand out more. It's a little overwhelming because we have a lot of funky colors, you know. If you want to stick with the purple hair, you can. But from, you know, just from what we're seeing with other voters, when you look at other snaps and how they're approaching it, that gives you a good idea of what people find to be beautiful. If everybody felt like purple hair was beautiful with this dress, we'd probably see it a lot more, if that makes sense. I think it would be a safer bet to go with a more natural hair color and play up the fun colors in the eyeshadow so they're more noticeable. That way your makeup's going to be, it's going to carry a bigger impact. And as far as the outfits, either one of these would work. I would probably keep the hairstyle with this one. If you do switch to this, I feel like this hairstyle is really good for both of these looks. I would just change it in color. But yeah, both are good options. So go with whichever outfit you want to go with. I kind of like this one. I feel like your original outfit is really pretty. It's different. You know, we've seen the Padme dress a bit, but it's such a pretty dress, and it looks really good with this pose. So I would stick with this, but I would alter the hairstyle. Maybe make the hair match the eyebrows here. And again, that's going to make your eyes and your eye shadow stand out a lot better. As far as the rest of the changes, you know, it's looking very solid. You've toned down like a lot of the over-the-top beauty factors that made it feel really busy. With this one, the only thing I would love to see is the Fennec Fox. Like, if you can get him here or here, I think that would be really fun. I think he might be behind you. We do see the Fennec Fox in this one, kind of walking around. It's hard to get the companions in just the right spot, though. So if you can't get them, don't worry about it. And then lastly, this might be the edge of the map, but if it's not, I would put like a tall cactus right here, just to fill in this little open space here. Because everything else, you know, everywhere we look, there's things filling us in from the background, which is fun. Except for, like, right here, you know, we do have this, like, little map piece. But, yeah, if you could throw a cactus here on the side, I think that would be fun, because you have cactuses on the far left, and that would kind of lock off the scene with these cacti on the edge. But, yeah, overall, very positive changes. Main things to consider from here to finalize this: the hairstyle. We need to fix the Aurora. You had a very, very strong Aurora yesterday. We don't want to lose that. Really beautiful Aurora yesterday. So let's try to get the boldness back in. And if at all possible, I would love to see the Fennec Fox making another appearance, but don't sweat that if he doesn't want to play well. You know, sometimes the companions just don't listen, or they just walk into a wall for 10 hours. It's a minor detail, so that's probably the thing you least want to worry about. Caroline is next. I think I got all the elements and changes you suggested. Feel pretty good about it. Thank you for the feedback. All right. I think this was yesterday's. Yeah, we talked about the swirling sands, and I think we talked about breaking up some of the white here, because you have a dress with a cream-colored white, and then we have a white backdrop, so it's a lot of white down here at the base. Which, against most Dreamsnaps, won't matter, but there are a lot of Dreamsnaps out there with a very high beauty factor, so finding ways to beautify this even more and, you know, getting a bit more color into the center of the shot here, I think would be strong. Looks like you altered the outfit. You opted for a path here with sandstone. I really like that. I love all the plants in the foreground. Very good job there. Great beauty factor here. And a great job adding the swirling sands. Now you have everything the challenge kind of mentioned. You know, you have the swirling sands, you have the blue sky, you have the cactus blooms. And I love that you've broken up the colors here. So, yesterday versus today. Already a good-looking snap, already a strong snap, but I think it's even stronger here. I love the foreground especially. All these cactus blooms are really nice. If you wanted to do anything else with the foreground, don't forget about glass flowers. You don't have to put them right up against this. You could have them just barely coming into the bottom of the frame here as like a little border at the base of the shot, so we don't see the bottom of the cacti. Glass flowers are very pretty and very fun to use. So a couple little glass flowers down here just to really round out this foreground, I think, would be worth considering. But the midground, background, everything's looking really good. If you have the Aurora, I would consider adding that as well. But yeah, very solid improvements overall, Caroline. Looking great, looking great. Scylla is next. So I say not proud of the old one, but here's the old one. All right, well, let's see what you did. Let's see what you did. Yeah, the main thing is I was surprised you had it as empty as you did. All right. A lot more detail. Very good, very good. You got some things in the doorways now. Do you have fireflies by chance? So the Aurora is really pretty for the sky, but for these aggro bills, if you combine that Aurora with fireflies, I know we have an example of that somewhere. It looks really good. Might have to go to mine for that. Sorry for the yawn. Oh boy, I am a sleepy guy. All right. So, yeah, you can kind of see here. But since you're using the Aurora already, if you have fireflies, they're really pretty with the Aurora. Like, they look really good with it. Gives a nice magical sparkle to your scene. So I would definitely consider that. And I like the changes to the makeup. The black eyeshadow, I don't think I mentioned that yesterday, but it doesn't really match with the outfit too well. It kind of looks like you might have gotten punched in both eyes. So this is much nicer. Like the light pink. But I do think I would, you know, we have a darker purple here on the dress. I don't think you need the blush as much. And I tend to avoid blue and purple lips. Blue and purple lips tend to give cadaver. All right, you don't, you know, it's more of a pink, so it's not too bad. But nothing beats like a classic dark red. It works with almost everything. You know, I've done a lot of different lip colors, but even on some of my scenes where I'm playing up like a lot of light blue, then I will use like a very dark blue or dark purple, but not light. Like if I try to use light blue on the lips here, she would look like a bit of a cadaver. So the only time I'll use these dark purples is if it's a very, very blue outfit. But for most of my lips, you know, like this one's a very dark, like almost like a dark maroon. I go with things like that. Tends to work out well. You know, red works in most situations. Like with this outfit, you know, we don't have any red. We have a blue top, we have a gold skirt, but the bright red lip looks perfect. You know, it works really well. We have the bright red lip again here. It's just kind of my default. You know, in this one, we have a bit of a purple with a red border. This one again with the red. Or red here. Very dark maroon again. Because the outfit here is very blue, but of course we're not going to use a blue lip. So I would lower the blush a little bit, and I would reconsider the lip and the eyeshadow is very bright. I would go with a darker shade. I think if you wanted a darker shade of purple for the lip and a darker shade of purple for the eyeshadow, it would match the purple on your outfit a bit better. Right now, the color you're using for the lip and the eye match Jasmine's outfit more than yours. Fireflies would be very nice here. And I'm glad you added some details to the shot. You know, like we were saying yesterday, the big issue was that, you know, we have these pawns, but you have nothing in them. There's nothing back here. And it didn't really measure up to your usual efforts. You know, you usually have a lot more detail in your snaps. So good to see that you have added several things in here. Definitely looks a lot better than yesterday, like a huge improvement in terms of beauty factor and detail. So very positive changes. And you were able to switch to sunset and still have the good lighting. So that's good. So even at sunset, you got the sun behind the camera. So final thoughts here would be fireflies for sure. And also, if you can, try to time your shot so that both of these fountains are shooting water. It's really pretty. The blue that comes out of these fountains is gorgeous. You have blue coming out of this one here on the left, but it's kind of ending on the one on the right. If you can time it properly, you can get a really great shot with the fountains. That's why these fountains are so strong. So if we look at this one, notice how we have, there's two fountains here, but we have the blue going all the way back, and we have it behind Jasmine as well. So we get this beautiful feature here from these water jets. Take advantage of these. You know, this fountain is already very pretty, but if you can capture it in action, it's even better. It's even better. So work on the timing of this shot. Try to get both of these fountains triggering. And lastly, let's get some glass flowers. Not planted right here, because we don't want them coming up over these, but like a couple of spaces below these cactuses, let's put some glass flowers so they come up into the bottom of the shot. Do you see what I'm saying? Don't put the new glass flowers right up against these cactuses. Put them a couple of spaces away so they come up at the bottom. That way they can fill out the bottom of your shot, because at the end of the day, this bottom corner is actually still empty. You want your foreground items to fill out the corner, not come down to the corner. So if you get some cactus Sorry. If you get some glass flowers down here, we can put some slightly outside of frame, maybe 2 spaces below these cactus blooms, and then we'll have these beautiful glass flowers kind of arching out, but not covering these cacti. So just make sure they don't cover the cacti. Make sure they just come into the bottom of the frame here. And then do the same thing over here. That's going to make your foreground feel more lush and full. And yeah, if you have fireflies, let's consider putting some of those up high above you here, so they're kind of covering the sky a bit. And I would recommend slightly altering the makeup, but huge improvements. Looking very good, looking very good. Yeah, final thoughts. Foreground boost. You know, let's get some glass flowers in there. Let's get some fireflies. Let's spruce up the makeup a little bit, and I think you'll be very solid. Jesse Joints. So this is yesterday's. I tried following the advice best as I could. I added some crates and things to the right foreground and got rid of the shadow going over me. I know the trees are a bit unfixable, but I made it a bit more dusty like Tatooine and added at least his sun to give it more of a Tatooine look. All right. I think you changed the time of day, though. Yeah, you definitely did. We didn't want to change the time of day. We just wanted to get rid of the shadow. Okay, this one has the time of day we're looking for. I'm also considering this one. It has warmer lighting, but I'm not sure if it does the theme as much justice as the other one. Well, you could have the best of both worlds. You could do the fog effect and have the better time of day. The problem here, so in this scene, you're at sunset time of day. We can tell because look at R2's shadow. It's going back, right? But you're in a giant shadow. Now, if something is in front of you, all you need to do is delete that item. But you're going to need to go back to the same time of day that you took this, because we didn't recommend changing the time of day, right? So you always want to keep in mind what time of day you took your original photo. In your new one, you know, you don't have the shadow, but it's a completely different time of day. We can tell because of the shadows here. So you see how the shadow is going under the Speedster instead of going back behind it, and you see how R2 shadow is much smaller, whereas today it's longer. So this is sunset lighting, and this is daytime lighting with fog. What if... Yeah, his shadow also goes a little bit more left here. Whereas here it kind of goes straight back. You could do this scene. Let me go to the spot you're in. So you are around here. So we're around here. You definitely want to try to get the camera closer. But you also want foreground elements, Jesse, as we've discussed. Every photo, you need detail in the foreground. You don't want to keep your corners empty, right? Whether it's a Star Wars photo or something else. So we have sunset time of day lighting plus fog. So you can do this for the Tatooine feel if you want to add a fog effect. But you're going to be trading the beauty element for it. I don't know if it's really worth it. Now, if you do take this route, just boost saturation, and you can still have the good lighting. See? Now we have, because when you bring the fog in, it nerfs the saturation, but as soon as you touch that saturation slider, it fixes it. So sunset lighting plus fog looks like this. And as you can see, all the warm lighting is gone. But if we come down here and we just touch saturation one time, boop, now all the warm lighting is back and you have the fog. So this is why you really want to invest some time into learning your camera tool. If you don't know what this thing is capable of, if you don't know what happens when you combine different elements, you're not going to be able to make the best dream snap possible. So if we adjust focus, it nerfs it again. But boom, we just roll it back. So now we have sharp focus, we have fog. So you could have the best of both worlds. You could have this fog that you have here, and you could have this lighting. Just go to sunset, as I just did. Go to sunset, set the fog on, and then adjust the saturation. Just take the saturation up 1 point and then go back. And it'll, because for some reason, once the fog is active, it sets saturation to -3, even though it says 0. It's a lie. So if you go 1 to 0, it'll bring you back to natural. If you boost it even more, you can get even more color, but you don't need to. Just going to 0.1 is going to be enough. So back to your photo here. I think the concept with the fog is going to be really good, but you're going to want to use sunset, and you're going to want to touch the saturation slider, just boost it by 1. Now, the other thing you need to do is you need to fill the corners of your snap. You never want to leave the bottom corners of your snap empty. You also should add villagers. You know, if you're participating in these reviews, your goal is to get 4K. You're up against some really good dream snaps. Like, have you seen your competition, dude? It's crazy. People are going out of their way to make their snaps as beautiful as possible. They're including all these villagers. They're telling stories. They're making all these improvements. You know, you can do that with a Star Wars snap as well. Let's look at Miss Spock's Tatooine snap, for example. Yours, you've put the effort in to bring one companion. I know it took you a while to make your build and everything, but as far as the concept for your snap, you haven't really put much thought or effort into the liveliness of Tatooine. And I talked about that yesterday, and then for your re-review, I see you still haven't done that. And I'm kind of perplexed. Like, why are, do you want 4K, or you're just like, whatever, I'll get 1500. But if you're going to, spend time doing these reviews, your goal should be 4K. It's not going to be a lot of effort for you just to bring some villagers in. Let's get Mike Wazowski. Let's get Wally. Let's get Kristoff. You can make it feel, the reason this doesn't feel like Tatooine is because it's empty. Like, if you want this to be impressive, you need to put in the effort to make it impressive. Now, if this pops up against the right things, it could get 4K as is. I mean, it could even land in the top 5. You never know if you pop up against enough selfies and random things. But as far as being very consistent with your snaps, if you want to get 4K each week and you want to get that good premium shop stuff without opening your wallet every week, you got to put that 4K effort in. So, not only yesterday did we discuss getting rid of the shadow, but we also discussed making your snap a bit more lively. We talked about adding in more items, which you did, but we also talked about we need a villager presence. And I showed you Miss Spock's snap, and we talked about Mike Wazowski and Kristoff and other villagers that'll work with this Tatooine setting. So I'm a little disappointed that you didn't at least try to do that. So it doesn't take a lot of extra time to go hang out with Mike and bring him here, just for one alien. But you could do Mike, you could do Stitch, and then again, Kristoff works well. You could do Flynn. You could do Sully as a big furry alien. There's all kinds of fun alien activity we can have going on here. So I think what you can do here, first off, the trick I showed you. You can have the best of both worlds. You can use the fog and the good lighting. So step 1, go to your spot, go to sunset, go to the sunset time of day here. Activate your fog like we're doing right here. And then once your fog is on, just set your saturation to 0.1. Then you're going to have the good lighting and the fog. The next thing you need to do, once you've figured that out, you need to fill your corners. So let's get a crate here, or let's buy another Tatooine market, and put one like right, where the pole comes here. Or you can take one of these vaporators that's in the background, put it kind of right here if you wanted. Or if you don't want to block this stuff, put like a small crate here. Also, you have these stalls back here, and you didn't bother putting a single item on them. This is a table. You can put goods on this. You can put food. You can put resources. You can put tinkering parts. Time-bending components like ancient gears, ancient plates. You can make it look like a little Naboo market or a little Naboo workshop. You got a speedster right here. What if we put gears and like power cells up here so it looks like a little area to work on the speedster? That kind of detail is what gets you 4K. But just leaving that stuff empty and saying, well, there we go. You can't really expect to beat the best of the best if you don't try, So you got to think about things like this when you're making your snap. And this is just tough love, Like, that's why people send me their snaps, is because I'm going to tell it to you straight. If you want to consistently get 4K, you got to put in that 4K effort. You can't just place buildings and place stalls and make a path and strike a pose. You want to tell a story. You want to sell the idea. You want to be like, okay, I'm looking at a movie scene. Right now, it feels like an empty movie set. Because this feels like a prop. Because there's nothing on it. And there's nobody habitat, like in this habitat, there's nobody here. So if you were to bring in Mike, bring in Flynn, bring in some fun villagers to make it feel like an alien planet, that would be awesome. And then also, not just with this Dream Snap, but with every Dream Snap, you always want to add items to your corners. You want to fill out your corners. So great job adding these items here, but since you came down here with your pose, why didn't we put like another crate here or a barrel or something down here? Could be anything, but something down here would be great. But you got to fill out this corner and you got to fill out this corner. And if you really want a good shot at 4K, let's tell a story with this snap. Let's make it feel like Tatooine. Every scene I've seen of a Tatooine market it's never empty. There's always weird creatures walking around. There's the hustle and bustle of Tatooine. It's a hive of scum and villainy, as they say. So this doesn't feel like a hive unless that hive was sprayed with, poison and everybody died. So yeah, I would definitely bring some life into this scene. So I'm going to reiterate that because we recommended it yesterday and it didn't happen. So make sure you add some characters. We got the villager toggle now, which makes that easier than ever. You can kind of get him to strike a pose. It's still not the best, could be better. But even 1 or 2 villagers will be good. Wally looks like a droid, so Wally is good. Eve's not my favorite, but you could use Eve. Sully, Mike, Stitch, Flynn, Kristoff, they all look like they could be dressed and exist in a space like this, and just having them kind of bumbling around or just in the background or even near you, hanging out with you, would be a great way to sell that this is an alien landscape. The pose is much better here, so I would definitely go with the closer pose. Gives us a better look at your avatar. So this is the direction you need to go with the pose for sure, as opposed to yesterday where you're kind of far away. Now, the fog is very fun, but again, if you want to use it, you can have this good lighting and the fog if you get yourself familiar with your camera tool. So go to this spot, strike this pose, go to sunset, turn on the fog, touch saturation. You'll have the best of both worlds. Add some villagers, add some foreground elements on the left and right, and you'll have a good shot at 4K with this. And then you can take all those things you learned and apply it to all your future snaps. And when you have things like this, like a marketplace stall, this new Tatooine stall is also a table, right? You can put stuff on this. That attention to detail, that is what it takes to get 4K. Players that leave those things empty, you know, or just like don't add a lot of detail into their scene, they're usually the ones that are complaining about their results and saying, hey, I spent all this time, I'm so tired of Dreamsnaps, but yet they don't care to decorate their scene as much as other players. And that's what the players you're up against are doing. You know, that's what you got to consider, is that you're up against some really incredible Dreamsnaps that have detailed everything in their scene. Like this photo here, every single little pocket, they've made sure to put a flower, a design. They've got yellow bushes over here. They got sand dunes. You know, they've put all this work in. You can't expect to beat a snap like this with all this detail if you're not willing to do the same. You know what I mean? So always, always, always consider how you can make your snap more detailed, how you can make it feel more real. Like for Miss Spock's snap here, she's got this is a great example. Again, I keep coming back to this one, but you see how she has a stall back here, just like you? The difference is she put stuff on it. There's a basket here. There's a pot here. There's a basket of fruit here. She didn't just leave this empty because she's trying to make a 4K snap. She's trying to sell the idea that this is Tatooine. So she didn't just build a scene and strike a pose. You know, she set up a dual sun. She brought in 2 droids. She brought in 4 villagers. She added items to the top of her tables. There's so many different little details that are happening here that make this worthy of 4K. Now, whether it gets it or not ultimately comes down to what it pops up against. But I can look at a snap like this and I can say, you put in a fighting effort for 4K. You did what you could. So if you fail, you know, you just came up against better snaps at the end of the day. There's not too much more you could have done to make this even better, aside from building it a completely different way. But you got to make the most with the build that you're creating. So, and look at this too. You know, she has the same stall that you have, that Tatooine market stall. You know how you left your table empty? She didn't. She put an alien on it, little monster toy as an alien, and she put a little burlap sack here and a fan here. So she intentionally made sure to fill out these spots on the tables to make it feel more like a genuine market. You've taken a great step in adding more details to your build. Like this is fun, but leaving stuff like this empty and failing to bring in villagers leaves a lot to be desired. So make sure you get these foreground, you know, if you want a running shot at 4K for every snap, always fill out the bottom corners. And really look at where you can add more detail. You know, what can you do to make this a stronger snap? Because trust me, your competition is asking that question, and they're doing those things. All right, next up, we got JMR. 1 and 2. All right, main thing we talked about, fixing the smile. We got the gummy smile here, so we got to fix that. Not your fault, just a weird thing Gameloft does. And then also move the house back a little bit, try for more depth, put a few more details in the foreground, put what I could find in the little shops, change the face on the avatar. Yeah, so we talked about, just like the snap we were just looking at, you know, this shop was completely empty yesterday. And everything is close in, which is really making it difficult to put more detail into the build. So let's see the new one. All right, you gave us a little bit more room. Very nice. We got items on the stall here. Very good, very good. Magic carpet in the doorway. I like that. Aladdin, Jasmine, and you fixed the gummy smile, so she has a much better beauty factor today. The rope, the cactus flowers down here in the base, very nice. So from here, you're looking much better, JMR, much better. I would say a much higher likelihood at 4K with your new snap for sure. I like the silhouette on the avatar as well. Great job there. And the beauty factor of the avatar is so much better. Like, look at her yesterday. Like, nobody smiles like that, you know? And if they do, they should work on it. No offense if you have a gummy smile, I'm sorry. And then for this one, you know, like, look at her here. You know, like, look at the difference in the avatar. She looks way more beautiful. It's because those gums aren't showing. I hope they fix that one day. Anyway, from here, JMR, you still haven't quite filled out the corner. This is what you need to fill. You know, where this frame meets this frame, right down here in the bottom left, So glass flower right here. Now this corner you do have filled out. You got this cactus coming all the way down, but a little glass flower here as well would be kind of fun. Again, don't put the flower right up in the scene. Have it to where the bulb of the flower comes into the shot. That's what we're looking for. A great example would be this here. I did it with these white roses. Notice how you can't see the white rose stem, but you see the flower bud? That's what I mean. Have the flower start outside of the frame and grow into the frame. Does that make sense? So for Ghosty Gala, I got these white roses kind of around my foreground here. So I would love to see you do, as your final touches on this, to spruce up the foreground even more. Let's get some glass flowers popping up. Don't cover the scorpion. He's fun, but you can have a glass flower right here to fill out this corner. And you can have one right here to break up these cactuses a little bit. And then lastly, I don't know if you have sandstone or the garden stone, but again, I recommended this yesterday. A garden stone path leading to this house would be perfect. It will allow you to detail this section of your build without cramming it full of stuff. That's why paths and garden stones are so good, because you can add detail to a space while keeping it open for traversal. It makes it feel real but complete. So I recommended garden stone yesterday. I don't see it still. Maybe you don't have it, but if you do, garden stone should start here, and it should go back, and it should go all the way to the house here. That's going to feel like a very natural, very clean path, and it's going to add a bunch of detail here. And that's it. I think you'll be pretty good after that. Looking pretty good. Gryffindor Panda. I think this week I struggle with lack of stuff from having... I don't have the Oasis Pass. I don't have any of the Oasis Path stuff, fireworks, fireflies, lotus flowers, or any of the Aladdin things. We weren't talking about that, though, Gryffindor. We were talking about, you know, if you listen to what I was saying yesterday, I pointed out that you're literally inside the Glittering Dunes build. Like, you're in the Glittering Dunes. And I talked about how you didn't use any cactuses. Like, at least I'm talking about the ones you can pick up off the ground. So you have these potted cactuses back here, and then you copy pasted these cactuses. You don't have to give me a list of stuff that you don't have. I can tell what you have access to by looking at this. And for a fact, I know you have access to glass flowers and cactuses, but you didn't take the time to go to your storage and get any, and you didn't consider using them at all for your build, even though every single week I'm constantly mentioning, don't forget about pocket items, don't forget about flowers, don't forget about your storage. So when you sent me this yesterday and said, this is the best I can do, I didn't believe it. I still don't believe it. And I'm not going to accept that you just don't have items, because I see you standing in the Glittering Dunes where the glass flowers grow and where the cactuses grow. Don't make excuses. You know those items are there, okay? And again, it's about tough love. I'm going to give it to you straight. If you want to get 4K, somebody has to tell it to you like this. You're not going to get it playing like this. You're not going to get 4K consistently if you keep doing this. It's my job to tell you that. That's what you submit to me for. So, you know, you can give me a big list about how you don't have the Aladdin stuff and the Oasis stuff. I didn't mention any of that. You have a cactus build. This is not an Oasis build. This is not an Aladdin and Jasmine build. I did not for 1 second say you have to bring that stuff in. I was talking about cactuses, which you have because you're in the Oasis. So, since I'm in the Oasis right now, I'm going to go on a little friendly journey here. And we're going to go find a cactus. Look at that. There's a cactus. There's another one. And you've got cactuses crafted behind you. You made the potted cactuses. So I know you have cactuses in your storage room because I can tell by looking at your photo you've already crafted the cactuses. So I don't know why we're talking about items that I didn't mention that you don't have. I'm trying to point out that you could have done better if you put your mind to it, and I'm not going to accept that you did your best. Not when you send me that. Not when you send me a snap where you copy-pasted the same tiny cactus 7 times, and you left your snap pretty much empty. If you want to participate in reviews, I need you to at least try. Because it's not my job to build your snap for you. It's my job to help you improve on your build. But if you just place 7 items and then send me a snap and say, that's all I got, why would I put effort into your snap if you're not going to put effort into your snap? And sorry, like I said, I got to give it to you straight, because if I don't, you won't get any better. So it's out of love, honestly, because I want you to get 4K. I want you to do better. But you can't send me a snap that you barely tried with and expect me to try to review it. I just can't do that. If you read the rules of our Dreamsnap reviews, it is required that you send me a complete snap that you're ready to submit for 4K, that you believe has at least somewhat of a chance at 4K. Because I'm not really here to build your snap for you. If you send me a snap that's pretty much empty and you don't have items in it, I don't have the time to build 60 snaps a week. So I'm not going to do that for you, and I'm not going to do that for anybody else, because I just simply don't have the time for that. I need you to put in a little bit more effort if you're going to submit for reviews, because as you saw yesterday, I was here until midnight trying to help people. And I can already tell today you've done this. And you know, it's funny. This is what I mean. I didn't tell you what to do yesterday. I just told you to actually try and come back. So this proves my point. You weren't really trying yesterday. Whereas now that I'm like, hey, you need to actually put some effort in, now your snap looks a lot better. I didn't tell you to put these items here. I didn't tell you to bring these cactuses up. I didn't tell you to put this tree here. You knew that this was not your best effort. And that's why I was so hard on you about it, because that's what you said when you submitted it. You know, you submitted this to me and you said, this is the best I can do. Again, if you're not going to put effort into your snap, I don't really feel like I should put effort into reviewing it. I need you to want to improve. Otherwise, I'm wasting my time and yours, right? We're not going to get anywhere. So, again, I want to see you do stuff like this more. This is much better. This is what you should be submitting for me each week, because now we can talk about how to improve on this. Now you're actually putting some real effort in. You're trying, you know? But I refuse to believe that this is your best effort. I don't believe that. I think you're better than that. You know, you may think I'm coming off a little harsh, but again, like, it's actually, I have more faith in you than this. If I was a jerk, I would have just accepted that this is the best you can do. I'd have been like, yeah, that's the best you got, huh? Huh. Good job, I guess. But no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that this is the best you can do, because I knew better, and I was right, because this is a much stronger snap. So thank you. Now, you're not always going to have the best items to use, but you got to be able to get creative, right? You don't have to have the Oasis STARPATH. You don't have to have all of Aladdin and Jasmine's items. You really don't. A lot of people this week that are doing this challenge, Panda, are in a much worse situation than you are. There are a lot of people out there that don't even have Rift in Time. They don't have Rift in Time. They don't have Oasis STARPATH. They don't have Aladdin and Jasmine unlocked. They're really scrambling for answers. I've had people on YouTube and Facebook asking me what to do. I'm a new player. I don't have Rift in Time. I don't have Aladdin and Jasmine yet. It's tough. So there are people out there that are in a much more difficult circumstance than you. So I don't really want to hear excuses about why you're not trying, because there are none. Because other people with absolutely nothing are at least trying to do something, and this shows you could have done better. So this is more on par with what I want you to be sending me when you're getting a review. Because otherwise, if you don't put at least a little bit of effort in, I can't really help you grow. And I refuse to believe this is the best you got. So much better job today. We have a place where we can start the review today. So, and if you're limited on items, you can always do something like this and then let me know, FYI, I don't have Oasis stuff. I don't have Aladdin stuff. That's fine. We could talk about other options. But I see that you're in the Glittering Dunes, so I know you have Rift in Time, which is huge. So let's talk about how we can build on this. So you don't need Oasis. You don't need Agrabah this week. Cactus builds are very cool. They're very cool. You can do some really fun things with them. And you have the Cactus House, which is a premium house. A lot of people don't have that. So it's another great item. Now, in your landscaping, you're already using some good cactus items. But there are some more I think you should consider. if you're going to play up the cactus build, let's really, let's focus entirely on cactuses, because that's what you have. Because you have glass flowers, you have a cactus house, and you have the cactuses and, the blooms. So, we got this cactus here, the tinted crown cactus. This is in your underbrush tab. This is the regular crown cactus, also in underbrush. So we got these two cacti here. All right, so that's a start. Now, in addition to that, if we go to trees, you already have the tree cactus in your shot. And I'm going to show you some really fun things to use to where you can make your cactus build very beautiful. You don't need all the best stuff in the game. You don't need, like, all this Oasis stuff. You already have some pretty good stuff that a lot of people don't have. So, yeah, we have the standing dune cactus. Now, we also have the dune tree. So, remember, this at its core is a desert challenge. Sort of a nature challenge, if you will, if you don't have the Agrabah stuff. So, the dune tree is going to be good, and the spiny dune tree. So, here are the options for your build just in landscaping. We have 5 good items. So, there's these 2 dune trees. There's this tall cactus, which you already have. And then there are these 2 short cactuses under the underbrush tab. Now, looking at your new photo here, you have the short cactus here. You have one of them. And then you have the other one back here. You have the tall ones here. So we have a lot of these cacti around. You have the cactus house here, the swirling sands, and here at the base you have glass flowers and a cactus bloom. Now, one mistake you've made here with the glass flowers, there's a special way you want to put flowers in your foreground. The trick is you can't have them all facing the same way like this. Notice how every single flower has the same shape. It's facing the same direction. You won't really see flowers doing this in real life. So how do we fix that, right? How do we make this foreground look a bit more natural? Same thing over here. It looks like you just kind of dropped these flowers from your inventory, but you didn't actually design with them. So we're going to focus on that for today's lesson, for like how you can improve on your foregrounds and your Dreamsnap builds. So, when putting flowers in your foreground, here's what you want to do. Here's what you want to do, Panda. You're going to first drop one flower. Don't drop them all. Don't do a big drop where you just drop everything at once and say, all right, we're done. We're going to split them and drop one of each. So we're going to split and drop. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to find out what our angle is going to be once we have the flowers placed here. So let's say I want this to be my shot right here. That's what we're deciding. So this is where I'm going to take my picture. Now, once I make that decision, I'm going to drop an item here to mark my position. That way, I ate that. That way, I don't forget where I decided my angle is going to be. So we put the night shard here. We can see my foot is, touching the dream shard. So we know this is where I'm taking my photo. Now we have these flowers behind me. We want to put those in the foreground like you did, but we're going to do it a little bit differently than you did. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to come over here. We're going to grab one of our flowers and we're going to move it down here to where it's kind of at the bottom of our frame. We're going to open the camera back up. We're going to check. Okay. So we can see it's not quite where we want it yet. Let me change my time of day so you guys can see better. And now we can see we needed to bring it down, and we also kind of want that bloom facing outward just to get a bit more beauty out of it. There we go. Beautiful little foreground flower there. You see that one? Now that we have that one in place, we can start adding the others. We've put that one at the bottom of our frame. Now we can start playing around. So, but we don't want all the flowers facing the same way, so we're going to rotate each one a little bit differently and kind of pile them in together. That's going to make this look more natural. Now, as long as you have more flowers in your pockets, you can duplicate the flowers you have on the field. So we can start grabbing more of these, duplicate here. We can bring this one up, rotate it this way. And we can also drop some cacti. Let's drop a black flower as well. Oh, and by the way, from Sunlit Plateau, when you get a chance, Panda, make sure you go get one of these big pink flowers. I'm going to show you something very cool with that pink flower too. Again, for your Dreamsnap, since you don't have this stuff, we're going to focus on plants and cactuses and just desert nature. So the cactus house is your backdrop. The the vegetation and the landscaping menu is your detail. Thankfully for you, Dreamsnaps are no longer tag-based, so you don't have to have all this crazy stuff. Now, what makes this Sunlit Plateau flower so good for a desert build, I want you to look at the flower on that Sunlit Plateau flower, and now look at the flower here. It's the same. They are practically the same bloom. So what we can do is we can have this pop up in our foreground, and then we can put more of these cactus blooms behind it, so it looks like that's a giant cactus bloom. We're also going to take more glass flowers and pile them in here too. We're going to try to sprinkle in some of our black flowers here. And really what we're doing is we're mixing our flowers together and we're making them feel more natural and organic. We're not just dropping them and having them all face the same way. This is the kind of effort you need to be ready to put in for 4K, and it doesn't take too long. You know, how long did that take me? A few seconds, really? All right, we're going to have to adjust it a little bit. So the Sunlit Plateau flower needs to come up and back a little. So let's move that back. We're going to move this one right about here. Let's check now. Okay, very nice. Now we're going to come down here. We're going to grab another one of our shiny boys. Now, the Sunlit Plateau flower has a bigger footprint, so you'll have to work very carefully around it. But yeah, in my Thursday video, Panda, if you watch the video, I talked about a lot of different builds you can do, and one of the builds I emphasized was cactus builds. So now look at the foreground we've made. We made this foreground in a few seconds. All it took me was a handful of items that I had in my pockets. And we could make this even more beautiful. Like I can put a cactus out here and another cactus out here, so let's do that. So now we're going to grab some of these landscaping items we have in the back. We're not going to go back into our inventory. We're just going to duplicate. It's faster that way. So you don't have to go back into your inventory every time. You can just go right into your, just hit duplicate. That way, you know, keep the items you're building without. That way you're not constantly going back into your inventory. It's going to take you a lot of extra time if you do that. We're going to bring another tall cactus here on the side. Let's put it like right about here. And then we're going to do a dune tree kind of coming up into the foreground a little bit here. I'm not sure if that'll be visible. We'll check it in a minute. All right, now let's duplicate more cactuses because we're going to follow our little line of cacti here because that's what we're doing with this build. We're making a beautiful cactus build. We're going to sprinkle in some glass flowers. There's also a lot of people out there, Panda, that don't have the swirling sands that you have, you know. If anything, you actually have really good items for this challenge. But you just need to apply yourself. There's always going to be snaps out there. There's always going to be snaps out there that are using things that you're not using. And if you get caught up in comparing yourself to those snaps and saying, oh, well, I don't have that item or that item, so I guess I just can't have a snap that pretty, you're never going to get better. You have to work with what you have, and you got to believe in yourself. And you, most importantly, you have to apply yourself. You know, you can't just do minimal effort and then say, well, I guess that's it for this week. You know, I did my best. So now look at this little foreground walkway we've made. Now imagine your cactus house behind me here, right? And the pond. So you're using that Moana pond, right? That's a good item. You got a good choice there. So now we go down and we go to the Moana filter. We hit all. We got our little pond here. We're going to drop that. We're going to have to move this out of the way. So now we drop our little Moana pond right here. And then, actually, we'll move it back a little. Might even rotate it. No, I don't want to see the rocks. Yeah, we're going to do here. And now for our back, we're going to put our house in here. the cactus house. It's actually in my other build right now. Now we're going to bring our little cactus walkway out even more. You know, add more cactuses. Duplicate more of these. We're going to add more glass flowers. And you can also use the cactus flower beds. I'm not even using those, but we could if we wanted to. That's just another item. Those are craftable. You have the potted cacti, which you can use. And lastly, to amplify the beauty effect with something that a lot of players have access to, we're going to use street lights. The cactus is green. It's a giant green cactus, so we're going to go with green lampposts, which, if you've made it all the way to Eternity Isle, you have these. We're going to add a green silhouette coming out from the cactus house. And lastly, for our desert structure, we're going to add some dune trees. And we can also use bamboo as well if we wanted. So to break, you know, to make sure we're not seeing a ton of these lights, we're going to add some dune trees here. And a little bit of bamboo in the back just to give some more greenery. Another little dune tree here on the side. All right, and that is our 5-minute dream snap. So, what do you think? What do you think, Panda? You think you can do something like this? I think you can. I believe you can. I believe in you. You gotta believe in yourself, okay? You don't need those Oasis items. You don't need the Aladdin items. You have a good thing here with the cactus house. You know, this took me no time at all. Right? You saw me do this in a handful of seconds. So, if I'm going to take my time each week, and I'm going to be here till midnight reviewing your snaps, it's a little bothersome to receive snaps where, you know, somebody doesn't try at all, because I'm putting a lot of time and effort into these reviews for you. The least I ask is that you follow the rules and you submit a complete snap. You got to be trying if you want to get 4K. So, I hope this little demonstration is valuable for you. I hope you've got some good ideas. This doesn't just apply to this desert build. This applies to so many different builds. There are so many different things you could do when it comes to builds like this. Nature builds, meadow builds, you know, there are a lot of really fun things when it comes to just regular flowers and landscaping items. And you're also really blessed you have that cactus house. But, you know, I just want you to see this, and I want you to consider you do have what you need to make a pretty snap. You do. I mean, this is a nice little scene. Sure, it could be better if I spent more time on it, but, you know, this is what you could put together with 5 minutes, you know? 5 minutes. Very quick, very easy. Oh, yeah, Alice, the swirling sands are cool. You should pin them if you don't have them yet. But yeah, if we wanted to, we can add those to it. Now, I wouldn't usually build this, like, right on the edge here, because, like, I can't put anything out here, which sucks. But if I could, I would do swirling sands there. I mean, you could always do one over here. But yeah, you know, you can do the swirling sands. Also, Panda, I know you have these smaller swirling sands in your shot. So I know you definitely got the bigger ones, too. So you can use the bigger ones as well. We can always put this over here.
Notice me, Senpai. Notice me.
Hey, Gryffindor. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you for taking the time to help me. I really appreciate it, and I agree that first photo was not my best effort.
I knew that already, my friend. I have more faith in you than that. I do. I do. If you're here, you know, watching my content and getting reviews, I know you have the drive to do good in Dream Snaps. Otherwise, why would you care? You know, that's the thing. Like, the reason I know that's not your best is because you're here. That's how I know. Otherwise, you know, because I would believe it if I saw a random snap online and I was like, hey, why don't you do more to this? And the person was like, oh, that's all I can do. I'd be like, okay, I buy that. But as far as for people coming into the stream, you know, like, if you're here, you're trying to actively improve. So if I see that you didn't spend much time on the snap, I'm going to know you could have done more. I'm not saying you always have to submit your best, you know. Some weeks you're not going to have as much time. Some weeks you're going to be busy. Some weeks life gets in the way, you know. So you're not always going to have the time to do a lot. I just ask that you know, submit a complete snap and that you're honest about, you know, where you are with that snap and that you want to give your best for the review so we can really focus on where you need to grow and what you can do better. But hopefully this little example scene gives you some good insight into what you can do this week. You have a great opportunity here to do something that's really beautiful and different from a lot of players. Now that I built this little example scene, I kind of regret not doing a cactus build. This is actually really pretty. But, you know, green street lights for the silhouette in the back. The house itself, the swirling sands, we know you have those. Glass flowers. And don't forget about the Sunlit Plateau flower. This thing is so pretty. I wouldn't do too many of these, just like one. One is enough. One at the front. So like one big, beautiful Sunlit Plateau flower here. And then just like the little flowers, the cactuses, you know, really play up the desert life. So, again, there's a lot of players out there, they don't even have Eternity Isle. So you got an advantage this week if you have that DLC. Because if you have Eternity Isle, you're going to have access to the Glittering Dunes. You have all the cactus stuff in landscaping. You have all the native natural cactuses. You got the dune trees. And everybody has the lights. Like, you can craft these lampposts. So these lampposts are great for magical silhouettes. You know, look at how pretty you can make this, though. You know, with just a few minutes. And feel free, I'm not using this Gryffindor, so feel free to, like, you know, use as much of this build as you want. I don't even care if you copy it piece for piece. It doesn't bother me at all. Because even if you do that, you're learning how to build a snap like this. You're learning how to structure it. You know, you're going to learn building out your foreground, your midground, and your background. Now, the last thing I want to talk about for your snap, Gryffindor, is I don't know if you've had the time. I know you have Eternity Isle. You probably haven't had the time to finish Jafar's quest yet since you're newer. But definitely try to progress with Jafar because you're going to get this Vizier's Alchemy table. And this thing is really good for pushing the camera closer. This is what me and many other people use to get right up on top of the avatar. Now, this is a bit more advanced. I think you, for now, for your Dream Snaps, you should focus on learning how to develop your foreground like this and add beautiful effects to your background like this. Don't worry about pushing the camera up close just yet. We'll get to that. But when you're playing in your free time, try to progress with Oswald because you'll get Oswald's car, and try to progress with Jafar because you'll get his Vizier Alchemy table, and these are both great for pushing the camera up. And you can push this camera up, and you can really showcase the avatar very beautifully here. And there's also, once we get you to a more advanced stage, we can start teaching you how to use different poses to, like, move the avatar a little bit and still have her be very beautiful. So, for example, if I were to use this as my snap, I don't really want the avatar in the middle of the photo because the cactus house is really beautiful. We don't really want to hide it. So if I use the Pluto pose, I can kind of push myself to the right, and now I can have garden stones, like, leading up to the house. And if I don't have the garden stones, I can just do rocks or something. You know, if you don't have garden stones, another option would be we go right back to landscaping. And this is why Dream Snaps is so much better now. You used to get punished for not having premium items and high-value items. That's no longer the case. With the game the way it is now, anybody with a landscaping menu can do a pretty snap, like, in a crafting menu. Like, if you can craft items, and if you can, you know, if you can craft items, and if you can drop things from landscaping, you can make a snap really pretty. Because you can craft street lights, and you can make pathways just like this. So if you don't have those garden stones, this is a really cool way to make a path. It's a little time-consuming. Garden stones are way faster. But, like, I just want you to kind of see the idea here. I'm going to make this little path on the outside of our... Because I know you said you don't have the Oasis STARPATH, so you're probably not going to have those garden stones. But, you know, how do we create a little path leading through our cactus flower beds as a fun little detail for the cactus build. Well, we just grab these Dazzle Beach rocks, and we kind of just do a little line here, you know, bring them, do a little line. It takes me back to my college days. So we're going to bring all of these in and just lead it all right over here. There we go. And then just kind of have it end at the pool here. So now we got, you know, it's not as good as, like, let's say the garden stones, but it's something, you know. And then you can fill up the inside even more with cactuses. So if we hide the avatar, now we can fill up all this with cacti, and we can fill up all this with cacti. Now we have this beautiful cactus trail that leads to the cactus house. Super easy. And anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. It's just something you have in your landscaping menu, right? So all you got to do is just access that landscaping menu and go to town. So yeah, then we can, you know, copy paste these guys. I'm going to mess around and end up making this my entire Dreamsnap. All right. Yeah, throw some of those in there. You get the idea. You get the idea. All right. Well, I'm glad you submitted for re-review. I was hoping I would have a chance to, you know, see you do a bit more with your snap this week, Panda. And thank you for the bits, my friend. I appreciate it. Already much better. So apply what we showed here, you know. Make use of landscaping, and especially work on your foreground. That's where I want you to focus the most for now, for this snap and for future snaps. I want you to focus on making a beautiful foreground. And, oh, and don't forget to add street lights behind your house to get that, like, nice green effect as well, because that's going to be really pretty. So don't forget about the Sunlit Plateau flower. And if you have to rewind the stream and go back to see how I set it up, I would recommend it just so you can see exactly how to do it. Remember, you want to drop one flower. So split and drop one. And then drop an item to mark where you're taking your photo. And from there, get the flower on the edge of the scene and then start duplicating your flowers, rotating them, and you put them all in there very naturally and differently. Mix in some of the bigger cactuses, and before you know it, you're going to have like a very, very beautiful foreground. Once you do that, you can start building that same foreground all the way back. You can build it back into your scene. Now you have a beautiful midground. And then for your backdrop, you're going to use things like lights for silhouettes and beautiful houses. So, you know, like I said, for this week, if you want to, you can kind of just play off of what I did here and apply all of this to your cactus build. And I think you'll have a good shot at 4K. Let's see. Hang on. Yeah, I did want to look at your outfit too, because I don't think I've discussed that. I think the green outfit you have on here is good for a cactus build. I would lose the blue Mickey ears, since they don't really play into the outfit much. Keep the green, though. Stick with this skirt. I think it works good for kind of the desert vibe, and I think the green shirt works good, too, for the cactus build. But let's lose the blue Mickey ears, and the rest of it's fine. I would also take off the backpack, because the backpack straps look really weird. So lose the backpack, lose the ears, keep the rest of the green, and play up your cactus build here. All right, next up. LOTR says, I initially wanted to do a full cactus build. Now I wish I did. Yeah. You know, I kind of regret not doing one now, because now that I see it with, like, the lights behind it, it's so pretty. Like, that's so pretty, dude. It would have been a great build, I think. I'm surprised we haven't seen something like this yet, honestly. I mean, we threw this together in, like, you know, 10 minutes. I would definitely not do it here. I'd probably do it somewhere else. Then again, I am happy with my build. I just think a cactus build would have been cool, because I probably wouldn't have been able to get something just as beautiful, but, like, pretty unique. But, like, that's so pretty. Like, that's such a pretty scene. You know what I mean? It's not too late if you want to do a cactus build, though. All right. Let's get back into the rest of the reviews. We got a few more to look at here. It's already 7. We're making pretty good progress, though. We had to slow down on pandas, though. I wanted to make sure we got, we can dive into that one. Cyber Lucy. Cyber Lucy is next. Oh, good. Yeah, for Cyber Lucy's, we wanted to see, this with sunset lighting, see how he felt about it. Ooh. I do really like the sunset lighting here, actually. I think you moved... Did you move the tree, or did you change the angle a little bit? Yeah, luckily with where you are, the sun is a little bit to the left, but we still have good lighting here. One thing I missed, though, is your scorpion. And that's the thing. I think that's why I'm noticing the tree. It might be here. It might be behind your elbow. I think the scorpion might be here. I don't know if the tree's footprint is too big, but if we can fit the scorpion, like, down here, and then maybe get another little something down here by the horse, I think that could be cool. Even if it's a little rock. Like, for detailing your desert build, Cyber Lucy, these Dazzle Beach rocks are great little details as well. So you can always place one of these little Dazzle Beach rocks by your horse. Putting a scorpion by his foot might spook him. So maybe just one of these little rocks by him for that little corner pocket. Just add some detail there. But I actually really like the sunset lighting. Ultimately, which one do you like more? That's what's going to be the deciding factor. I do like the Mickey Cloud here. But I think the sunset lighting is really pretty. Especially with the fireflies. And, you know, voters really do love the magical sparkles. Oh, and if you wanted to as well, since you have the cactus blooms, I think the Sunlit Plateau flower would actually be really good for your build too. The same one we were just talking about here. Because it's the same flower from the... This is the same flower from the cactuses. And when you put it right in the front of the scene like this, you won't even see the stalk of the plant, really. And if you put a little cactus right behind it, it looks like it's part of a giant cactus. That's why I like it so much. I think I have it in my actual official snap, too. But that could be a good way to beautify the foreground a little bit without making it, like, too overbearing. So if you had, like, a pretty, you know, pink Sunlit Plateau flower here with a little pink cactus flower behind it, that could be really cool. A little stone here by the horse could be a good little bit of detail, you know, to kind of break apart the open sand. And then I would definitely move this little scorpion because I love that in yesterday's snap. I love the little scorpion here. So I would try to position him so we can see him again. You might have moved, actually, because of shade. Maybe that's why things moved a little bit. Maybe when you went to sunset, the shade was a little stronger. But yeah, go with whichever one you like more. I think sunset is really strong for this one because your sun is in a great place for this. The blue pops on the Oasis pool a lot better with the sunset. Like, it looks very prominent here, which I really like. I would add a few more fireflies, maybe in this left-hand corner over here, like behind where my camera is. So I would add some fireflies over here for sure. And I would maybe add another little batch of fireflies here. And then, you know, bring the scorpion down. But yeah, go with whichever one you like more. I do think you should try for this expression. She looks a little happier in yesterday's. You see how she almost looks a little... The smile is not as pronounced as it was yesterday. I think it's the portion of the pose you're at. If you let the pose run a little bit longer to where her hand touches down... I think she'll have a brighter smile. Right now, she's like halfway on the smile. Just be very careful with the facial expression, because it subconsciously, you know, people aren't like out here judging faces like, I don't know. It's more of like something you're not thinking about when you look at a photo. It's the same for like, not even just dream snaps, just photos in general. Like if you look at a photo of somebody and they have like a beautiful expression and it looks natural, you're like, wow, what a pretty photo. But when you look at a photo where somebody's like got a weird angle from like the chin up and you're like, oh, that's not a good one. Like, delete that photo. You know, it's all... It might not be something we think about openly when it comes to dream snaps, but I do think the beauty of the avatar in that moment is going to be very important, especially when you're up against another photo. So I think the expression yesterday, do you see what I mean with the smile being a bit more pronounced? So in the scene today, her head's tilted down a little bit more. Her pose isn't fully complete yet. So I would let this pose run to where she puts the hand down and the smile completes. And I would add maybe a little rock down here, maybe a different type of rock over here. Bring the scorpion back in. Add a couple little fireflies. But that's if you want to go with this one. Otherwise, you can just roll with this, you know. I think this still has a good shot at 4K as it is. It's a really pretty snap. You know, and as far as daytime goes, you know, it still has really wonderful lighting. And I think it sells the idea that you're going for here really well. Ultimately, you know, either of these could get 4K or they could not. It's always going to come down to what you pop up against in the moment. So, you know, none of my reviews, I can ever really guarantee things are going to work out. But they're both very strong options. I know on average, voters tend to gravitate more towards the sunset lighting and the sparkliness of fireflies, so this might be safer if you fine-tune it to be as beautiful as this one. Which you wouldn't need to do much. I think it would be fixing the pose a little bit, bringing the little scorpion back in, maybe adding a couple little details and more fireflies. But looking really good so far. I actually really like it with the sunset lighting. I noticed you changed the shirt as well. I think yesterday you had blue, and today you went green. I think both would work, though. Because the jacket has these green, like, little embroideries on it, too. So the green shirt works. And then, you know, it has the light blue, too. So either is a good option. One thing I like about the blue, though, I think it plays with the eyeshadow really well. Both good options, though. Very strong, very strong. Dreamy Dewdrop, hello, hello. Thank you for the review. The recommendations were to add fireflies near the swirling sands, cut down the cactus flowers a little. Didn't realize how painful it looked until you saw it. And to move the house to the right so it'd be more visible. Ultimately, I didn't have the fireflies. Definitely something I'm waiting for popping up in my shop. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Yeah, you know, they're not, you don't absolutely have to have them. Voters, the average voters, they just love sparkly, you know. If you look at a lot of high-end snaps, like ones that consistently rank well, like sparkly, twinkly, pretty colors, you know, they just go feral for those for whatever reason. So if you have them, great, but if you don't worry. You can still definitely get 4K without them. Ooh, I do love the new shot, though. Beautiful color here. I mean, the first one was already really good, but I think opening up the cactus bed here is really nice. Yeah, I definitely like the cactus bed a little bit more open here. And I love being able to see the cactus house. You know, it's funny, we were just talking about cactus builds. Also, your saturation seems a little bit more pronounced on the new scene. Very cool. Very beautiful shot here. Yeah, again, don't worry about the fireflies. Now, one thing that is throwing me off a little bit, notice how the cactus bed on the left, it goes all the way to the edge of the frame here and stops. But on the cactus bed on the right, it stops here before the frame. I would get something to fill in right here. This one little spot feels a little off balance because the cactus bed on the left goes all the way out of shot, and then the one on the right ends abruptly before this wall. So I would do maybe one tiny additional little cactus here. And I do have one more fun little recommendation, which I should have mentioned yesterday. I keep bringing this up, but this Sunlit Plateau flower would be so good for your cactus bed. This is the same bloom that we see on the cactuses. So if you look at this little Sunlit Plateau flower, it has the exact same blossom that these cactuses have. And the cool thing about it is it's a lot taller, so it works really good to like fill out your flower bed a bit. So if you wanted to, I don't think you absolutely have to do this, but I do think it would be really pretty to consider having a little flower coming up on the front left and one on the front right. And if you did that, it would basically pop up right here and cover some of these blooms but then we're going to see all the cactuses around it, so it's really going to sell the idea that this is a cactus flower. And I think that would be really pretty in your scene. The other thing I would slightly consider is green silhouette. Maybe not on the cactus house, but maybe just behind you, since you're doing a cactus build. When I built this little example cactus scene, you know, I just did some things that I do with a lot of snaps, and the silhouette ended up looking so good with the green backdrop here. So if we go to your snap, you already have the aurora, which is really pretty. But I'm just imagining if we had a little green silhouette that came out, you know, around these Mickey cactuses and kind of around the avatar, just right in this space. Could be really cool. You can always try it and see how you feel about it. And if you don't like it, don't do it. Because we won't be doing another re-review. But I think it could be really pretty. You know, alternatively, you could also put the lights over here too, kind of around the cactus house as we did in this little example scene. But it does look really, really good with these green street lights, I have to say. Like, I really, really like the way those lights came together, especially when you have the boosted saturation like you do. Like, your saturation is up, so like it would look more like this, which really brings out that natural beauty of the cactus build. So worth considering. Hey, thank you, my friend. Much appreciated.
For the tips.
Of course.
The sunset lighting better, but had to disrupt the build to get it. Having your suggestions should help that.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought I could tell something changed, Cyber Lucy, when we were looking at it. I could definitely tell something was altered because, yeah, the tree was in a bit of a different spot and the scorpion. So, but you got it so close, though, even with altering it. I could tell there was, like, some small differences. But, yeah, the sunset lighting does look really good. So I think you nailed it at the end of the day. They're both really pretty, though. So, ultimately, you know, it'll come down to whichever one you like more. But I'm glad you like the sunset lighting one more because they, on average, they perform very well. So, they're very popular builds. Like, with this cactus build, you know, the sunset lighting is doing wonders for this one, too. But yeah, very good job with this one here. And Cyber Lucy, thank you again for the super chat. That is very kind of you, my friend. Very kind indeed. Dreamy Doodop also said, I did cut down on the cactus flowers and move the house over. If there's anything else I can tweak, let me know. Again, appreciate taking the time and improvements, especially with how tough Dreamsnaps are getting. Of course. You know, part of, you know, what's funny about that, Dreamy, is I keep mentioning that players are getting better and Dreamsnaps are getting more competitive. And I honestly can't help but wonder, like, how much of a role in that I am playing. Like, am I the problem? Like, am I making Dreamsnap sweatier? I don't know. Nah, people would be trying either way. I think I'm just helping a lot of people learn, but also there's only so much space in 4K. And each week we have new people joining and new people learning. And even, you know, for every one review we do, there's like 10 lurkers that are just learning and not submitting. So there's a lot of people watching that are just getting better from just watching. And then there's a lot of people getting better from participating. And I'm not the only content creator covering Dreamsnap, so there's other people out there teaching. Probably not as much as me. Like, I think I'm kind of the guy. Like, not saying I'm the best, but I don't think any other Dreamlight Valley creator covers snaps like 5 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. I might be the only one doing that. I think I'm a little obsessed, but you know what? It's a healthy obsession, and it's fun. So, yeah. But yeah, final thoughts on the snap here, Dreamy. I would seal off your flower bed here on the right-hand side just to have that balance because, you know, this one goes all the way over. Try out the sunlit flowers because you got a lot of these pink blooms, and I think that would look really pretty to have those sunlit flowers come up in the front here. I think you might really like that if you try it. And lastly, if you're interested, crafting the green street lamps, trying them either behind the cactus house or behind the Mickey topiaries could be very fun. But yeah, I think you're pretty safe for 4K with the way this is looking. There's not a lot of cactus builds out there, and this one is exceptionally done. Very beautiful. So I think the fact that it's different and gorgeous, I think it has a great shot at 4K. Well done. Panda Pie. First one is the original, second is the updated. Okay, so this was yesterday's. Thank you so much for the suggestions. This week has been hard knowing my grandma is passing away. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that, my friend. I am very sorry to hear that. Yeah, I actually had a close friend of mine recently lost somebody very close to them, and they've been in my thoughts a lot lately. You'll be in my thoughts too. I know it's hard to say goodbye to our loved ones. So my thoughts are with you, my friend. I love doing these stream snaps, so I finished it for her. I was suggesting to change makeup, the pose, and the swirling sand, so I changed those, and the only unfortunate part is I couldn't get both Jasmine and Aladdin in the photo. Thank you again. Hope you're having a great week. Well, you could always aim to get them a little later today. So the problem with Dream Snaps is, and the problem with the villager summoning, is that sometimes your villagers will both be at Chez Remy, or one is at Chez Remy, one is at Scrooge's. But on the bright side, that changes every hour. So every hour on the hour, it rotates. Some stay inside Chez Remy, but check back every hour. So, you know, I see you submitted this around like 2 a.m. Yesterday. If you check today, you might be able to get both of them still if you want. So just keep that in mind. It just comes down to when they're available. But if you're busy today, don't worry about it. Now, yeah, we talked about, you know, when you're close to the avatar, great opportunity to add makeup and details to really, really set yourself apart from other submissions. Especially when you're close. You know, it's a really wonderful opportunity to showcase your talents with design. And not your fault, as we discussed yesterday, but some of these poses with Gameloft, they just have the faces doing the weirdest things. Like I think I mentioned yesterday, she looks like she's about to start drooling at any minute. Not your fault at all. I wish the poses looked a bit more natural sometimes. Others definitely do look better. So you switch to the Cobra pose. Okay. And we have Aladdin and Carpet. Well, very smart to bring Carpet in since you didn't have Jasmine. I would still consider Jasmine here. I think that could be really fun. The pixie dust at the base giving these little sparkles combined with the fireflies is very magical. You know, you have these beautiful light elements down here, beautiful light elements up here. With the cactus house, the other thing I would consider, if you want to work on this anymore, and maybe you will if you bring Jasmine in, I would consider doing more with the plant life. The cactus house is beautiful, and it works really good for like a cactus-themed build. I mean, realistically, you don't even need Aladdin and Jasmine for this type of build. But I mean, you know, we just made a little experimental one to help our other panda friend. So you're Panada Pie. I don't know why I keep calling you Panda Pie. But yeah, Gryffindor Panda, we were helping them with a cactus build as well. And the fun thing with the cactus build is it's going to work really well with greenery and flowers and other cactuses. And if you want to do any more work on your snap this week, since you're doing a cactus house build, you're actually in kind of a unique position to like really play up greenery in the desert. You're already doing that to a degree with your build. Which, you know, we can kind of showcase here, right? Like you already got these little cacti down here. You got these cactuses in the back. You got the dune trees. But keep in mind, you know, you could build your foreground a little bit more. Like you could do the sunlit flower we discussed. You could do some more glass flowers. You can really cram in these cactuses on the left and right of your scene. And I do think that would elevate the beauty factor even further. Also, S. Reed, thank you for the sub, my friend. Thank you. Sorry I missed it when it came in. Brand new Prime supporter. Much appreciated. So yeah, I think in your case here, since you're using the cactus house and you have these cactuses in the backdrop, I do love the glowing pixie dust. But I think, you know, a more lush, filled out foreground would be a great addition to this scene since you're using the cactus house. So the sunlit plateau flower peeking up into the shot, a heavier presence of cacti around this pathway here, I think could be very fun. And you can always include a few more cactuses throughout the open sand. And don't forget scorpions. You can drop scorpions too. They're really cute, you know. Maybe not to some people, but I think they're really fun in the desert. So dropping a little scorpion here would be awesome. It would just be another great detail, and you do have a lot of open sand. And when I see open space, I see opportunity. That doesn't mean I just cram a million flowers into my build, but I do look at, you know, large open spaces like this, and my first thought is like, what can I put here? that would make sense. That would not clutter the photo. And little things like small plants or scorpions are going to be good for that. Now, for the desert, you might not want a lot of plants. That's fine. But a little scorpion could be great. Or you can add a companion home out of frame and have little snakes, you know, kind of in your shot as well. So when you fill out a scene and you fill out empty space, it doesn't always have to be furniture decor. It could be pocket items. It could be villagers. It could be snakes. It could be, you know, little scorpions. So just keep that in mind. Looking beautiful, though. And the expression on the avatar is much more beautiful today. You know, she's not drooling anymore, which is great. She looks very beautiful, very happy. So pretty fun, pretty fun. I'm liking it. Ultimately, you know, as always, performance will come down to what you pop up against. Dreamsnaps are getting more competitive. Sunshine said, yes, it's your fault. Okay, all right, good to know. It's all my fault. Okay. You're welcome, everybody. Get ready to sweat. Sweat for Dreamsnaps for the rest of the year. We're going to make this the most competitive Dreamsnaps community on the planet. We're going to be the only ones getting 4K. All right, Switch Mom is next. So I think I changed everything you talked about. I added the Aurora and the cactus flowers. I took the tiger, put Aladdin and magic carpet in. Also changed to gold instead of the speckled path. I got my avatar centered, and I'm getting better at turning her. Aladdin's foot is in the cactus a little, but he is spaced evenly with Jasmine, so I left it. Okay. Yeah, if it's like, if he's kind of clipping a tiny bit, don't worry. Don't worry. I think that's okay sometimes. Also, Switch Mama, I have to say, you've been getting much better with your snap delivery, you know, since you started these reviews. I think you're getting a little better each week. Like now you're at the point where you're constantly doing silhouettes. You're always getting close to the camera with your avatar. You're doing a good job with your makeup. This is what I mean, you know. This is what I mean when I say people are getting better. You know, it's not just here. There's other people that are improving outside of the community. So, you know, week by week, you know, this is why it gets more competitive. So this was yesterday's, which was already strong. We already have good strengths here, but there were some things we talked about adjusting. So let's see the new one, see how we feel about it. So we had this one, and then you had another one where you had Aladdin and carpet. Okay. So this one versus this one. Both good options. I like both of them more than yesterday's. Switching to the gold path definitely gave this more of a desert feel. Now, one thing, now that you've switched off the gold path, or switched off the speckled path to the gold, maybe we should also switch out these glass flowers for the orange ones to get like more of a desert feel. I know you're maybe using blue to match the outfit a little bit. You can always do blue and orange. But I think the orange ones would match the jasmine flower pot behind you and the gold path a little better. And I'll be honest, I like this one more. I know Aladdin's a little bit further away and he's standing like in the flower bed, but it's not too bad. You got things centered very well. You have the shot lined up very well. Good presence with Aladdin and Jasmine. The flower bloom behind you looks great. Good beauty factor with the fireflies. And then you have the Aurora in the back. If you wanted to do anything else with this, you know, if you do any other changes, go for this kind of Aladdin scene. Try not to deviate from this. Make sure carpet is very visible. And Jasmine is very visible. If you're not planning on any more changes, just keep this. Like, I wouldn't risk losing a really good scene of Aladdin and Jasmine. So if you do play around with this anymore, only submit over this if you get the same quality of the villagers here, because everything else is already strong. Now, if you do happen to go back and work on this and add the orange glass flowers here, the only other thing I think you should try to focus on is adding some details out here. You could add clay jars. You could add like some desert plants. You could do a cactus out here. In your snaps, just like what I was talking about with the last snap switch, Mama, when I see open space, I see opportunity. That's why for a spot like this, I was like, ooh, a scorpion, you know, maybe a snake slithering by, whatever. Think of that the same way for your snaps, even in the backdrop. So like way back here where we can see past Aladdin, color diversity is pretty, right? Green is pretty. So we could have had a green cactus back here to kind of break up some of the sandstone wall texture just for more beauty there. And then you could do maybe another cactus bloom beside this stall. You know, there's little things you can add on the sides. Now, that's not going to be a big difference in your performance. So, you know, if you don't want to have to recapture the villagers exactly like this, don't worry about it this week. But for future submissions, always think about the opportunity these open sections are granting you. They might allow you to add another beauty element to your snap, whether that's another flower, another pretty tree, a pretty cactus, another villager. So when you see these openings, view them as opportunities always. And if you do that before you get your review, then, you know, we'll be able to focus on other things. But I'll continue kind of highlighting these open spaces, you know, until... And again, you don't have to completely block up your snap, but you do want to completely detail it. So if you want this area to still be open, things like garden stones or a rug on the ground, you know, something to still add detail there, but something flat is a good alternative. All right, we got Bella is next. So this was yesterday's. Big thing was the fountain. A lot of people struggled with this fountain, Bella, not just you. You know, it's just too large, and it's not the most beautiful out of some of the options there. I'm still struggling with my fireflies. It's ridiculous, but I'm having trouble having them show up where I want them. Any help would be appreciated. You advised me getting rid of Jasmine's fountain, move them closer to improve my beauty. Oh, and I made sure I don't have random walk edges. Okay, gotcha. When I moved closer to the sand, fountain was overwhelming the shot. That's why it's not on the left anymore. Okay. Yeah, I like the fountain here, but you gotta finagle it. If you kind of change the angle, you're gonna have to kind of change the placement of the fountain as well. Now for this one, oh, you have the good fountain. Yeah, this one's way better. If I were you, I would have focused on this one yesterday instead of the Jasmine one. And I am kind of surprised you're only showing the edge of this fountain. Like, this would be awesome to have, like, behind you. Of course, I don't expect you to rebuild your entire scene. You know, you're good. It looks a lot better than it was yesterday. Like, you're definitely improving with the snap here. But in my, you know, in my Dream Snap guide for this week, and also for, like, you know, the example scene, I highlighted, you know, just how beautiful this fountain is. It's a very, very pretty, very strong feature, especially when you get the water jets shooting up, and you can decorate inside of it with glowing lilies. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful fountain here. Very fun to use. So I'm glad you do have that one, because that one's got a very strong use case. And yeah, compared to yesterday, you've opened the snap up a lot. Now, for the fireflies, you know, I think you said you were having trouble getting them to show up where you want them. So I'm thinking the sky, right? You want them in the sky. So it's something you'll kind of learn as you play with them. Really, for the fireflies, what you want to do with any Dream Snap, it's just like building your foreground, right? So remember when I was building these flower beds for Panda, and what I did was I started by just dropping a few flowers, and then I took one and I put it down here, and then I positioned myself to where that flower was in the foreground. We're going to do the same thing with the fireflies. So, boom. Now that we have this flower here, now I know, you know, I would drop an item here to show this is where I'm taking my picture. And now, since I know that that flower is on the bottom left side of my photo, now I would be able to add more flowers around it. And we'd be able to, you know, get a nice little flower display, because we tested it already. We know where that starts. It's the same with fireflies. So if we look in our camera, we can tell that if we want fireflies in our sky here, they're going to need to be pretty close. They're going to need to be pretty close to me to be that high up, because the further back we go, the lower the fireflies will be in the sky. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to my favorites, because I'm pretty sure I have fireflies favorited. Yep. And, you know, we can see how high up they are, right? So they're already about up to the avatar. a little higher than the avatar. So if this oasis glass is where the avatar is, that's why you want to drop an item to mark where you are. If this oasis glass is where the avatar is, then we know the fireflies need to be just a little bit further back. Not much. Might need to be further back. Let's open and see. Yeah, look at that. Now they're in the sky. And we were able to get them like that the first try because we marked where the avatar was and we were able to kind of measure it. So when you're building your snap, I always drop an item. I always place like a dream shard or just whatever I have in my pockets, I'll drop one. That way when I'm in furniture mode, I know not to place anything here because that's where I'm posing. And I also have a gauge for distance based on where I need to put some of these other items. So if it's fireflies and I put the oasis glass right there, I'll know that these fireflies, if I want them in the sky, they'll need to be a little bit behind that oasis glass because the fireflies are a little bit higher than the avatar. And there you go. Easy as that. Also, if you want the fireflies to really fill out the sky, just use a few extras. They fly around a lot, so sometimes they're going to fly out of scene, so putting a few more in is going to be good. But if you're trying to get them to fill out your sky, I can see where that one is there on the left side of your scene. I think your problem is that you're kind of putting them up next to you, maybe in front of you a little bit. And then, of course, you're not going to see those ones at all until they flutter in. So you kind of want to put them a little bit behind you because they're a little taller than the avatar. It's just like when you're trying to make a silhouette for the avatar. Like, let's say I'm using street lights to silhouette my avatar here. I can't just put the street light right behind me because it's too tall. But the further back I go with the street light, the shorter it becomes in the scene. It's called force perspective. So we're going to force the perspective here by sending this street lamp all the way back here. And now the street lamp is totally behind the avatar. And if I put enough of them there, we'll get a green glow around the avatar. So the street light is not actually shorter than the avatar. We're just, we're using force perspective. And it's the same with the fireflies. They're not actually in the sky in the background. Rather, they're in the foreground, but it looks like they're a background element, in the sky because they're up high. So, yeah, if you want to get the fireflies to light up your sky, mark your position and, just use trial and error. Just, grab a firefly, look at where you marked, go back a few spaces, drop a firefly, test it, open your camera. Are they up high in the sky? If the answer is yes, duplicate. If the answer is no, try again. So since these are up high in the sky, now we can literally just take them. We know where the other one is because it's red. And now we just copy paste a few times. Just bring them down this way, bring them down that way. If you want a few extras somewhere, just put a few more in the background, whatever. You can get really crazy with it. Okay, I'm going to take a lot of those back, but you get the point. So that's how that's going to work. Okay, now for the rest of your troubles here. One thing I would do in your photo is reduce the vignette a little bit. And also, I try to avoid having path borders like go through things like this. It's kind of like having the walls abruptly end. Kind of the same issue there. You're in the glittering dunes. You don't really need sand path. Like most people didn't bother using the sand path if they're actually in the desert. If you want to use it, go for it, but the other thing is there's no point in having this white path here. Like, you see how you have the Golden Opal Road here on the other side of this path border? Why? We can't even see it, All we see is like a fuzz of a path. If you got rid of this path, you could put flowers around you instead. And also, this bordered path is cutting right through this rug here too, right at the front of your scene where it's super noticeable. So yeah, I don't know about this path you're using. Maybe you can switch to a non-bordered path. That way you don't have it going through like this. Just do non-bordered sand. Yeah, switch to the sand without the border. Ask yourself, when you're making your snap, Bella, when you're building your snap, ask yourself if this looks like it makes sense. Like for every little detail. you know, if the answer is like, oh, well, there's no way that, you know, a construction team would just like take the edge of a path and pour it right on top of a rug, well then, you know, avoid showing that way. You know, so we have that problem here and here. But if you use the path without the border, the rug will be flush and it'll work. And if you get rid of, now you can keep this golden opal path here if you want, but I would get rid of the one down here at the bottom, because if you do, you can put some really pretty cactuses down here. And the other recommendation I have for you, Bella, is reduce your vignette. You see this beautiful fountain here with these lights? You see how dark it is in this corner? This is already kind of in the shade. And also in this corner, already in the shade. Very dark. And up here, you know, very dark. Vignette border can be very good sometimes. Now, I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm saying reduce it. Let me show you how that works. Oh, yeah, and for your foreground, if you get rid of that golden opal path at the bottom of your shot, you can do something really pretty just by putting a few glass flowers down there. You don't have to get rid of your fountain for that. Don't go tweaking everything and, like, changing your, you know, real quick, because a lot of people tend to spiral when I recommend stuff like this. You don't need to move this tea set. You don't need to move this fountain. And you don't need to cover your avatar with flowers. Basically, what I'm saying is, if you got rid of this path right here, you could put a couple of cute little glass flowers or cactus blooms right here at the base of your shot. Just a little bit of extra detail, you know? Just a couple. So don't feel like you need to go absolutely crazy with them. But just keep in mind, this path down here isn't really doing you any favors, and you could transform that into a new beauty factor. Now, let's talk about the vignette border. So by default, the vignette border is on. Now, in this shot here, everything is well lit, so I can keep it on. It's not a big deal. But in your shot, the corners are very dark because they're in the shade. So when that happens, instead of running the normal vignette, we're going to do a half vignette. So for a half vignette, you're going to go to -25. So this is a half vignette. It's still on, but it's a lot more mild, and you're going to get more color in your corners because of this. So this is the default vignette right here. And this is the, actually I would say -22. It's a couple points lighter. And a good example of this, I actually have a partial vignette on this one. So you can see the corners are just a tiny bit darker, but not much, you know. So that vignette border is always on by default. And eventually, if you keep getting reviews and you keep learning, Bella, eventually you'll be able to tell when this needs to be done without my input. So the reason we can tell this needs to be done here is because the corners are overly dark. This usually happens when you have good light coming into the scene, but a shadow hitting your corners. So your sun is back and to the right. We can tell by following the shadows. We can trace the shadows of your avatar right here and the villagers. So the shadows are going this way. Now, over here in this corner, we see a massive shadow right here. There's a massive shadow cast from the topiary here. And we see a shadow from the table itself right here. And the last bit of light we see kind of stops right here. So light is here, and then shadow, shadow, shadow. So very dark in this corner because of the shade. And then over here, we have this beautiful bright blue pool, which, as you can see, you know, features a really amazing beauty factor. Like, look at the beautiful bright blue and the blue water jets, right? Very pretty. Now, you timed the pool shot very well, so good job. You're going to want to try to get this again, but with the half vignette. That way we can get some of that beautiful blue back in the pool, and it's going to brighten up your corners and the top of your scene just a little bit. Again, I don't recommend completely disabling the vignette. I recommend going with a -22, which would be a half. But yeah, looking good, looking good. Good changes. Much better than yesterday, much better. You know, what you want to focus on moving forward is your structure. Keep in mind, Bella, when layering a dream snap, you want small items in the front, medium items in the midground, and tall items in the back. So a big item like this, you always want to avoid this. So keep that in mind for future submissions. The structure on this one is much better. You got a nice flat fountain here. Beautiful. You got a little simple tea set here. I do think this Cactus Topiary would serve you better a bit further back, but that would require you to rework a lot of this market stuff, so don't worry about that today. Just keep in mind, you know, taller elements you want further back. But yeah, much better snap than yesterday. Doing a good job. I think adjusting the vignette and adding, you know, also get rid of this border path. Go with the sand that doesn't have the border here. That way it's not going to go over your rugs. And yeah, maybe a couple little flowers in the foreground. Could be really fun. All right. M's is next. Yeah, this was fun. M's had some interesting shots. So M's yesterday, we had this shot with Magic Carpet, and we had the tornado behind her. And one thing I talked about was that I think this is a really fun concept, but something that works really, really well in an action sequence like this, a chaotic sequence, is a camera tilt. And I talked about camera tilt because it's something that doesn't come up very often in Dream Snaps. I showed a few of my snaps where I use the camera tilt, and I mostly use it when there's something I want to show on the side that you can't see normally, and tilting allows us to see that, or when there's like a bit of chaos going on, right? So if I was here and I was doing like a scene with a bunch of tornadoes, we could in turn like face the tornadoes, and then we could boost the rotation to give it that element of like danger and chaos where like even the camera is off balance and it's unstable. You know, it's a really, really cool way to do certain snaps. So that was the main thing we talked about for this concept, because the concept of trying to outrun a dangerous sandstorm on Magic Carpet, you know, is really cool. So let's see how it looks with the tilt. Very nice, very nice. I also really like the avatar's expression in your new one. She looks a little bit more panicked, which is really fun. Now, I do recommend one more major change here. M's, let's switch to the big tornado. The problem here is that now we have the chaos and this tornado is chasing you. But it feels like, you know, if I were to be screaming and running away from a small kitten, you know, let's go danger. Let's up the danger element. I think putting the big tornado here would be way more fun. Because, you know, this one kind of stops right here. But the big tornado would be pretty cool. Now, yesterday, without the tilt, you know, the tornado comes up almost to the top. But with the tilt, now we have a lot of opening here. I think if you go with the bigger tornado, that's going to be more impactful. But yeah, I try to make sure you keep this expression, though. This expression is really fun. Where she has, like, her mouth open. You know, it looks like she's having fun, but she's also a little anxious. So try to capture that same expression. But yeah, I definitely think you should switch to the big one here. I think that's going to feel more convincing for what you're going for. Horizontal is next. Let's see. Yeah, I think this was yesterday's right here. Thank you for the advice. I've done 3 versions with what you said. One with Jasmine, Aladdin's Tower included in them. One with their tower, but not including them. And one with the Cactus House. I couldn't use the pathing stones you suggested because I haven't got them. Okay, gotcha. So I've got the tropical wood path instead. Yeah, that's a good alternative, Holly. That's a good alternative. Everything else I tried looked terrible. I hope you like the changes. Okay. So we got this one. Yeah, that's a lot better. Very nice. This one. And this one. Ooh, I love the sandstorms here. Very cool. And yeah, the tropical wood is always a good substitute for the garden stones. Garden stones are best for the desert build, but yeah. I really like this outfit. Now, the only downside of this outfit is that the challenge did say to dress to channel the wonders of the desert. So like an outfit that channels the wonders of the desert. So like a desert themed villager outfit is very much on theme. But the cool thing with this one is it does feel like something you would wear in a hot environment, and it does have all these blossoms, and you have all these blossoms in your scene. So I actually really like this outfit. I would just hope voters are also cool with it. Now, I think out of your scene, I like this one the most. And you really did a good job incorporating the advice. I mean, look at the difference here from where we were yesterday to where we are today. The lighting is much more crisp. The scene is looking a lot better. You filled it out a lot better. We don't have this open space anymore. You brought, you know, these cacti around the fountain. The only flower I'm kind of surprised you didn't consider using would be the glass flowers. I know they're not everybody's favorite, but they are really neat for the desert. Maybe having one come up in this corner, like not planting it here, but planting it slightly out of frame. Like even if you had to delete one of the lower boards, as long as it doesn't change. Like, you know, you wouldn't want to delete this one, but maybe if there's one below it. But yeah, a glass flower coming up into this bottom scene right here in the corner would round this out really well. And I would be careful using these sunlit plateau flowers. They have, I'm sure as you've realized, a very massive footprint. So you can't put anything else around them. So they're kind of annoying. Another thing you can consider for open spaces like this, you could drop a scorpion. Scorpions are really cool. You know, they're part of the desert. But yeah, this is a really good build. I mean, this is, from where you were yesterday, it's a night and day. You know, this is very much 4K worthy. And you don't even need to use, like we were saying, you don't even need to use the Agrabah stuff. Like, look at how pretty this is. With the cactus house, the swirling sandstorms, the oasis house. And like we showed earlier, you know, we've been kind of on a cactus house kick because, you know, we've had some friends that don't have a lot of these items. And we've been talking a lot about how great some of these alternatives are this week. Like, look at this cactus house with just a simple build we threw together in a few minutes. Like, we made this in, like, what was it, guys? Like, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, really just to help a player that was going to do a cactus build. And we did this using only landscaping stuff and some crafting stuff. So, no Scrooge items, no villagers. Like, this is, the only Scrooge item is the Moana Pond. Everything else are flowers and landscaping in this house. And then the only craftable item are these green streetlights. That's it. And look at how pretty it is. You know, you can make something like this so easily, even as like a brand new player. You might have to get a little bit of iron mining time in to make the streetlights, but that's it. So yeah, you definitely don't need to go the Agrabah route this week. You know, it's popular because we have a lot of items for it, and they're pretty stuff. You know, it's pretty stuff. So you definitely don't have to take that direction. Yeah, out of your shots, I like this one the most. And the one with the tower is pretty too. You definitely don't need Aladdin and Jasmine. They are fun. Voters do love seeing villagers, but I typically only worry about adding villagers if it plays directly into the exact environment I'm making, or if the challenge directly references those villagers. So, you know, if a challenge mentions Scrooge, he's going to be front and center. But this challenge is just all about the desert and the beauty of the swirling sands. And I think this delivers on that really well. Not to mention having the cactus house here instead of the Aladdin and Jasmine house. You're going to get a lot of beautiful color out of this. You get all this beautiful green. And honestly, if you wanted to, you could even put some green street lights behind it to get a little silhouette there. You do not have to do that, but, you know, as you can see, it does pair very nicely with the house. It's a very pretty feature if you wanted to play around with it. Only thing is your house is, you know, you have the sand fountain here too, so that could be a little tricky. And you also have the swirling sand here. But yeah, very beautiful. I really like this one. Again, there might, I don't want to say there will be, but there might be a tiny risk with the outfit, since the theme did specify you have the dress to channel the wonders of the desert, but one could argue with all these blooms that these are cactus blooms, and it's a cactus bloom dress. I don't know. I think voters will be pretty forgiving on the outfit. Now, these outfits, you know, this Jasmine one definitely, I think this one definitely communicates the, or channels the wonders of the desert. The only downside to this outfit is I feel like it is very heavily used this week. I see this outfit almost everywhere I look. And there's other beautiful options, you know. So, I don't know. I kind of like this one more. And I know part of the reason is a lot of people don't have this, like, you know, the Dream style version. But, yeah, there's plenty of different fun options when it comes to outfits. But I do think the blue, you know, I know why it's being chosen. It's because it's a very pretty look. But it does seem to be, like, everywhere. And I know you never need to get caught up in being different. I know I talk about that a lot. We're all doing the same theme. But I don't know. I don't like wearing the same outfit everyone else is wearing. Unless it's a challenge with tags. Because then sometimes you don't have a choice. You just got to do it, you know. But we don't have that anymore, so yay. So yeah, very good job with the changes, Holly. A huge improvement from yesterday. This has been such a good re-review day. I mean, like, so many of you guys have really, really upped your game this week. I think maybe, you know, maybe it's because last week, you know, we had Cozy Dreams, and it ended up being super competitive. And this week, you guys are just bringing your A game. Especially on re-review day. Like, you know, when we did the initial reviews, we saw a lot of things that could be improved. But, man, you guys are taking the advice and, like, y'all are really, really committing to making these snaps as good as you can. I'm very impressed. Very good job. And not just for Holly, but, like, you know, most of the snaps I've re-reviewed today have been very, very well done. Good job, you guys. Good job. I think a lot of people are going to be getting good results. All right, LOTR is next. You mentioned the garden path, but I don't have it, so I did the sunbaked path and added some other items. There are 2 from yesterday. Tropical wood. Do you have tropical wood? That's a great alternative. The problem with sunbaked path is, well, we'll get to it when we look at it. It depends on how you did it. There are 2 from yesterday because one, you like the fireworks, and the other, you like the carpet, and mentioned trying to combine them. Also, for fun, I did a second build that I like. I think I like that one more. Ooh, a new build. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, these are the 2 originals. Yeah, I really like carpet in this one, but I really like the fireworks in this one. And this would be the new one with the path here. Yeah, I wouldn't do... So, the problem with the path like this is it can add a little bit of texture and color difference. But as you can see from looking at it, it feels a little unnatural because it's very thin. I think what might have worked better would be tropical wood. So I'm looking for a path that you can place as decor, but not one that you click and drag. So for like Holly, I recommended the same, the garden stones, but she doesn't have them, so she used tropical wood. Tropical wood is a great substitute for garden wood. Or sorry, for the garden rocks. So I think that could work better. But before we worry about that, let's look at your other build here. Okay, so you did the pond setup. Okay, very nice. I do like the pond setup, but what I will say is I feel like snaps like this have been a bit more common than yours. I've seen a lot of snaps with the opal path. Mine has it. And I've seen several snaps with the waterway, but you did do a good job on the waterway. I know earlier when I was working with Marie, hers wasn't quite sealed off like this yet, and you got yours completely sealed. So really good job there. But I did really like the way you had this structured yesterday. Like the twin cactus houses was such a cool idea. I mean, maybe we can do... Or is this in a different spot? Did you build this somewhere else? Because I was saying... Do you have both builds? Let me check chat. Do you have both options right now? Who said midnight streams every night? No way, dude. We can't. Technically, no. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Understand. Yeah, because this is really pretty, you know? It's a beautiful build. You did a really good job with the fountain. But I really was feeling what you had yesterday because it was very lush and green, which adds a really good beauty factor. And it's something a lot of snaps don't have. They're both good, though. I mean, realistically, you could go with either one, but I did like your commitment to double cactus house. I thought that was really pretty, especially with the little cactus fruit hanging down so close to the scene here. But instead of the... I mean, you could always just not worry, you know, or, you know, like I showed earlier, if you don't have garden stones, you could always make your own path. Flynn, what are you doing, bro? Get out of my face. So, with some of the rocks in the game, this is a little bit clunkier of a design. If I finished it, it would look a lot better, but essentially you take the rocks from landscaping, these are the Dazzle Beach rocks, and you kind of go along your walkway. And then once you do that, you fill in the outside of the walkway abundantly with flowers that can stack right on top of each other, mostly Eternity Isle. So you would do pitcher plants, cacti, and this would really be a great way to play up the fact that you are using 2 cactus houses, because you can go with heavy desert plants, like a super cool desert plant build. Could be a really unique way to approach the challenge, and it could give a really good beauty factor. If you do take that route, you know, I would highly recommend having one of those sunlit plateau flowers like towards the front like this. But yeah, you could always do something like this, and then we would fill this in with flowers. You could put a lot of flowers on the side. You don't have to do this. I'm just spitballing ideas for you. And also, I would say it would be better just to leave this blank, you know, than have the draggable path here. The draggable path just isn't the best for adding texture like that. So I think leaving it empty would be a better option, unless you feel like doing, you know, one of those paths I'm talking about, but that's going to be very time consuming. So you really don't have to worry about that. I still think this is your prettiest option. And this one, you know, getting carpet here, getting the fireworks behind you like a silhouette is really fun. I mean, realistically, you could just add some extra details in here. You know, that's the main thing. The garden stone would be great as a walkway, but you could always just go heavier with the cactuses to make a walkway, and you don't even need the stones. You could just keep an opening for the walkway. And if you don't have the garden stones, then you could try tropical wood. Potentially. I mean, that's craftable, so... There's also these little corner pieces of tropical wood now. It only took them like 7 updates to add them. But yeah, you know, you could have like something like this running to... I like to do the tropical paths like kind of crisscross like this sometimes. I think it's kind of fun to do. And sometimes I'll like double them up. In fact, I actually have a snap where I did this. I can show you an example. I don't even have to build it. It was Small Wonders. So I did that exact thing right here with my path. We crisscrossed a bunch of the tropical wood leading up to the beehive house, just so I could detail the open space behind me. That was the whole idea, was just add some detail to it. So that's also something worth considering. You aren't sure about the hair and the outfit. Okay, let's take a look at that. I mean, this is a very common outfit for sure. It's tricky, though. The good thing about this outfit is the challenge did say dress, you know, to channel the wonders of the desert. So an Aladdin and Jasmine themed outfit is a good option. Now, if you wanted to dress more with, like, you know, green to, like, kind of play up the cactus vibe, I think this skirt could work really well because it is Latin American inspired, and, you know, there's a lot of deserts in that region. So technically this would work. I mean, I would do a different shirt with it, but we actually saw a snap earlier. It was Pandas that we were going through in detail because she had a cactus build and she had an outfit kind of like this. I think something like this could be really fun for a cactus scene, and it still feels desert inspired, you know. It's got a lot of the green, which will match the cactuses. Hard to say exactly how voters will feel about it, but I think it would be a really pretty option for a cactus build. But yeah, you could do something like that. Or you could go with, you know, the classic, like, Aladdin and Jasmine looks. But since you're playing up cactuses more than you're playing up Agrabah, you know, Jasmine would stand out better if you're not wearing the same colors. And also, you might not even want to blend, you know, you might not even want to do green because you have so much green. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think you would blend too much. I mean, I have seen other good options. Like, some people are using the gold Padme dress. That might be really good for your scene if you have it. Or the Raya outfit, actually. What if we did the Raya? Do you have the Raya outfit? That could be a good option. That's a really good desert-inspired look. I mean, here's the Raya outfit with a cactus build. I think this might be your best bet if you have the Raya outfit. You don't necessarily need the hat, but, like, notice how well the yellow and brown stands out among the green. You don't have Raya outfit? Okay. It's in the shop right now. I don't know if you have the Moonstones, but it is in the shop. But yeah, the Raya outfit could be a great option. Do you have the Padme dress? There's two of them. There's this one. And then there's the other one that's in the shop right now, which is the gold one. I've only seen... Yeah, we have it here. So there's the gold Padme dress. This works well, I think, with the desert vibe because of the gold, you know, kind of it vibes with the gold sands. So yeah, I think that could be a good option if you have it. Or you could pick up the Raya outfit. Or you could do the pink Padme dress. But yeah, the Padme dress, either Padme dress can work here, I think. I do like the gold one more than the pink one. They're both good options, though. But yeah, there's this one here, which is really pretty. And the gold does look really good with the sunlight and the gold sands, and it'll stand out well like the Raya one. I do think the Raya outfit looks best with the cactus build, though, from the builds I've seen. This outfit looks awesome with the cactus sets. And it does come with a hairstyle, so it's definitely worth considering. It's also the only straw hat in the game. Or, like, you know, whatever you call this. They call it a Raya hat, but, you know, it's cool. So the Raya outfit, I think, is really worth considering if you don't have it, but you got some good options either way. Alrighty. Steepy T. Yesterday snap. Thanks to I'm chill about the lighting. I am an overthinker. Yeah, you're doing good with the lighting. So I kind of stare at my snap making minor lighting changes for too long. I'm gonna relax about it. This hasn't been my favorite week, but it's all about learning, isn't it? I've been feeding the bees, but no bee to my name yet. Just use the sunbird pose. You only have to feed them twice if you give them their favorite food. So 2 times of their favorite food, and they'll be your friend. We'll get that bee in my Dreamsnap bag, though. Yeah, definitely try to get them when you get a chance. You got to feed them on 2 separate days. And there's one bee that's there every day. So their favorite food, I believe, is the honey that you can fish up. There's honey you can fish up. Give them that honey. And you give it to them 2 times, and they'll be your friend. They'll be your friend. So it looks like you went with Sunbird. So let's see the new pose. Much better, much better. Much more flattering angle of the avatar here. And this one, her eyes look like they're a little inside, and we get like a side profile of the body, which isn't as nice as what we see here. This one, very flattering angle and view of the avatar, so beautiful pose here. Great work with the villagers as well. Everybody's looking great. And then you have one with the Aurora where he cleared the sky. Oh, very nice. Now, if you go with this one, I would recommend rotating that Aurora a bit. You want to get that beautiful Aurora line kind of going across the screen. So you want to be careful with how you adjust the Aurora. I do think it's going to offer a better beauty factor than the clouds. So I would likely go with the Aurora here if I were you. Just for that beauty element. But, you know, you'll just need to play around with it, rotate it, place it, until you can get it in a position to where at least it covers most of your scene. Because as of right now, you have it coming in a little bit right here. But what we want is to kind of fill in this skyline with it. We want to use that Aurora to add some beauty to the skyline as much as possible. So play around with that a little bit more. But Or if you are feeling tired of this snap, you know, you could just go with this one. The villagers look really good. Like, Aladdin looks really good. Jafar is looking awesome here. Jasmine's checking out at the counter. Flynn's checking out Jasmine. So, you know, pretty fun, pretty fun. So I really love the villagers in this one. So if you don't want to work on this anymore, just go with this one with the clouds. But if you do want to tinker with it, you know, I would play around with the Aurora. But definitely go for a villager cutscene like this. This looks really cool. Doing great, Stevie. Doing great. Ashley is next. First is the original, so it was this one. And it looks like you had a final version here. Oh my god, dude, yeah, that scene with Aladdin is so sick. Dude, this is gonna do well, I think. Yeah, the main thing we talked about was, you know, changing the makeup off of the brown. And we talked about adding villagers. You know, since you're cosplaying Jasmine, you don't really need to bring in Jasmine, but you could do Aladdin and Jafar. For mine, I did Aladdin and Carpet, because Jafar was busy when I took mine. I might retake it tonight, I don't know. Move the sun motif to the... Yeah, we talked about moving it up here. And then glass flowers in the foreground. So, now let's look at the new one. Yeah, that's awesome. So, the sun motif looks way better here. And you also moved it up a little bit, which we recommended, so it kind of comes down into the scene. Beautiful. It also matches with, like, the gold backdrop on you. It looks like the sun's shining on your back here. And the pose you got for Aladdin is perfect. It almost looks like he's riding carpet, like, up the freaking sandstorm. That's so sick. And Jafar looks like he's conjuring the sandstorm. So, absolutely amazing villager shots. Great job on the makeup, too. This blend from, like, a light purple into a light blue is beautiful. Look at the makeup difference here. Very, very strong changes here, Ash. Great job. So just a few changes, but it really elevated the snap. I mean, this took it up to very competitive. So this was already beautiful and competitive, but this is competitive. So we went from here to having the motif on this side. Great animations of the villagers here, and beautiful makeup. Good foreground elements. Great job, great job. No further work needed on this one. Looking good. All right, so we had Lee's original shot here. And what we talked about was adjusting. When you do night shots, the trick is you want to have that same beauty factor that people can get with the sun. So you're going to have to be a bit, you know, handy with your camera tool. So let's see what you're able to do here. I'm so glad you included the Cave of Wonders again. You know, we talked about that. Okay, very nice. And great job boosting the highlight. You see what I mean? Like, look at the difference here when you adjust for highlight and saturation. You can take a night shot and make it absolutely gorgeous. You also want to play up the strength of nighttime. The benefit to using night is any item that casts light or shines or is luminescent at all is going to be amplified in a night setting. So when we adjust things like highlight and saturation or light bloom, we get these beautiful candle elements, we get these beautiful firefly elements, and we get this awesome glow from the Cave of Wonders. Look at how we can see, like, into his throat here. That's crazy. Very, very good. Very beautiful. The only thing, if you wanted to work on this anymore, I would tweak the foreground a little bit more. So you see, the corners are the most important thing in the foreground. This corner is looking really good, but over here, you see how this flower kind of comes down and then it ends in this corner, and then you have a tiny one here. If you got another flower behind these two and kind of filled out this corner a little bit more, and then you brought one more thing down here to round it out, kind of, you know, go to fill up this whole angle, so to say, like this angle right here. If you filled this zone out, I think it would look even better. That's the only spot in the snap that feels kind of empty and barren, and I think if you did get some extra details there, you know, the extra details in the rest of these environments will feel a little bit more natural. But yeah, really good job with the settings. You'll be up against a lot of beautiful sun shots, so hopefully this will do well, but you did a great job with the changes. Well done, well done. Denny, first one's the original, so this is this one here. Hi, Zabai. Tried to change the snap as you suggested. Delete the two sandstorms in the front and the tiger sticker. Change the color of the hair and eyebrows. reduced the character lighting, added a few cactuses, but not sure if I like it better than the original version. Also added Nala on the new one. Okay. Let's see here. Why is it smaller? It'd be great if I can open it large like I opened this one. The copy you sent me today is a little smaller. Yeah, the issue here is with the original, you know, we talked about how these are obstructing the view of your backdrop and how we could play around with the view of the backdrop. But I think the problem is you removed them, but you didn't do anything with the space behind them. You just removed them. So the whole purpose of repositioning those tornadoes was so that we can make use of the backdrop of your snap. But there's like nothing going on here, and then here is just the stairs. So I don't know if you'll even be able to do anything with that, unfortunately. So yeah, these other tornadoes aren't really blocking anything too great unless you do something with that space. The lighting on the avatar definitely looks a lot better. And the hair color looks a lot better. I don't really know why we need Nala, but if you want to use her, I think it would make more sense since you have like the Agrabah Palace to do like Jafar or Aladdin on the side, since you have Aladdin here. I don't think she's a good substitute for Raja. She's not the same kind of cat at all. I can also see, it looks like you didn't connect your walls. Yeah, those details are really important for doing well when you match up against other good snaps. Yeah, I was kind of hoping you built this on like a floating island, because then you could be more flexible. If you got rid of the tornado, we could do something really cool back here. But you've kind of trapped yourself in a small area. You can't do anything here because that's the edge of the map. You can't do anything here because that's the edge of the map. Because you could have so much potential with the open areas here. And you can always do the tornado more on the edge. But with where you are, I would definitely keep the avatar changes, but you can put the tornadoes back if you want to, because again, there's nothing good behind them, unfortunately. If you could take the time to do something cool with it, I think it would be a lot stronger. Like, if you had, like, the cactus house, or any kind of cool desert home, desert palace, cactus house, or more desert trees, you know, cactus topiary. But the problem is you can't do that because you've kind of trapped yourself in this small area. For future snaps, I know you've been struggling with your results lately and not too happy with them. Why not give yourself a little bit more room to work? Like, what's the benefit you're getting out of the background here? There's not really anything I can see. Like, why trap yourself in this area? Like, for the trees in the back, you could put those there yourself on a floating island. You could put your own trees, like the ones from the Oasis. This mountain, maybe, but it's covered with the tornado and with the towers, so you're not getting any value out of that. And then you have the staircase here. Since you're, you know, pushing for 4K, I think you should make more use out of floating islands as opposed to trying to squeeze yourself into a small area. That's probably also why the castle looks a little weird here. I think you were limited for space, so you weren't actually able to seal the walls properly. But yeah, I would keep the avatar changes for sure. I'd bring the tornadoes back, but again, with the competition that's out there and with how well we can see into other snaps, you know, you'll just have to see how it does. If you pop up against the right stuff, you can do well. Like I said, any Dream Snap can be top 5 as long as you did the theme. It just depends on what you pop up against, ultimately. But if we're trying to prep you to be competitive against, you know, other incredible snaps out there where they have a lot more room to work, like with this snap, you know, I can tell Ashley's on a floating island. She was able to make full use of it here and incorporate the additional advice that we talked about. And we can see the same here for Holly's snap. You know, she had a lot of space with where she is. So when we talked about improving the build and adding more to the backdrop over here, so like let's say there was a sand tornado here and we couldn't see any of this. Well, since she's on a floating island, if she gets rid of it, now she can put a whole beautiful house there. And, you know, she has more room to work with that environment. So, not something you'll be able to really fix this week. But in future snaps, Denny, I highly recommend giving yourself a bit more space, unless you have a really, 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 really good reason to be in a region. So when you go to a region, there has to be something there that you absolutely need to be using. Otherwise, you're always going to have more opportunity on a floating island because the only thing a region does is restrict your control over the environment. And even things like this, like rock right here, like you could put your own rocks and scenes on a floating island as well. But yeah, the avatar definitely looks better with the lighting changes. But unfortunately, you know, there's not really anything going on behind these sand tornadoes. So if you want to keep them there, you can. Kimberly. So yesterday's shot, main thing we talked about here was lighting. You expressed concern over the sunset shot, character lighting, issues with the foreground, and adding more lights if I was sticking with the sunset shot. I gave up on sunset and rebuilt the scene the other way, so hopefully you have better lighting now. Based on watching the rest of the stream and your advice towards others about hiding the tops of the twisted tornadoes and not focusing on the jasmine fountain because it wasn't very pretty, I changed to the light blue fountains. Good call. They're very pretty. I wound up just changing the foreground elements entirely to make it all fit better. Okay. So we have yesterday's here, and it looks like you pivoted towards using the sun to your advantage. So you have this one. Okay, very good, very bright, very colorful. And we have this one. All right. So one thing I would recommend here for your scene is, since you're not right in the, you know, blocking the middle here, I do think the fountain might actually be better behind you, because having the fountain half, or like, you know, 60% on the sand and like 40% on the path, and this leaves this whole big white open area behind you. Whereas if, you know, the sand has a very beautiful natural color, and with this being a desert challenge, seeing that sand, I think, is better than seeing this path. So I do think having this fountain directly behind you would be a stronger play here. I think it would be a great backdrop, because, you know, this path here, it has this white and it has these pink spots, which are, you know, very close to the color of your outfit. You're going to stand out better with that nice blue backdrop with the golden little lily pads in there. So I think considering, you know, shifting your fountain to the middle of the plaza would make more sense here. And if you did do that, it would free you up to explore different creative ways to play with this other area. So you could line the edge of this area with cactus flower beds along the edge of this path. You could put, you know, your villagers towards that area. You know, for example, I kind of have mine set up in a similar way, and I'm using the same path as you, so I think it'll be a great example. But yeah, we have the the palace back here. And then I have, kind of like you, my avatar's a little off center. And then I have the pond behind me, which breaks up this path a lot. So we minimize how much white we see in the snap. I like to focus more on bold colors because voters tend to really gravitate towards that. So by putting that fountain smack dab in the middle of that path, we can eliminate a whole lot of that bright white and instead embrace rich color. And for the, and just like I was saying, on the edge of the path, I've lined it with these cactus beds. And closer to the camera, I've just lined it with regular cactuses. Now, unlike my build, yours has a wall on the inside where you've built a little market. So your option would be to decorate and, build up on that market, or get rid of that outer wall and show more of the desert. If you have the swirling sands, that could be a good idea because you can feature them kind of like I did here, like in your desert portion of the environment. Totally up to you. Depends on how much more work you want to put into it. You do have the swirling sands in your shot, but let's say you move this fountain to the center, and let's say you remove these outer walls. Well, then we would see more of the desert, and you can play up these sandstorms a bit. And if you have any other desert houses, like the oasis house, the cactus house, you can actually play with them out in that open space. And this could just be the castle behind you guys. So you wouldn't have to be in the courtyard. You would kind of be in front of the castle, the entryway with the water. Not saying you have to do exactly what I did, but just consider the beauty factor of eliminating those walls, and especially if you have these houses. If you do eliminate the walls, you're going to be able to showcase these. You're going to be able to showcase these sand tornadoes a lot better in your current shot. A lot of that sand tornado is blocked by the wall. And also, the sun doesn't hit the inside of this wall anyway. Because, you got the sun behind the camera, and it's not gonna hit, when you build walls out like that, one of the walls will always be dark. This one has some light on it. I do like your marketplace, though, so if you want to keep the walls and build up the market, that's totally understandable. I'm just giving you options here. Either way, I would eliminate just how much of this white we have in the snap, because look at how beautiful the other colors are all around, and then look at how the center here, where your character is kind of devoid of color thanks to so much path being open here. We can break that up by dropping this fountain right in the middle of it, getting rid of the fountain on the other side because Aladdin's blocking it anyway. So we can play up the fountain here in the center, and then you have two options from there. You can add details and cactus flower beds to this side and decorate this marketplace a little bit more, or you could remove the wall and open up the desert, showcase these sand tornadoes more. Regardless, whichever one you do, I would consider playing up fireflies a little bit more in your final scene. Especially if you open up the walls. Putting fireflies all around the sand tornadoes is a great, great way to amplify the beauty of those. And I would play with the aurora. So you see how it kind of comes up here and then it runs across your screen and it stops right about here. Rotate it, mess with it, try to get it to cover a lot of that sky if you can. But yeah, definitely a very positive change. Like, this is a huge, huge boost from yesterday. But I think you can fine-tune this to make it even stronger. And then for your foreground flowers, consider diversifying a little bit. Instead of just glass flowers, throw in a little cactus here and there. Birds of Paradise flowers are also going to be good. But yeah, a little bit of extra greenery in the flowers at the base. Just getting some extra green in here I think would be very nice, because we have all this beautiful green back here from the plants, from the dune trees, and from these cactuses. But yeah, definitely going in the right direction with this. The lighting is very nice. Beyblade is next. Beautiful as always. Hey, Sabai, your only concern was the lack of cactus bloom, so I tried to rework into my new takes. If there's anything else you can suggest, please let me know. I did have to rearrange a few things. First the original, rest are retakes. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's so nice. This is kind of exactly what I was recommending for the snap we just looked at. We were talking about the glass flowers here, but if we mix in, look at these cactus blooms. It's so pretty. But yeah, getting the sunlight flowers here and the little cactus blooms around you, absolutely beautiful. This looks so good. It almost looks like a border on the shot itself, the way you constructed this. It's so pretty. And I know you have a few other versions for us to look at. But yeah, I love the new flowers. And this really plays up what the challenge was, you know, mentioned when it talked about cactus blooms. So we have this one, and this one. I think this one's your best bet. The way carpet is like furling behind you, it's a really good animated shot of carpet. Captures the amazing detail and beauty of these blooming flowers down here at the base. And a great shot of Jafar as well. Yeah, this looks really good. Beyblade, really good. I like it a lot more than the glass flowers. They're really fun. They're really beautiful flowers, but, you know, since cactuses have played like a bit of a good role in this challenge, seeing people play up these blooms, and as we mentioned, you know, using the sunlit flowers, since they're the same flowers, to like make it seem like they're huge cactus blooms is such a fun way to deliver on that. Really amazing shots here. I think all of these, you know, even your old one, definitely 4K worthy. I think this one's even more competitive, and I would say this one is by far my favorite. The shot of carpet right behind you is perfect. Very, very well done, my friend. Snowdrop is next. So we had yesterday's shot here. You advised the sun behind the camera, although I had issues with the giant rock for pushing the camera forward. Oh, there's another. Do you have Snowdrop? Do you have well, you have Eternity Isle. Have you progressed? Or no, actually, I don't think you do. Because you're... I thought you did for a second. I don't know why I said that. Probably because I saw the dune trees. If you have Eternity Isle, you don't have to use the giant rock. You can just level up Jafar if you have them. The other option, if you want something that you can use now instead of the giant rock to push the camera, if you have Wish Blossom Ranch, there's another good item. It does make annoying shadows, but if you rotate it the right way, it can kind of be minimized. I like it more than the rock, though. It won't... The shadows aren't as bad. You can see there's still a little bit of shadows, but it's not quite as bad as the rock. But yeah, if you could get Jafar leveled up, I prefer using the Vizier's Alchemy table. And if you don't have that expansion, I don't know if you own the Night Castle wall set, but a lot of people don't know this, but the Night Castle wall set also pushes the camera up. So it's another good... Wait, maybe it's not night. Maybe it's just castle. Let's see. Yeah. So these small castle ruins, they're a bit shorter. They're still taller than the Vizier Alchemy table, but these will also push your camera up just in case you have them. You won't get as much of a shadow, as you can see. So if you have this, could be a great option. You'll still get a little shadow here at the base. You know, the Vizier's Alchemy table is better, but you know, I just want to give you some options that aren't the giant rocks because they're kind of a pain sometimes. I don't have Dazzle Beach Island yet, so I tried putting down the new sand path on Plaza Island. The footprint of the towers dunes have grass, so I don't know if it works. If I were to do it back on the beach, with the sun behind the camera, I couldn't avoid the beach grass. Okay, well, we'll see. It's okay to have some grass, by the way. We talked about this in my Thursday video. You know, we're creating an oasis. So a little bit of grass, like there are oases in the desert, and there will be some grass. So I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing. Either way, we want good lighting. I really like the blooms here. Since you don't have the cactuses, that's very smart to use. And yeah, the lighting is way more beautiful in the shot today. But yeah, not having, you know, being a new player, it's kind of an uphill battle because you don't have the floating islands, unfortunately. And you don't have some of the great things to, like, push your camera up. You don't have cactuses. You do have the Agrabah wall set, and you do have the swirling sands, which is really nice. I'm trying to think of things we can do to hide more of the grass. I think it's okay to have like a little bit of the greenery there. It's too bad you don't have cactuses, you know? Like if you had the little... Well, actually, you might have some in the landscaping menu that you can use. Like you have these sand dunes you can use. But if you had the Eternity Isle cactuses that you can just drop, I think that would be a great way to kind of fill in there. Have you tried sunrise? Because sunrise and sunset both work for beautiful lighting. And then maybe you can still be in a good position to, you know, just like yesterday where you're not going to have as much of the grass. Sunrise and sunset give the same good lighting. The reason we always go with sunset is because you can pair it with silhouettes because lights activate. So typically sunset is the way to go. But let me give you a good example here. This snap got rank 2, and this is in the lagoon. Now, if you've ever taken a dream snap in the lagoon, sunset absolutely sucks here because the sun sets behind the mountains and the entire area is covered in shadow. So sunset becomes suboptimal at best. However, for my take a hike dream snipe, I really wanted to use this waterfall. So I ended up playing around in the lagoon with sunrise. And as you can see, the lighting is just as beautiful as sunset. You still get this very good saturation. And this is before we even had camera sliders. So nothing is boosted here. This is just the natural camera before we had any kind of focus, saturation. This is just natural sunrise lighting. It looks just as good as sunset. The only difference is you're not going to get lights to activate. But you're not really using many lights, and you can always manually activate the torches that you're using. So you could always try to get sunrise lighting, but also I wouldn't worry too much about the greenery. You're already kind of facing an uphill battle considering you don't have a lot of the good Eternity Isle stuff. You do have the Agrabah wall, and you do have the swirling sands, which is really nice. The other thing you can consider to fill in some of that is characters. Now, you might not have Aladdin and Jasmine yet. You might just be really new if you don't have the Dazzle Beach floating island. But also, you know, characters can help block some of that off. Like if you have a character standing there, they can help with that. The lighting, the color definitely looks so much better. And this one, you know, the sky is this gray. We have a lot of shadow on the inside of the build. The blooms aren't as defined because there's no light hitting them. The eyes on the avatar I mentioned are very pretty, though. Like, that's the best feature of the snap, I think. In this one, you know, we have really nice lighting. But no way to really break up that green. And regardless of which one you go with, whether it's yesterday's or today's, you know, with where you are in the game, it's going to be an uphill battle, but either one could get 4K because they both feel like desert builds. It ultimately just comes down to what you pop up against. I will say I love the addition of the sand tornadoes in the new one. And I love that you use the blossoms a bit closer in this time so we can see them really well. But yeah, if you wanted to give it one more try, like with this environment where you're not going to have the grass, you could try sunrise. Like, you know, don't forget sunrise is another golden hour. It works a lot like sunset. But if you do sunrise, you're going to have to walk up and manually activate these torches. But once they're on, you'll be all right with that. But yeah, if you can get this lighting without the grass, I think that would be ideal. That would be the best of both worlds. But as of right now, I do think this is the more beautiful option of the two. Still going to be tough for you either way, though, because, you know, like we've seen, there's a lot of really, really good snaps out there. And, you know, it's just challenging as a newer player when you don't have access to a lot of items and when you don't have access to floating islands yet. You know, you got to do the best that you can with what you have. But these are still beautiful, and they both did the theme, so they still have a shot at 4K either way. I think this one might have a better shot because you have the swirling sands, which is something the challenge directly references, and you have very strong lighting here, and the Finnick Fox, which I think you had the Finnick in the... No, we had the Finnick in the original. So yeah, this one has, I think, stronger desert elements, for sure, but it does have that green, which is kind of a pain. But I think it's worth the trade-off. It's not optimal, you know. Best case scenario... Hey, Thea, hello, dude, welcome. Good to see you. Best case scenario, you would have this lighting without the grass. So you can always try sunrise, but if that doesn't work out, I would go with this. I do think it's a great improvement. And yeah, good luck, good luck. You know, it's challenging when you don't have access to like all the great stuff, you know. But we all start somewhere, and the more you play, the more you'll get access to, the more villagers you'll unlock. You know, just keep on putting the work in, and the way I see it is like moonstones in the meantime, you know, can always be a nice bonus. It's just a challenge. This is a difficult theme for newer players. Anytime we have a desert theme, if you don't have Eternity Isle, your only option really is Dazzle Beach. And then if you don't have the Dazzle Beach floating island, it's even more complicated because if you want to get the good lighting, you kind of end up in the grassier patches. Checking in. Was that the last one? Did we get them all done? Did we finish the reviews? Yo, Kevmeister, what's up, dude? Have you tried Split Fiction yet? No, that game's been out for a while, and I've seen it a few times. I've had some friends that played it. It looks really cool. I saw there's like a challenge run where like the first team that was able to do it got like a special video from the devs. It looked really cool. But I have not played Split Fiction. I have not played. I've been very, very dedicated to Pokopia lately. So, you know, I do my Dreamsnap grind. I'm always working on my Dreamsnaps. And in addition to Dreamsnaps, I play Pokopia. That's where my head's been, Kev. Hopefully you're still here. When I'm reviewing snaps, I'm not reading chat, like much at all. So I don't know if I missed you. Also, Thea, good to see you. But yeah, on snap review days, sadly, I'm not able to answer chat as much because yesterday we had to stream until almost midnight to get through all the reviews. So if I was reading chat, I probably would have been here till like 4 a.m. So sadly, I can't stay as connected. But yeah, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, I'm on top of it. I'm on top of chat. Simba, I know you're a Star Wars fan. Are you going to try the new Grogu meal burger at Burger King? They have a Grogu burger? Sure. What is that? Like Grogu chicky fries? That's adorable. And a blue cookie milkshake. That sounds like a stomachache and a half, but yeah, I might be down. I just tried them. They were so good. Okay, noted. I think I said it's $20-ish. Hope it's worth it. $20 for a Grogu meal? Is it made with actual Grogu meat? Why is it so expensive? Is it made from real Grogus? Yeah. It comes with a collector cup. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, maybe. I don't know, dude. $20 though for like a Burger King meal, even with the Grogu cup. I don't know about it. Not the Grogu meat. We have one new review that was submitted, and then 3 people who had a review today posted for a secondary review. One was Lisa H, who you said could. Okay, yeah, no worries. We'll get to it. So we have a few more. So there's one more person that hasn't had a review yet, right? One primary. Krellick. Oh, we got a new friend here. Very nice, Krellick. Hello. Hi, I've only been playing for a few months, and I'm just recently starting to get more into Dreamsnaps. Very cool. Welcome to the addiction. I unlocked the floating island recently and used it to set up this since it gives me a lot more room to work with and larger scenes and lighting. Exactly. That's so funny. I was just talking about that like not too long ago about, you know, why, if you have them, you always want to use the floating islands unless you have some kind of really, really strong reason to use the regions. The regions are very restrictive in terms of environmental space and lighting. So you're already thinking the right way here. I was going for more of an Oasis courtyard storytelling vibe instead of a posed shot. Would love more feedback before I finalize it. Mainly wondering if the focal point reads clearly enough or anything feels off. I'm leaning more towards the first picture with both Aladdin and Jasmine, sunset lighting. Okay. Well, you got a great eye for snaps. I think you're going to do wonderful things. Very good, especially for a newer player. you know, a lot of people that when they first get into snaps, you know, they tend to struggle with like lighting and where to build their snaps. So if you're already using sunset lighting and, you know, utilizing your floating islands, you can do some really fun things here. So we have a night shot. You got the aurora, very good. And then there's one with the magic carpet pose. Well, I definitely think you're on the right track leaning more into this one or this one. This is fun. But I think the beauty factor here is much better. And ultimately, you know, when it comes to getting votes on your Dream Snaps, everybody's delivering on the theme to a degree. But you got to beat other good snaps typically to get 4K. Sometimes people get lucky and they come up against a lot of selfies and we'll see like a rank 2 photo that's like an empty room with like 4 items. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. So like any week, anybody that does the theme can do well. But most weeks, that's not the case. Most weeks, it just comes down to outmatching your opponents. Now, the thing is, a lot of the advice I give here, it's not necessarily what I think is the most beautiful or what I think is the best. A lot of the advice I give, and I'll go through this spiel since you're new to the reviews, or maybe, you know, first review from you. The advice I'm giving is more based off of what I know the average voter's like. And none of us are really the average voter. If you go vote in Dream Snaps, you won't find very many people that put a lot of effort into them. Roughly 70% of the submissions you see when you vote are like random selfies, random quest photos, yard sales with like a handful of items placed. Very minimal effort. But like 20 to 30% of players, they actually love it and they put a lot of time and effort in each week. 20 to 30% might be generous. Now, those types of people, they tend to be more accepting of all kinds of Dream Snaps, but your average selfie submitter, they don't put a lot of thought into their snaps, so they don't put a lot of thought into voting either, I believe. And I believe this because, you know, for the past several years, I've had people share their results with me. I see what does well week after week, and I always review results from within my community as well. And as far as the average selfie submitter and the average voter, they love bright, colorful, vibrant, saturated, and sparkly. Like, I like other snaps more, but those tend to be the safest and most consistent. And that's why a lot of my snaps, you'll see, are very colorful, very well lit, lots of saturation. I will do night shots on occasion. You know, if it works with the theme I'm going for, but I usually have like a lot of light elements, a lot of glowing elements. I'm playing up a lot of beauty factors. So theme and beauty is ultimately what determines votes. And that applies to both your average voter and voters like us. But voters like us can also appreciate beauty in a more complex way. So a snap that's not bright and vivid, but like foggy and artsy and like well detailed will like stuff like that more than the average voter. And oftentimes we'll see snaps that we know deserve 4K not getting 4K because they weren't as favored by the average voter. Like, I don't like snaps like this. You know, I made this snap in 30 minutes. I feel like it's cheesy and gimmicky and basic, but it gets like rank 100, you know, because, ooh, it's shiny and like Mickey and Pluto and Minnie and, oh my gosh, there's big Pluto tags and there's a rainbow, you know, like, I don't like that this is popular, but it is, you know what I mean? Now, there's a lot, you know, I'll do more advanced stuff from time to time. What I'm getting at here is I personally think the shot is absolutely gorgeous. I think this can do really well, and if you get the right voters, it will. I definitely think it will do quite well. It really just comes down to what kind of voters you get and what you pop up against. So I really like the structure of this, but due to the way average voters are, there's a few things I tend to avoid in my snaps. I try not to have a lot of white or marble or gray because it kind of puts a lot of them off sometimes, which is frustrating. For night shots, you did a really good job with the character lighting, which is one thing a lot of people struggle with, and you've added some great light sources. The fact that you actually put street lights behind the wall. And now I can tell because I look for stuff like that. But other people, you know, some might not know at all why this wall is green here and why it's red here, but it's because you actually put streetlights behind it to give it a magical glow. This is exactly what you need to do with a night shot. In fact, if you went with the night shot, I would play that up over here as well. I would give it more of a glow on this side. If you have the starlight projector, I would consider adding some starlight projectors to the scene just to give it even more of that magical, ethereal desert night feel. Whatever you can do to beautify the snap even further is typically a very good play because, you know, when it comes to snap design, you're not necessarily just trying to win people over that are like you and us. You're trying to also win over those average voters. So, again, you know, when I give some of the advice I give on snaps, it's not about necessarily what I think is better. It's about what's popular. But I do think this could do quite well. It's not as bright and colorful and fun as some of the competition. But snaps don't always have to be. Like I said, ultimately it comes down to like what you pop up against. But you'll notice, you know, when I pulled up my snaps, you'll notice a lot of them are like very vibrant, very bright, very in your face. And another reason that's a popular approach is, you know, a lot of your speed voters, you know, they're also going to vote on small screens, you know, Switch or Steam Deck or even Apple Arcade. And a lot of them, you know, they don't put a lot of effort into their own snaps, so they're not going to put too much effort or thought into voting. They're just going to say which one stands out first. So part of the battle in Dreamsnaps is being the first one to capture their attention. When both photos pop up, you want their eye to go to yours, and you want them to immediately say, wow. If that happens, there's a good chance you've already won. And that's why bright, vibrant, and colorful perform so well. Again, I don't always like snaps like this. Like, I would say one of my favorite snaps I've ever done is actually Nature Takeover. I freaking love this so much. It was kind of like a Last of Us vibe, where we have like this whole town and city that's been completely overtaken by nature. We have all these hanging vines, you know, and then we have all these animals in the front. We don't have the avatar too close. I wanted to play up the animals more. You know, a snap like this, it got 4K, sure. But a snap like this gets ranked 5,000, you know. So this gets ranked 5,000, whatever, you know. I'm glad I got 4K. I don't really trouble myself with the rank too much. I'm just aiming for 4K at the end of the day. But it's funny because when I do snaps like this that take me 30 minutes and they're just like bright and in your face and loud and colorful, they get like rank 100, you know, very consistently too. So, you know, as somebody that's new to the votes, I just want to start by opening with like what a lot of my advice comes from and like where I'm coming from on that. It's not about what I think is best or most beautiful. It's more about, you know, where I think a lot of the voters are. And on top of that, Dreamsnaps is getting more competitive. So Dreamsnaps is getting pretty sweaty. I might have something to do with that myself. But, you know, Gameloft has shrunk the brackets down. More people used to get 4K, but now only 4%. Used to be 7.5%, but now it's only 4%. And just like you, more people are getting into Dreamsnaps, so you're not alone. It's actually becoming more popular for people to embark on the Dreamsnaps journey because a lot of people have reached that point with the game where they've got a lot of items and they're feeling good with where they are with quests, and now they're ready to dive into the world of Dreamsnaps. The more people that take that path, the more competitive it will become because they're actually going to try. So, with that, let's take a look at your snaps and, you know, see which one we think will be the best bet for you here. This one is really pretty. Again, really, really good job on the character lighting. Great shot of Jasmine here. But I do think these are going to be your better options. This one, the foreground is very lush. Some very fun colors here. You got good character lighting coming in. And now you mentioned the sunset, but it looks like we're not getting much of the sunset lighting because the sun is setting behind this wall here. I talk a lot about sunset lighting, and there are two primary ways it's best to take advantage of it. So, option number one would be your classic sunset shot, where you capture a photo of the sun setting in your image. Those are a bit more technical, of course, I'm sure you know, because you seem like a talented player. And for those shots, you know, you're going to have to make up for the fact that you have no light hitting what we're seeing in the shot. So there's no light hitting these gold piles, no light hitting in the front of this flower. So when we have the sun in the background, we also get this pale sky. So if you want your sky to be less pale like this, you're going to have to do things like adjusting vignette to get more color into it, along with saturation. You're going to have to boost highlight to get a bit more color in. But there's different ways you can adjust for a beautiful sunset. You know, of course, boost character lighting so the character's more visible. But it's a bit more technical. Now, what's a lot easier is building your Dreamsnap scenes with the sun as your primary light source. So you use the sunset time of day, but you place the sun behind, you know, whatever you have pushing your camera up, or, you know, just behind your camera in general. And because of that, the sun is like a giant photo spotlight. And this gives you the absolute best daytime lighting possible in the game. It provides really good saturation. It kind of covers the entire image. Pretty much everything the camera sees is going to be well lit, colorful, vivid, and popular with a lot of those average voters. But not only them, but shots like this are also popular with players like us. So it kind of wins on both of the, you know, on both of the voter pool. Of course, you know, there are oddballs out there, or people that are, you know, very different about what they like or how they feel about votes. But, you know, we're just speaking in, you know, we're kind of generalizing with the voter pool here. So for daytime scenes, you know, either having the sun in the image or making the best of the sun to light the image is going to be very, very strong. So you mentioned the sun. Now, I think the sun is actually back here behind this wall. But you made up for that with the good character lighting and with these lights, you know, behind the wall here. You got a very nice glow on the wall. Very beautiful shot. Your second photo here, the night one, I think is equally fun. I really like the butterflies. I do think this would perform even better with average voters if you doubled down. Hey, thank you, my friend, on these little street lights you have featured. Because you're featuring some of these street lights behind the Pluto, the Ween. Welcome to the inner circle, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you joining the supporter family. Great to have you. So yeah, I would do the same thing you're doing on these walls to these over here. You have one green light here, but I would do the same thing right here. And then also to up the beauty factor, I would definitely consider, I don't know if you have the starlight projectors. They're part of that Bell bundle, but they are absolutely beautiful at nighttime. And it seems like you're already getting very familiar with the camera tool, which is perfect. That's exactly what you need to be doing if you're getting into Dreamsnaps. You need to have a good understanding of how it functions. One of the best things you can do at nighttime for any nighttime shot is boost your highlight. It's pretty much, I would say, the best camera feature for night, aside from character lighting. So, you know, but usually before I even play with character lighting, I go highlight first, because we can get, we can really amplify the lighting elements in the shot, and it just kind of amplifies everything as well. So if we have default right here, you know, if we increase highlight all the way, where when we don't have a lot of lights, everything gets really bright, but it does make lights brighter as well. So things like the aurora get greatly amplified. And I typically do that before I mess with character lighting. But what I've noticed with a lot of the nighttime shots lately is the nighttime shots that have more of these flashy glowing elements seem to be performing better. There were a lot of shots last week during Cozy Dreams that certainly deserved 4K that didn't get them. And most of the ones I saw were night shots. So that, and you know, you would think for Cozy Dreams, it would have been a lot more popular. But the night shots I did see getting 4K, you know, one of the big things they had in common, or at least many of them, was that they had that elevated highlight. They had a lot of glowing elements. Now, of course, this will only matter if you get those average voters. You get the right voters. Things like this are totally fine. But I would recommend, if you want to be very, very consistent with 4K, one of my recommendations is to try your best to appease both sides. So the average voter and the people like us, you know, the people that put a lot of time and effort into Dreamsnaps. I think this, to a degree, will work with both. Mostly, it's going to come down to what you pop up against. The biggest challenge for a snap like this is simply that there are going to be a very high number of like very well lit, very magical scenes that have that kind of pizzazz or wow factor that a lot of those average voters chase. And these things are also, they can also be very popular with, you know, like I said, with players, with the average voters too at times. But I think this scene would be like a great example. Like this cactus build. It's got very rich color. It's very vibrant. It's got a lot of color diversity. It's really going to pop in the voting phase. And things like the Aurora are going to be very strong here. Now, the challenge when, you know, you have a more artsy shot like yours, when it's more of a... of course, it didn't want to open in that image. I should have pulled it out. Yeah, here we go. When you come up against shots like this in the voting phase, that's where it can be tricky at times. Because these bright, saturated images, they tend to stand out, like, on a small screen in particular, a lot. And that's also why it's so popular to have your avatar, like, somewhat close to the frame in a lot of these shots. So pushing the camera closer can be really good. Now, again, I really like the way you structured this. I certainly hope it gets 4K. I definitely think it deserves it. But on the off chance that it doesn't perform as well as you'd hope this week, and you end up not getting the results you were hoping for, I would say for, depending on what the next challenge is, sometimes it's like, oh, we need to do nighttime or we need to do specific weather. But the next challenge that allows for it, I would highly recommend making the most of that sunset time of day, getting those beautiful vivid colors, and just beautifying the heck out of a scene. Sometimes storytelling angles go over really, really well. In fact, with most of my snaps, I try to tell some kind of story. Like for Cozy Dreams, I made sure to have a pose where I'm sleeping and I have a bed right here. So I use the Pegasus pose. I hid the Pegasus, and I even got a little raccoon doing the same thing. For, you know, we got around top 100 for Marvels of Nature. And of course, I did the Miko pose because we're welcoming Pocahontas. We're welcoming Miko. I'm holding him like he's a sweet little baby. So another fun way to do the shot, and having Pocahontas close by. But since people vote on small screens, not only do they like, and they vote fast, not only do they like seeing these bright, vibrant scenes, but they also love seeing the subjects of the scene close to the camera. So finding the items that push your camera forward is very useful. You'll see in most of my snaps, I'm pretty close to the avatar with my camera. Occasionally I'm not, if I'm doing some kind of storytelling like we are here, or like this one where we wanted the puppers in the front instead. So depending on the theme, that can change. Like this, I have no avatar because it was all about architecture. But in, you know, most of my average snaps, you know, the avatar is going to be very front and center. Whatever villagers I'm using are going to be very front and center. So that's another thing I highly recommend. I wouldn't worry too much about that this week. That's more food for thought for, like, your future submissions, whatever you may want to do. I think this is beautiful. I think you did a great job with it. Expert level character lighting here. You got it absolutely perfect. The scene, the light you have coming into the scene is very pretty. And, you know, putting the street lights behind the wall to get these, like, magical glows. Very fun. Very fun. Now, where were your other ones? If you went with the night one, I would kind of do the same thing you did with this wall, with this one over here. The Aurora is perfect. If we could see the sky in this one, I would definitely recommend the Aurora here as well. I love the way you set up the kind of garden courtyard here. That's really fun. The flower bed looks great as well. If you want a cool idea for the flower bed, since this challenge talked about cactus blooms, there's one super fun flower in particular which is this Sunlit Plateau flower, it's actually the same exact bloom that's on the cactus. So it's the same flower. And if you make a little foreground flower display, getting this beautiful flower bloom here, I think Beyblade did very good with theirs because they use like 4 of these, like 2 on each side. But I've been recommending these flowers a lot. But they look really good with the little cactus blooms as well because it looks like a big blooming cactus. And since the challenge directly mentioned cactus blooms, they're great to include. So I'm glad you have some down here. But if you want to add any extra pizzazz, you could add those. I don't think it matters as much here, though, because we don't have direct light hitting these flowers. So they're not going to be as impactful. So overall, I think this is a very beautiful and very strong snap. Ultimately, how it does will, as always, be determined by what kind of odors you get and what you pop up against. You know, for a romance scene, I think lighting like this is better, where it's a bit, you know, more dim and more intimate. So I think this makes sense for a shot like this, and hopefully voters will feel the same. But for, you know, alternate things, I would definitely, one of the biggest things I would play up, like I said, is that sunlight time of day and getting that very strong lighting in your shots, just because it is very popular with voters, and getting close to the camera as well is going to do you justice most of the time. But yeah, very beautiful scene. I don't really have any recommendations for the structure of the shot. I think you've done a good job with how you've layered this. Since this is all paved, you know, I usually try to avoid open space, but it would just kind of clutter your courtyard to put things here. So the way you've built this, it's not really optimized to like add more items to. I think you've got exactly what you need already in the shot. And the lighting and saturation is good too. And I think you've also got the vignette turned up a little bit just to make it more intimate into this spot as well. So yeah, all the camera features are well adjusted for what you're going for. But yeah, I think it'll, you know, we had one other romance shot this week that was kind of similar to yours, but they did like the Cave of Wonders. And they ended up, you know, the first shot was like really dark. Unlike yours, I don't, yeah, this was the first shot. So, you know, kind of a similar approach here. I mean, different in terms because they didn't have the lighting quite as good as you did. But, you know, then they ended up kind of beautifying it. They upped the highlight, opened it up to where we could see the Cave of Wonders so they can get that wow factor. We did talk to them about adjusting the foreground a little bit here because it's still a little sporadic on the right-hand side. But yeah, I think romance shots are going to have that kind of more intimate lighting. So I think what you did here makes sense. I'm not sure how it'll perform, though, because I haven't seen a lot of romance shots. It'll really come down to what it pops up against, you know. I think it should do good, though. I think it should do good. There's plenty of snaps I've seen that aren't up to this quality. So hopefully it gets what it deserves. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of your work. Okay, let's go to the last of our secondary reviews. We have Lisa H. So this was your original shot, Lisa. He said, you give a secondary review of my changes. First is my current best. The other two were the ones with the changes. One with water spraying, one without. I do not know how to pause my avatar. Right trigger. Okay, so if you want to pause your avatar, Lisa, when you do a pose, you have to be on the pose menu. So this menu here where you can choose your poses, like, you know, your pet pose. It's where you can choose your standing pose. So basically what you do is you go over here, you activate your pose. I'll show you here. So we're going to do the Pluto pose. Let me make sure I'm lined up right. Yeah, there we go. We're going to turn 45 degrees. We're going to go Pluto. Once I activate the pose, I just have to hit right trigger on my controller to pause at any time. I just have to remain on this part of the menu. That's it. So right trigger pauses. And then we can adjust focus. Let's get the gummy smile out. There we go. And then we can hide Pluto. And there we go. Now we got her checking out the T. So yeah, just use right trigger while you're doing a pose. And if you want to have a great shot at 4K, Lisa, definitely experiment with the camera controls a lot. Because your life will get a lot easier once you figure out like how to freeze your avatar and everything the camera can do. It's really going to open up a world of possibility for you. So yeah, right trigger. Okay, so this is your original. Okay, that's one new one. This one's a bit better. I'm not sure if you adjusted contrast. I would not play with contrast. It almost always makes a picture look worse. Saturation is great. Contrast, not so much. Also, I would recommend... I don't think I would recommend the purple hair here. Now that we're getting your lighting a bit better. With this gold, you know what goes really good with gold? Brown. Brown goes very well with gold. And if you look at most of the submissions this week, people are using very natural hair colors. You see a lot of black. You see a lot of brown. In most challenges, it's pretty rare that you're going to see like purple and red hair. Or red, I mean, you know, like maybe natural red here, but I mean like, you know, red or green or, you know, like the more like artificial colors. Natural colors on the avatar tend to be far more popular with voters. So I know it's fun to like really dive into the customization, but if you want to change the color of your hair, choose a hairstyle that allows you to do highlights. And then add colored highlights. So, you know, if you look through my snaps, you know, I'm almost always using regular hair color. But when I want to add fun colors to my hair, I choose a hairstyle that allows for little highlights. You know, that if my entire hair was like a hot pink, it would be a little strange. But yeah, for the most part, natural colors are going to work really good. If you're going a fantasy route, you know, that could be a little bit different. But for the gold dress, your makeup and hair look styled for something different. I would go with the brown hair. I think that's going to look a lot better here, and maybe a light brown highlight. And for the eyeshadow, I would go with a gold to help kind of pair with the dress. And for the lip, I would go with a dark red or maroon. I know you're probably trying to match the choker here, but I don't recommend it. I think your avatar will look a lot more beautiful if you do that. Also, this bright pink blush, I do not recommend using heavy blush. Most of the high-end players that do very well with their makeup design, they almost never do the blush. It's kind of a trap. You would think like, oh, blush could be really cool, you know, but it doesn't look good in this game. So avoid blush for the most part, unless you have some kind of really good storytelling reason to use it. It always looks like somebody just powdered their face like over the top. If I ever use blush, I usually do like 10% opacity, so it's barely visible. So I would remove the blush. I would go with a darker lip. I would go with gold eyeshadow, and I would go with brown hair. It's going to look way better with the dress here. Now, if you've been watching me do my other reviews, you should already know what I'm going to say about your foreground. We mentioned it probably 30 times yesterday and probably 15 times today. You got to fill your corners. You absolutely have to. That's the most important part of the front of your photo. So if you look at my shots, notice how every single shot I'm about to show you, there are items filling out the bottom left corner and the bottom right corner in all of these scenes. This is very consistent. Giant gooseberry here, giant snail here. This has to do with your composition. This makes your Dreamsnap far more competitive. Leaving the bottom of your shot empty is just a missed opportunity when you can include beautiful elements in the corners to really frame up your shot. You know, in some cases, you can even use villagers. But you're always going to want to fill in, you know, those corners. Like a little flower here, a little incense burner here, a little lantern here. So when you design your snap this way and the details of your photo just kind of abruptly end right here, it feels a little incomplete. So, you know, we've spent a lot of time talking about this today, but here's another great example. Look at this shot compared, right? They got the flowers coming all the way down. Why not bring the flowers all the way down? That way the shot feels full. If you want to get 4K, you gotta be ready to, you know, compete with the best of them. And I promise you, the people that are constantly getting 4K, they're doing this every time. So foreground is something I have to revisit and retouch on so much. But you'll see in my photo as well, if you look at the foreground, we have a tea set here, and then we have these flowers here. Now, if you want a good guide on how to make a really pretty foreground for this week, maybe one of my mods can give you a timestamp. Earlier today, I was helping somebody with a cactus build, and I showcased making an entire foreground. Like, I made an entire foreground and even made, like, a whole scene in, like, 10 minutes. So it takes no time to make a foreground. It's very easy. But all these flowers you have here, they would serve you so much better down here. But before you throw them down there, I definitely recommend hopping back to where in this, you know, it's too late for me to show it again, and I've already showed it so many times today. So you'll have to rewind to that part of the stream. It was around when we did Panda's review, but I showcased how to make a really beautiful foreground out of cactuses and flowers. So I think that would be a great way to fill in your scene. So lighting is much better. You did a great job on adjusting your lighting here compared to where you were earlier. We got the, you know, standard daytime lighting, very pale sky, a lot of white in your scene. Whereas now, you know, we have a lot more lush color. We have this aurora. We have this deep blue sky. So it's looking a lot better. But from here, you know, I think there's still going to be a good bit of a learning curve as we do reviews with you, but we'll keep working on certain things each week. I think what your focus should be on right now, first was lighting, which now you're starting to get because you're using that sunset. Beautification is also important, which I see you're playing up because you have the aurora. But the two things I want you to focus on for this snap before it's finished would be foreground, extremely important, and number 2, avatar design. So brown is going to work a lot better with gold. I wouldn't go with, you know, kind of wild hair colors quite like this. I would go with more natural. Go for a more natural beauty. It's going to resonate better with most voters. There are way more people out there with brown hair than there are with purple hair. For your eyeshadow, play up the features of your dress. Don't go with the heavy blush. It's caked on too much. And then go with a bold red or dark red lip, and she's going to look a lot better here. Also, your eyes are like kind of blue and pink. I think your eyes are styled the same way mine are, because I recently explained to people how to do their eyes like this. But my eyes are like this because of the outfit I'm wearing. If you're wearing a different outfit, there's not much of a reason to have your eyes set up the same way. They're beautiful, but do another fun color. I would say like hazel. If you go with brown hair, hazel eyes are going to work really well with the brown dress as well. So I would alter the avatar, and I would definitely adjust the foreground. That's one of the most important elements of the way, you know, you layer your shots. So yeah, great improvements on the light. So I'm glad you're going in the right direction with using the sunlight time of day. But let's focus on filling out our snap. Don't ever leave these corners open, and try not to even leave the bottom of the shot open at all if you can. And then also, you know, let's tweak the avatar design to really play up the natural beauty of the avatar. Let's see. But yeah, great job on the light. Great job on the light. Hopefully when we do your next review next week, Lisa, you know, you'll have the foreground figured out, and you'll have the avatar design dialed in, and then we can focus on what we need to do next, and we can continue growing. So that's what I love to do, is if we can focus on a couple of things each week, and you can, like, once you fully grasp those things, we can work on other things, and you can keep elevating. You basically just move up the ranks, you know? You get better and better at your photo design. Actually, can you tag me and whoever we have left for secondary reviews? So we can wrap it up. I think I only have a couple left, but they're all kind of mixed up here. I see Queen. I missed my review earlier. So Queen, I see you submitted for a review 814. You are not guaranteed a re-review unless you got a Monday review. So, unfortunately, I'm way over on my stream time. So, you can't submit for reviews during the stream. So, we're only doing re-reviews for the snaps we reviewed yesterday. Now, Lisa was a special case because Lisa did submit on time before the stream yesterday, but they got pushed out of the queue. So just check the rules. If there's any confusion, guys, the one big thing I need from everybody here when they get a chance, if you want to know how everything works, review the rules. It's going to make my side of things a lot easier. I would happily do these reviews as well, guys, but I was here till midnight last night. It's almost 10 o'clock now. I typically go to bed at 10, so I can't, you know, if you want a guaranteed re-review, you must submit before 3 p.m. on Monday. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. And you can't submit for a review during the stream unless you have express permission, which is what Lisa had today. All right. M's. And Bob's. Okay. This is the new one. Oh, very nice. All right, good changes. So yesterday's, we talked about filling out this environment a lot more. We talked about, you know, the beautification factor, getting some more beauty in here. Now we have the Aurora. I love the fountains here. Very good job. And great silhouette on the avatar. I really like the way you switched up the plants in the foreground. You know, the flower beds are great, but I don't like running them all the way up to the frame. It's kind of a cop-out on making a more detailed foreground. So cutting them off early and going with, like, the pitcher plants, I think is fun. One thing I would likely add to this, though, Ems, would be the Sunlit Plateau flower, because it's the same bloom as these cactus flowers. So if you get the Sunlit Plateau flower popping up right here, kind of over the pitcher plants, that could be really pretty. I like the tea set on this side as well. Good positioning with the Latin and Jasmine. Good silhouette on the avatar. Very beautiful. We have the Aurora. We have great fireflies. You got these fountains. Very solid improvement from yesterday. Like, look at how much this changed. The hair was fun and different yesterday, but I do think the hairstyle you're using today kind of fits with the locals a bit better here. And yeah, the way you styled the sky here, getting those swirling sands more towards the middle instead of on the outskirts here, and replacing those big fountains, the regal fountains, with the actual ponds, with the lilies, fantastic job. Yeah, this is a complete 180. Like, look at how much this changed. Lighting is very good. Saturation's very good. It also looks like you added more of the Agrabah tower pieces, which is great because they're reflective. They have that good gold quality. Oh, I see what you did. You actually fixed the wall to kind of meet on the edges of it. Very good job, Ems. Wow, this is a huge improvement. Very good, very good. Yeah, excellent work. Yeah, I think you're good to go on this one, Ems. You know, if you want to add in the... You know, if you want to add in the other one, I would say go for it. I felt Star Wars shamed, which is fine because my husband and I were already doing that. You gave me the confidence to go full send. Oh, very nice, very nice. Now, I know you got... I think you got reviewed today as well, so I can't bend the rules. I do want to at least look at your snap, though, but I can't do a full review because I got to run. But I do want to see it because I love Star Wars. Oh, yeah, dude. This is... That's cool. That's awesome. And you know what? Since I bent the rules for you, I guess I can also bend the rules for our last friend here. I think it was Queen. I'll take a look at hers, too. But yeah, I think departing from the fantasy-driven elements, like the crystals and the celestial stuff, and just full sending the Star Wars vibe, yeah, this is awesome. Wally's very fun. I would probably have him in his regular dream style, though, because he looks more like a droid, you know, when he's not in his little suit, but he's fine here. But yeah, BB-8 looks great. Wally looks great. The only thing I would recommend from here is if you could somehow get R2 rolling around. Oh, he's back here with Fennec Fox. I don't know why, but whenever I add R2 to a scene, he just humps everything. Like, he just finds something and he just starts humping it, and I can't get him to move. That might be what he's doing back here. He might be humping your Fox. But yeah, very solid improvement. This, you know, if you're going to go the Star Wars route, just full send the sci-fi vibes. Don't rely too much on the fantasy elements like, you know, this moon thing. It's cool and pretty, and it might, you know, it might please some of the voters, but they're mostly going to be going off of beauty anyway. And you can get plenty of beauty elements from these fun sci-fi elements. So great job, Bobs. Great job. Very fun. I don't know about the dark purple eyeshadow. Maybe a light opaque gold or even a light brown. And I don't know about the Padme hair with the Raya outfit. I don't know. Avatar, the Avatar look is so important. It's so important. I like everything, except I'm not fully sold on the hair and makeup, which probably feels like a slap in the face to you since you're like a professional hairstylist. I'm not saying you chose wrong. I just mean I've seen other hairstyles of the Raya outfit that kind of vibe better with it in a way. I don't know. I can't really explain it. I mean, you probably know better than I do. You're the one that does hair professionally. I'll shut up. All right. And we'll take a look at Queens as well, but I think this will be the last of the last. And just keep in mind for next week, guys, if you do not submit and you do not get a review on Monday, you know, if we're over on stream time, I can't do a re-review. I would if we had time, but that's why I had to change the rules, because, I mean, last night I was here till midnight. Now it's almost 10, so, you know, it's hard for me to keep going. So the original... Where's the original? Queen... So for your re-review, you got to include your original snap and your new snap. So I won't be able to do a re-review here. I can't compare the two snaps if I don't have the original. Please read the rules when you get the chance. Everything you need to know is in there. It'll tell you what you need to submit. So right here at the bottom, regarding secondary reviews. Secondary reviews are only guaranteed if you receive a primary review on Monday. Okay, so if you wish to participate in secondary reviews, your snap must be uploaded by 3 p.m. And then also, it says secondary reviews must be uploaded to the secondary review form alongside, in like bold capitals, the original snap. So the fact that we didn't know that you couldn't get a secondary review and you didn't submit your original snap tells me you haven't done the most important thing to get these reviews, which is read the rules. It is my one request. You know, I was here till midnight last night. I'm here till 10 tonight. I'm dedicating a lot of my time and energy to helping you guys. My one big request is that you just take the 3 minutes to read the rules if I'm going to take the 10 hours to do these reviews each week. Please, guys, please. It's going to make my life so much easier because then I don't have to have these awkward talks every time. So please read the rules. I cannot do a re-review if we can't cross-compare. That's the whole point, is to look at the old snap and the new snap and help you pick the better of the two options. I kind of remember the original. I'll tell you, out of these three, I think this one is your best bet. Has the best feature of the Cave of Wonders. I still think you just, you know, I don't think you... Oh, yeah, you missed my original review, didn't you? That's what you said? Okay, well, if you didn't get my original review, then, yeah, there's no point in a re-review. Because the point of this is for you to incorporate the advice we give, and then we cross-compare. It's okay, Ash. They missed the review... anyway, the one we did of this. So, you know, the things I was addressing, like the sand here, didn't really get done this week. But out of these three, I would say this one is definitely the best. So if you're curious about which one you should go with for this week, this one is by far the best of the three. Great shot of the Cave of Wonders, good fireflies. Unfortunately, since you didn't, if you don't know what I say during the review, we can't do a re-review. So we need the old photo for the re-review, and there's more to it. You just got to read the rules when you get a chance. It'll break everything down. So regarding secondary reviews, everybody, there are very clear guidelines here. The one I haven't read yet, which I think you were also unaware of, which is if you choose to participate in the secondary review process, please do your best to interpret and apply all of the advice given during the primary review. So if you didn't watch the primary review, that can't be done. Therefore, you cannot have a secondary review. If I suggest a change you don't agree with, you should still include an additional photo with that change, even if you don't intend on using it. This way we can cross-compare several final drafts before you come to a decision. Also, since I know a lot of people have not read this, it also says do not delete your primary review submission from Dreamlight Valley. In some unique cases, the secondary review is not as strong as the original. It's important to me that you're able to go with the best option that we feel has the best chance for 4,000 Moonstones. Please be sure to keep your primary review saved to your Dreamlight Valley photo gallery or submitted within the official Dreamsnap system until we have both confirmed and agree that the secondary submission is a better option. So again, guys, please, 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 I feel like a broken record, but a couple of weeks ago, I dedicated my entire day off to like restructuring these rules and rewriting them and updating the Dreamsnap support system. My one day off a week, and my only request, my only big ask was that you take the time to read these. These streams will flow a lot better if we check them out. Marie said, midnight, you need sleep. I know, dude. I'm tired. It's also like, almost 10 o'clock. So, but yeah, we got through them all. I mean, we got everybody. But yeah, for Queen, unfortunately, we weren't able to do the re-review process. So that's why for a review, you want to upload for Monday. That way, even if you miss the stream, you can watch the stream later Monday night. You can skip to your review. Ashley will comment on your snap when I'm reviewing it, so you can always write down that timestamp, and you'll know what time I was doing the review. You kind of skip to it. And then for the, for re-reviews, if you ever want to do secondary reviews, just make sure you guys read this. And if you are planning and participating in reviews at all, please, please, guys, please just read the rules for me. It'll make this whole process so much faster. And, if I can move through this quicker, it's better for the people waiting for reviews. It's better for me. And it's not a lot to read. I made sure when I rewrote all this, I tried to make it as simple as possible and as short as possible and just condense everything. It used to be like pages and pages. That's why I redid it. I wanted it to be very simple and easy to follow. And it's very easy to find the rules right above where you submit. There's primary review, secondary is right here. It's right above it. So just check that out when you get a chance. And that should be it for reviews this week. Now, a quick little side note before we end here. Tomorrow is refresh day, so every refresh day, we're going to dive into the refresh, of course, and we're going to look at the new challenge, and I'm going to build example scenes like this on Wednesday. But before we do that, we go over Dreamsnap results. This helps me understand what voters like and what does well. I make a post on Facebook, so if you're not following me on Facebook, type !socials. You'll get a link to my Facebook page. Every Wednesday, I share my Dreamsnap, and then I ask everybody to share their submissions and results. And I get a bunch of replies, and we get a bunch of cool Dreamsnaps. So I might even do that on X. I might start doing that on Twitter as well. But yeah, if you follow me on those platforms, you can participate in those discussions, and you can see some great snaps. Now, on stream on Wednesday, what we're going to do, we're going to start by checking out the premium stuff in the new challenge, and after that, we're going to talk about your results. So if you end up missing out on 4K, and you're one of the people that got a review, we can talk about, what happened, like where your Dreamsnap may have, room for improvement, because even when I do reviews, we're kind of focusing on like one thing at a time. We're trying to help a lot of people build up. We're not always going to, be 100% confident that a snap is going to get 4K just because it got reviewed. So if you happen to get less than 4K, but you're interested in obtaining 4K consistently, then Wednesday is the day you want to be here because you can send me your results and I can pull them up on stream and we can talk about them. Sometimes snaps that truly did deserve 4K don't get it. Sometimes you just pop up against really good stuff, and even though you made a beautiful snap, you just got beat by competitive players. Snaps are getting more competitive, so there will be weeks where that happens. It'll probably happen to me soon, you know? It tends to happen to everybody. Might be next week, you know? I feel like I probably should have submitted my fashion build, but I got really sucked into my fairy build, so I went with that one. But it was kind of cluttered, so maybe next week I'll get 2,500. I definitely am critical of that build. I ended up going with that as my submission, though, only because I was obsessed with this bird. Like, that was the whole reason. But I think I had a better option. I feel like I probably should have gone with this. Like, this was so pretty. I was originally going to go with it, but I got a little obsessed with the bird. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll get 2,500. Maybe I'll get 1,500. I hope I keep getting 4K. I mean, you know, in the past, like, 2 years, I think I've missed, like, once. So, you know, hopefully my streak doesn't end tomorrow. But we'll see. You know, if it does, it's competitive. It is what it is. Not the end of the world. I definitely think I should have submitted my other one, though. Not, like, in hindsight. My concern with it, if I show you here, you know how I told you Dreamsnaps need a little bit of breathing room? Like, you want a little bit of space, like a path? I don't have that here. So my mid-ground is extremely busy, and I'm worried that it's a bit too busy. So I didn't really follow my own input. There's a little bit of space behind me here, but you can't really see it. Because I put so many workshop elements, like, around. And I'm worried that it might be too cluttered. But hopefully Mr. Bird carries. You know, he's really well framed. And I like that we're making a birdhouse. So hopefully this will still do well. I don't know. I'm worried it's too cluttered, though. Like, if I reviewed this, I would have definitely said you might want to open it up a little bit. Maybe have some garden stones in there. Give yourself a little bit of room. But the problem was I never built this to be my snap. I built it to be just a quick example. And then I ended up using it because I got a really cool shot out of it. So, yeah, it might bite me. It might bite me. Like I said, I was originally fully committed on going with this because it's so pretty. And I feel like I should have. I don't know, though. It's been really hard to find good snaps this challenge when voting. So maybe it'll do well just because a lot of people didn't like this theme. And if you actually try this theme, you might get good results. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So, yeah, tomorrow we're going to talk about your results. That'll be the first thing we do. We'll go over if anybody here did receive a review but did not get 4K. We'll talk about your snap, and we'll see what we can do next time, you know, what we can maybe build on or improve on. And then we're going to build example scenes for the new challenge so I can make my Thursday video. Now, another very important announcement is since we're getting so many snaps to review each week, like, you know, yesterday I was here till midnight. So from like 3 until midnight, you know, I was working on the snap reviews. So since the snap reviews are getting so popular, love to see that. Love to see it. But I think we're going to have to start doing some a bit earlier in the week. So for you early birds that like to submit your snaps like Wednesday for review or Thursday, I am going to try to I'm going to start knocking out reviews as Friday. So when I go live this Friday, we will be reviewing Dream Snaps. Now, we're not going to review all the snaps. We're just going to review as many as we can in an hour, and then I'm going to go play Pokopia. Okay? So that's the plan. We're going to try to put a little bit of a dent in the snap reviews on Fridays starting this week. Because if not, I'm going to keep streaming till 1 or midnight, and then it's going to be 1, and then it's going to be 2 a.m., and the next thing it's going to be 3 a.m., and next thing you know, I'm going to be live 24/7 reviewing Dream Snaps. So we got to start spacing it out a little bit. So yeah, for you early birds that like to submit for your Dream Snap reviews on Wednesday or Thursday, you're in luck. You might be able to get a very early review. And if you do, you know, you'll be able to get a re-review on Tuesday, and you'll already be set up for that. You'll have all weekend to work on your re-review build. But just don't rush it, you know. Read the rules you still, in order to submit a review, it still has to be what you deem a complete snap, like a snap you're happy with and ready to submit for 4K. You're ready to submit it for Dreamlight Valley, so don't send it to me if you're not ready to submit it. Really, we're just looking for final changes. We're looking for anything else we can do to improve it even further, ways we can elevate the beauty factor. You know, does it need extra lighting? That's what we're looking for. So don't rush just to get a snap review on Friday and send me a half-complete snap. It has to be a full build that you're ready for. All right, that does it. I think we're all set. All right, you guys, as always, thank you for being here. Stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. I'm going to skedaddle. Thank you very much for 161 consecutive stream goals in a row. That is absolutely crazy. Absolutely amazing. You guys are awesome. Thesis is kind of a big deal. 30 minutes or less for top 100. You know, I feel like a lot of people can do that, though. That's nice of you, but it just comes down. You also probably put that in there a while ago. It also comes down to just, you know, sometimes random luck. Maybe I popped up against a lot of selfies that week. You never know. All right. Our new YouTube friend posted their snap. Said Ashley. Oh wait, when was that put in chat? Oh, no, I think that was old. Ems, also thank you for the 200 bits. I think I missed that when you put it in. Thank you for taking the time to squeeze me in at the end. Sorry for always being one of the last reviews during the stream. Thank you for your feedback. It's much appreciated. Oh, no worries, Ems. No worries. You did a great job on it. You did a great job. No need to apologize, my friend. No need to apologize. This is 24/7 senpai. Yeah, I would need a new air conditioner in my studio for that. It gets so hot in here, dude. The problem is the thermostat is in the living room, and I have to keep my door closed because I don't want to bother Jordan with all my hooting and hollering. But my PC is a very high-end PC, and it puts off a ridiculous amount of heat, so it gets so hot in here. Like last night, I was about to die. Make sure you do the Dreamsnap survey. Okay. Will do. There's a snap survey. I wonder if they made the survey because everybody was complaining about the results for Cozy Dreams. A lot of people were tagging Gameloft and complaining, so I bet you that's why they're doing a survey. Thank you for dedicating so much time to this every week. My snaps have improved so much since joining this community. Hey, let's go, Lunaris. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. 3 months now you've been here. 3 months. And, no, it's what we want in the next snap. Oh. Well, I guess I can stay live for another couple minutes real quick, guys. I think literally everybody on YouTube already left because I was done reviewing snaps. Oh, never mind. I think we have 15 people. I lied. Actually, I don't know. Might be broken. Anyway, what is this? Start polling for your future dream snaps? What? We're going to dream snap polls? What types of clothing should be required? This is stupid. Dude, nothing. Nothing should be required. Just give us a theme and let us do what we want to do. This is dumb. I already don't like this poll. I'm already annoyed. Tops here. Tops. I mean, we should all wear shirts, I guess. I don't know. What kind of furniture should be required? Bro, I thought we were going to vote on... I thought we were going to vote foliage. I like nature builds. What type of aesthetics? Beachy, bohemian, futuristic, witchy, gothic. Witchy? I guess. What overall mood should this challenge have? Magical, celebratory, adventurous, serene, nostalgic, magical. What lighting or time of day should this challenge use? Golden hour. Oh my god, they actually have golden hour in there. I feel like that's my fault. Okay. Do you have any Dreamsnap theme ideas? Please do not include personal information by submitting. You understand your feedback may be reviewed. My favorite content creator. I'm kidding. That would be kind of funny, though. Imagine a bunch of Dream Snaps. I'm a new subscriber as of yesterday. Are you still looking at Dream Snaps? Sorry, I'm a little late. Nah, we just finished, Melissa. Also, welcome to the community, Melissa. Welcome, welcome. We just finished. I was doing this little Dream Snap survey. My stream is supposed to end around like 6:30 or 7, so we're actually way over on stream time. But yeah, we're all done with the reviews for now. We'll be reviewing more snaps on Friday for the new challenge. A good Dream Snaps theme idea. Maybe they're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Well, what have we done? Pals of Paul's my favorite hero. So we've had a couple superhero themes. We've had several nature themes. I'm gonna say themes focused on different colors, like the Going Green challenge, but with blue or red as one example. I think that could be kind of fun. I'll also add anything nature related. Parentheses, embracing nature. Woodland living. Fantasy forest. And then Marisa, do you think they actually read these? Yeah, most likely. They're probably out of ideas, and they're just trying to figure out what to do, honestly. Miss Fox said I was going to say goodnight, and I got curious about this whole thing. Yeah, that's what just happened for me, too. I was about to leave. Cozy Dreams was fun. Let's see, Treasure Hunt, Going Green. I'm looking at old snaps to, like, kind of think of some fun angles. You know, it's been a long time since we had elemental themes. I'm going to say bring back old themes. Like the... Because I would... With the items we have now, they would be totally different. Bring back old themes like the elemental challenges. Fire and water. Plus earth and air. We have way better items now. So yeah, the old element, like imagine doing earth and air nowadays, you know? Like we had fire and water and earth and air back when the game first came out with just the basic items. Imagine these themes now. Like they would be crazy. We've done a lot of pirate themes. We've had Savannah styles. I'm also going to add villager-focused themes. Parentheses, Scrooge's coin vault. Sully's workplace. Mulan's training day. I mean, there's so many things they could do that we're not doing in Dreamsnaps that could be super fun. Especially when it comes to like villager concepts, like actually using certain villagers, especially the ones that are kind of just built into the game that we get very early. Merlin's magic library. I think these are good ideas. What do you guys think? So I gave him a lot of ideas here. Do you have any Dreamsnap theme ideas? He said themes focused on... Actually, I'm going to get rid of different colors. And I think I'm going to move the nature one back. I'm going to start with bring back old themes. And then I'm going to add the other ones here. So bring back old themes like the elemental challenges, fire and water plus earth and air. We have way better items now. Villager-focused themes like Scrooge's Coin Vault, Sully's Workplace, Mulan's Training Day, Merlin's Magic Library, etc. Anything nature-related, embracing nature, woodland living, fantasy forest. And then... themes focused on specific colors or lighting. Similar to the Going Green challenge, but with blue, red, purple, etc. Okay, these are pretty... I think these are pretty good. I said to go on an adventure with your favorite character. Yeah, I think that could be pretty fun. I didn't do the first snap, so I wouldn't mind having some of the old themes like Wally's Garden. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't... You know, there's only one challenge ever that they did twice. Only one. And that would be the most open-ended challenge of all time, Dreamers Unite. It was basically just show a cool place in your valley, and that's it. So we got 4K for it, and then the second time it came, we polled my chat, and everybody wanted me to submit the Blobfish Room as a joke since we had already got 4K on the challenge. And I was like, there's no way you guys are going to make me do that. I'll do that if you guys vote for it. And like literally everybody voted in favor of it. So I submitted the Blobfish Room. It didn't have any tags though, so it wasn't designed to win though. It was just designed to be funny. All right, so bring back old themes like the elemental challenges, fire and water, earth and air. We have way better items now. Villager-focused themes like Scrooge's Coin Vault, Sully's Workplace, Mulan's Training Day, Merlin's Magic Library, etc. Anything nature-related, embracing nature, woodland living, fantasy forest. Themes focused on specific colors or lighting, similar to Going Green Challenge, but with blue, red, purple, etc. Hire me, Gameloft, hire me. I will give us the most exciting Dreamsnap challenges. More villainous themes. It's been a while. I like on that one I didn't include any description. I'm like, it's just been a while since you guys gave us something villainous. When is the last time we even had a villainous snap, honestly? Maybe Hooked on Dreamsnaps if you cosplayed Hook. But dude, I think it might have been My Critter's Lair, and that was only because the item tags were villainous. Maybe they weren't popular. Maybe a lot of people didn't submit, so they just didn't do it. I don't know. Any other fun options that you guys can think of? I'm going to say more fantasy themes. Oh, I hit the limit. Okay, I just put more fantasy. All right, that's 497 words. Thanks for sharing your ideas, Valley Villager. Your ideas are now part of the Dreamsnaps inspiration pool. Ooh! You voted for a Dreamsnaps challenge which features tops, foliage, in a witchy style with a magical vibe at golden hour. Well, I would use golden hour regardless, so okay. Very cool. I'm all done. All right. We did it. I'm out of here. Much love, you guys. Have a wonderful night. I'm gonna go. I don't know. My brain's kind of fried. It's been a really long couple of days. So yeah, I'm gonna go rest. All right. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, healthy. See you later. Thanks for being here. Appreciate the big 160.